but they have a lot of recoil. Some sometimes it hurts, you know.
Yeah, no, I get you. All right. And do you like to shoot at targets?
Yes, yes. If
Okay.
it's moving, but it's ugly.
Okay. And um do you like to shoot in the day or at night?
Well, my father sleeps at night, and the ranges are mostly closed, and the doors are at home too. So no, only in the day.
Okay. And do you like to shoot outside or inside?
Well, mostly outside. And what do you like to do?
I like to play golf. I like to run. I like to read. I like to eat fruit. I like to live stream. I like to go to the beach. I like to play video games. I like to play other game like mini games, but I also like to play uh like I like to play tennis. I like to play racquetball. I like to play kickball and ultimate frisbee, and I like computers. Um, I like music. I like music a lot. I like to sing. I like to sing karaoke. So that's what I like to do. Do you like any of those things?
Well, I like karaoke and a few games.
What karaoke do you like to sing?
Well, I like our Serbian turbo folk songs, but I like Hungarian rock too.
Oh, okay, there you go. Do you like any American?
I hardly even know American music.
That's okay.
You know that Serbia, if you know history about, you know that the NATO bombed us. So we are not in the best relations. We haven't got much of the influence the West has got,
Right,
even here in, yes.
right. Is it getting better or
Even
no? Is it getting better or no?
uh, what the influence?
Yeah.
Well, with the protest that has like stopped about half a month ago, yes, it is getting somewhat better.
Okay. What are
And
they
how is it? Yes,
what are they protesting?
well, they are protesting President Vucic's
Does he suck?
demands. Well, depends on who you ask.
Okay, well I'm asking you. Is he okay or does he suck?
Well, he he killed a few civilians by not paying enough for the rail works and having the railway station collapse on civilians. So, and he's pretty much corrupt. So I don't really like him. But well, if there isn't any gas, you can live with it.
Oh, I gotcha. Dude, did you know your English is really good?
Really?
It is. It's really good. I mean, I talk to people from all over the world, as you can imagine, every day. And I mean, you're just, you speak very clearly. I understand you. Your vocabulary is quite large. So I just wanted to say that, I'm impressed by your English. Have you been speaking English your whole life?
My brother taught me how to speak English properly when
You're
I was about 9 or 8 or so. It was about the time when I learned English from him, and after a while, because he really likes American videos, I learned it because he almost only speaks English. So I had to.
I understand. Well, he did a good job teaching you. Your English is really good. Okay, so
Well, yes,
you were explaining the political situation in Serbia, and you said,
yes.
you know, the 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 president's corrupt. Some people died in an incident, but that's kind of like all politicians. They're all kind of corrupt. So I understand. Um, and so you had to leave the country because of the corruption or because of the protests.
Uh, because of the protest, because after a while, when they couldn't control the protests, they started shooting in the mass with mostly rubber shots, but then they turned them on with real bullets, so people were falling like flies.
Hey, I saw
Well,
something.
even though, yes,
I saw something about this. Okay, and they also used another kind of weapon. Um,
yes,
that was
yes,
like,
the noise gun, or what
yeah,
is that called?
yeah,
In Hungary, we call it maybe the Hungary.
yeah. I saw a video of this.
Hungary.
People were protesting in the
Yes,
streets,
yes,
and then they turned on this thing, and everybody like ran away because um,
yes, yes, yes.
it was
They started fleeing
right,
to left and right.
right,
The thing is that it doesn't create much of a noise. It, as I've heard from other people, it creates something like high frequency sound that kind of burns you. Not a little burn, but it well, how can I say it? It pretty much makes you flee because well, you fear for your life.
right.
It's very, very,
Exactly.
very, very strong.
It makes you feel hot, like you're on fire.
Yes, 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 but only your skin.
Okay. Yeah. That's a terrible weapon.
Yes, yes, yes. They are doing it like in. Wait. How is it called? Yes, 1956 in Hungary. You know, revolution.
Yeah.
When the revolution started, the the, the Hungarian socialist groups started shooting the mass from the how is it called? From the roofs of the buildings. That's how they broke up the masses. They are doing these tactics right now, and the Soviet tactic, it is known as the power demonstration. They get a lot of tanks and military equipment and just go through the city like parading.
Right. My mom's Hungarian, and we had people in our family who um, basically housed people after that 1956 revolution in the United States because they didn't have anywhere to go. It was a communist revolution, right?
Yes, yes. My grandfather's my grandfather's brother died in the revolution. Maybe he was shot after he thrown a Molotov at a tank. Well, I don't really know. My grandfather hardly remembers. That's when he fled to Yugoslavia through Szeged.
Okay. Um,
Do you speak Hungarian?
no, my grandparents did, but I don't. I know a few words, but that's it.
I learned Hungarian. It is a very hard language, but because I was born in the Vojvodina in Serbia, or in Hungarian, the Vajdaság, I learned it by natural. Even so, Hungarian kind of became my first language because the Serbian was a very, very hard.
Very
It
well.
was more helpful for me.
Wow. And so you were just scrolling on YouTube and you saw me?
No. I intentionally go up and search up talks and then go on live filters and then talk to random people. I like talk.
Oh, that's tight. That's smart. Well, you should know
I was very as
I'm always live in here. So if you ever want a friend, I'm here for you. Um, like I'm live today. So if you're ever bored, this is your new home. Um, how
I will be here
I'm always here. Yeah,
every day,
Ev-
every night.
for the last 3.5 years,
Oh,
I have more data online than any person ever.
you really saw everything, didn't you?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Truman, I I saw it in English because there are no translations to Hungarian or English. English, of course, there is. It is an English. So yes, I saw it
Yeah.
about.
So that's kind of like my life is. That's kind of like what my life is.
So basically, everyone watches you,
Exactly.
like all day.
Exactly. Do you good internet access in Hungary?
It's better than Serbia's. I can't say I was born there. I like it. I love Serbia. I want to go home, but still, this internet is superior because Wi-Fi here is just goes like some race car moves.
Good.
Bang, you download it. But Serbia, man, dark ages.
I
Hard
see.
like, let me tell you, if you know yet
Yes.
the internet access store,
Okay.
man, there wasn't Wi-Fi there. In the in the telephone store,
Wow. They
internet access store, there wasn't Wi-Fi.
wow. Of all the places you would think they would have Wi-Fi, it would be the internet access store.
Yes, but there wasn't.
Wow.
It's
So
quite rare.
so you like the internet more. How are the people in Hungary?
They are very kind, but not as welcoming as us.
Okay. So Serbia, they're nicer.
Well, what can I say? I am more used to the Serbian people. Of course, they ain't happy always because, well, if you know history, there was things that happened there. Really sad things, but still they are, well, almost always drunk, but they have great stories, great friends, family, uh, how do they say it? Family meetings, all these things. They come together, eat, drink, party, have a good time, and go home, and it starts again.
Okay.
But yes, Hungarian people aren't that much of a welcoming type of people. They are more kind, but sometimes they just say no, like get out now. I don't want to see you. Serbians, no, you come in, okay, you are a guest by,
I
so
see.
you are automatically a guest. Here you go, eat, have a shot, with the thing, go enjoy. Sorry, I started speaking Hungarian halfway.
Do you like the food?
The Hungarian food, yes, I love it. Well, there is Serbian food. I like really, but what can I say? There aren't that much of Serbian food than there are Hungarian. Hungarian foods are very, very greatly spiced. Well, in Serbia, if you know pieskavica, it's just like a slab of meat cooked in fat. Well, I love it, but still, Hungarian foods like, but what I will say is like the regional foods of like the entirety of Eastern Europe, except like maybe Slovakia and Czechia. But like there is way to be everything you can imagine. A pork roast and roast, carrots, beets, fish, stuffed cabbages, pickled tomatoes, pickled pickles. You have that pickled pickles, everything you can imagine.
Do you know what chicken paprikash is?
Yeah, chicken paprikash.
Yeah, I love that.
Yes,
Yeah, that's like my favorite Hungarian dish.
my favorite Hungarian dish is stuffed cabbages, töltött káposzta.
I love that too. I love stuffed peppers as well.
Oh, töltött paprika, my favorite. My grandma loves it.
Yeah, those are good. Stuffed peppers. You like stuffed cabbage? That's good stuff. Um,
Yes, in Serbia it's called sarma.
Sarma,
Yes, sarma.
is it good?
It's the same.
Okay, I gotcha. What else do they have? I mean, it's been my grandfather, who is Hungarian, uh, hasn't been alive in a long time. So I'm trying to think
Oh,
of what he would eat. Um, in addition to some other foods. Um, oh, they make this. What do they call it? It's like a dessert. Um, Ke-
tell me,
Ke-
just how it looks. I'll tell
Ke-
you.
Keefly.
Ah, kifli is bread.
Okay.
Kifli is about bread. It's a little bit circular because bread is skinnier. Kifli is like a half moon, not moon.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But they put stuff in it, like cinnamon.
And all I can, well, all I can think about is maybe like cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yes,
Um,
yes, yes, yes.
what
Meg
else?
kakaós csigának hívjuk, hogy fahéjas csigának.
Yeah. Um, something that's cool about the Hungarian people is
Yes,
they were able to stop Genghis Khan. That's kind of like a claim to fame.
yes, yes. They stopped it.
It was like 800 years ago, but I think that's fascinating. Like this one, I was just listening to a podcast on this. This one guy, basically, and his family took over everything from basically the Pacific Ocean all the way to the Danube River, but they couldn't beat the Magyars on the of Europe. Basically, they were
Yes,
stopped.
yes, yes.
I find that fascinating. Um, what else? I don't sadly know that much more about it. I mean, my family's been in America since like for like over 100 years. So, um, what else? Actually, my grandfather was born in the United States, but his sister and brother were born in um, Hungary. So I guess even longer than 100 years. But he used to tell me. I always used to want him to tell me stories about life in Hungary, and he was always like, "Well, we were really, we were poor, so it was like there weren't any grand
Yes.
stories or anything." But
Well, yes.
during I want to say World War I, so between 1914 and 1918, they saw their first plane, something like that, and that was like a big deal to see a plane. Um, and
Yes, yes. Back then, planes were pretty rare, except when you lived in a war zone. But if you lived in a war zone, well, what can I say? Either you were already recruited and going to the trenches, or well, you can say bye bye to your house.
right. Um, what else? That's basically all I know. I really don't know that much about Hungary. Um,
Well,
I
it
know
depends on. Yes,
I know Budapest is two cities, or was two cities until it was merged into one. There's Buda and Pest,
yes, yes,
and they're like on opposite sides of the Danube,
yes,
but they've kind of been
yeah,
merged.
then you will go.
Right? Is the Danube really big?
Yes, it is very big. So it's like, I don't know, like 13 times already.
What,
But
13?
I am in here. Yes, 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 I have found it since I am here like about a month. But still, it's very, very big. And you know what's scary?
What's
It
it?
goes pretty fast. And because of the large amount of bridges and all this rubble and I don't know what the shit you can find in the river, but all you can find it makes like very, very strong whirlpools. And even if you can't see it because the normal mind sees a whirlpool and okay, it is there. No, there is like I don't know, like brick wall. Like let's say it is there. It creates how do I say it? Like uh, relevant power, and that creates a whirlpool. You just can't see it because it isn't sucking you in as the water goes to it. It basically just makes a small circle, but it still just goes and takes you down. It's scary how much people drowned in the Danube over even like 10 years. Hey,
Yo, pimp.
what?
Yo, I'm listening to you.
Oh, no, 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 I'm done about the Danube. So it is very fast and very, very deadly. Can I ask you a question?
Go for it, pimp.
What age do you think I am?
28.
Can be serious.
No, that's how old I think you are.
Am I that old? Wait, wait, wait. Are you judging by my voice, how I speak, or my knowledge?
All of them. You're knowledgeable. You speak English very well. You have a deep voice.
Deep voice, well, maybe because it's like almost 3 a.m.
That could be. How old are you?
Well, well, let me tell you something. I'm 13.
You're 13 years old?
I am 13 years old and I am proud.
Oh, okay. My friend, you can't be in here if you're 13. You have to be 18 to be in here.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Take care, my friend.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. 13 years old. He's a good guy. Sounded like he'd been through. Wow. And he said he started speaking English when he was 9. I thought, like, well, that's like, he said, like, 20 years of speaking English. 13 years old. Very mature. But not mature enough to be 18 to be in here.
distracted. He said, no problem, we're going to go somewhere else. So, again, I was excited to meet her. And at the last minute, I am reached by my friend Stuart. He says, she's got to work tonight because a manager called in sick, but she wants us still to come there to Dan Tannis. I said, I thought we talked about this, and I don't want to go to Dan Tannis, especially if she's, filming in for some matter. He said, no, it's going to be great. She said she can spend time with us. It was awful. We sat in the booth, and she was in and out of the booth, and every time, somebody forked, or every time somebody needed a new napkin or a new set or whatever, she had to get up. And I'm sure it was also because she was probably not into me. You know what I mean? She was probably like, this is not the guy I thought he was.
When you described yourself,
Yeah.
you laid down at the table there, you're like, what?
Yeah, that's right.
We need some.
Truly, she was away from the booth more than she was there. But that was my experience with
So no love connection then, huh?
No, I mean, I don't remember. I don't think for either one of us there was much of a love connection. But for me, I was just kind of bummed because I thought, well, we didn't even get a chance to really talk because she was just she was doing the Dan Tana thing. But pretty wild that he he had a legendary place. I mean, that is a legendary place. Yeah. And 90 years old. He was born Dobrovier Dan Cervich. He was a professional soccer player before coming to LA. And I mean, Elizabeth Taylor, Kirk Douglas, all the big stars of the 60s were there. Now, he sold the place in 2009. I didn't realize that, but I guess it didn't stay in the family. But on that, and I'm also trying to remember, I think the Palm Restaurant was just down the way also. So that was kind of a real murderer's row of eateries. Dan Tana's was the classic. The Palm had its own sort of classic vibe, and as I say, the Troubadour was the place where a lot of the entertainers hung out, musicians.
Did you go out with all of their daughters too?
I was not fixed up with anybody from any of those other places. Red and white checkered tablecloths for those who've never been there. Green neon sign out front. Local institution Dan Tannis, and he took care of movie stars and moguls. And you know who was the maitre d' at Dan Tannis, who's now become a tremendous restaurateur in Los Angeles with a reputation, I would say, that is high above a lot of others.
Craig.
Craig, right?
I'm sorry, we would have thought I'd be so off on that.
No, that's
he
was.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dan Tannis is where he sort of had, I think, a lot of his restaurant chops in a big LA way anyway, developed. But it was a CBC place, and it was every bit that. Now Craig's kind of has a little bit of that, if not a lot of that. So, but it never was viewed as a great restaurant place. The restaurant critic of the LA Times called the food ordinary. And what he said, but weirdly enough, I don't care. He said, Dan Tannis is not about denying yourself things. Go for the chicken parm, and live it up. Really wild. I mean, the thing that makes it also wild, in addition to Dan Tannis being his place, and of course having his name, is that it really is, as he passes away, kind of the end of that time, the old school, Exactly. So it falls into that category of places like that really were a connection to the past, So, but Dan Tannis is still going. It's still there in West Hollywood, just that Dan Tannis himself passes away at age 90. Thanks, everybody who was part of the Conway Show today. Thanks, listeners, Bellio, Angel, Crozier, and Tony. Nice job filling in for Fush today. Later with Mo Kelly next. Mark Thompson here. We'll talk tomorrow. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk. Lucky number 39. Mark Ronnie, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's filed its 39th lawsuit against the Trump administration. Attorney General Rob Bonta says the state and 21 others are asking court to stop the White House from blocking grants to crimes in states that don't comply with federal immigration.
If our Republican counterparts took one honest look at this case, they'd see what we see. The U.S. DOJ and U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi have broken the law and trampled over the separation of powers, a fundamental principle of our democracy.
The Victim of Crimes Act was established in 1982 to provide crime victims and witnesses with compensation. Residents, regardless of immigration status, are eligible for that funding. Police say two shootings in different cities this morning are connected. The first happened at a California Closets warehouse in Huntington Beach, where a guy was shot. LA County Sheriff's Department Lieutenant Daniel Izcarra says a woman thought to be involved, then drove to the Southgate, where she was stopped by a police officer.
And upon exiting his vehicle to contact the driver, the female adult driver presented a handgun and an officer-involved shooting occurred.
The woman was taken to the hospital, where she died. A state parole board will take up the Menendez case this week.
The siblings, Lyle and Eric, have spent the past 30 years behind bars for the highly publicized murders of their parents in 1989. They were reset earlier this year to allow for the possibility of parole.
KFI's Monica Nelson reports that while the parole board will make a recommendation on the brothers' fate, the final decision lies with Governor Newsom, hearing set for Thursday. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says the parents of a 7-month-old boy reported kidnapped in Yucaipa are no longer cooperating with investigators. They also say there are inconsistencies in the mom's story. She told reporters last week that when she was in a parking lot about to change the baby's diaper, and somebody approached, said hello in Spanish, and punched her in the face.
And I couldn't even turn, and I was just, I don't remember nothing. I got up on the floor and I didn't see my child. Someone took him from me.
The child's grandmother says investigators asked Rebecca Harrow to take a lie detector test, but her husband Jake refused until they had a lawyer present. He says the couple would not hurt the baby. The father was convicted of child cruelty in 2023 related to an arrest in Hemet in 2018. Ukraine's President Zelensky and Europe's top leaders have met with President Trump at the White House to discuss ending the war between Ukraine and Russia, including asking the U.S. for protection. Trump says he hopes today's meetings will lead to a trilateral meeting with Russian President Putin.
I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again.
He says he has started making arrangements for a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. And President Trump says he'll sign an executive order to get rid of mail-in ballots and voting machines. Trump has been repeating claims they lead to voter fraud. BBC's Catherine Falder says those claims have been refuted by several courts, election office audits, and other security checks in several elections.
We know that Trump obviously has long blamed his 20th election loss on mail-in voting. The data hasn't shown that to be a statement of fact, frankly, at all. And states do run their elections. It's not like the federal government or the executive can just jump in and change that.
Falder says studies have shown mail-in voting fraud is rare, and in those few instances, the perpetrator was punished and the votes were never counted. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly clear this evening with lows in the mid-60s. We'll have sun tomorrow and highs in the mid-80s, low 90s in the valleys of IE, 100 in the AV, and mid-70s at the beaches. Then it's going to heat up a few more degrees Wednesday through the end of the week. Right now it's 75 in Steel Beach, 78 in Fullerton, 87 in Malibu, 80s in Northridge. KFI financial report that closed down 34 today. S&P 500 down less than 1, and NASDAQ up 7. Now we're heading to a big break crash on the 5 in Cascade.
That's heading southbound just after the Cascade Brake Check area. You'll see the right lane shut down until further notice. You'll see a heavy ride from Vista del Lago Road. And if you're in Pomona, the 71 northbound, that's just before the 10 crash there. That's the right lane off limits. Drive jams up Rancho Road. If you're on the 60, that's heading eastbound in Hacienda Heights, right at Hacienda Boulevard. The crash is veered out of the left lane. You're driving recovering from 7th Avenue. As you make your way northbound in the Cajon Pass,
If you've never seen this is really treat. This motherfucker makes sense. Like Martha Stewart. This motherfucker, he's got hospital corners. I don't think you all understand how athletic this motherfucker is. Look at this. Folks, 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 I just want everybody, if you're witnessing this, you're witnessing greatness. Rabbi doesn't make beds very often. When they do, it's really, I can't put into words how athletic this is. Like, if Babe Zaharias had sex with Babe Ruth on the HMS Olympic during the Olympics, this is like Jackie Joyner Kersey having sex with Reggie Jackson during the Motown 25 reunion of the Jackson 5. This is like Nadia Comaneci having sex with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at a bar off of Tustin in Santa Ana. Did you see this athleticism?
Why? Because I'm going on vacation. Leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll meet back again. Yep, I'm going on vacation. So we're temporarily suspending the video simulcast. We wonder, like, where are you? You're not on YouTube. You're not on Facebook. You're not on Instagram. That's why. In fact, I'll be here tomorrow. But then Wednesday, I will be on vacation. So we gave Daniel the rest of the month off. I'll be back at the end of the month. And Tuala knows. Are you going to be working any full time? You take that time off as well? I'll be good. And then you hold it down in the meantime. But I have no idea what's so
This is like Tom Kite having sex with Lisa Lobo while flying a kite at a New Mexico State Lobos game. Which kind? All of them. They just have some kind of, what do they call those things? Where jamboree kind of deal? Something like that. Anyway, this is like Tom Weisskopf having sex with Kelsey Plum while eating a plum at Plum Fest 14. Let's come 18 then. Okay. Plum Fest 22. She 18. Plum Fest 25. Anyway. Worst stream ever.
I don't understand it. And comedian Paul Rodriguez, you know of him in his legendary career. Well, he's had some real legendary arrests. All of them in Burbank over the past, let's say, 5 or 6 months. Most recently, or I should say both times, having to do with drug possession. I'm going to give you what I think is at the root of all of that. Paul Rodriguez, well-known comedian, legend when it comes to comedy, and yet still having these interactions with Burbank police, and they have to do with drugs. So like, I'm going to tell you what I think about that before the second hour's over, and we have your horoscope for everything you want to know about yourself this week, and maybe a little too much that you didn't want to know about yourself this week at the weekend box office. And MSNBC is changing its name to something stupid. We're going to lose the Peacock logo. You may know that MSNBC is no longer part of the NBC Universal conglomerate. They've split it off. Someone owns it now. I have no idea who. And so they're trying to rebrand it, not changing any of the shows, just change the logo, the decal, I don't know, maybe the incense they, have at the entrance or the receptionist. I don't know. It's all kinds of. But it's MS now. MS space second word now. I literally thought you were about to say MS-13. I thought you were about to say you're not MS-13. You're not wrong, because you think MS-13, they probably have some trademark or copyright issues. Oh, they think MS. Yeah. And even multiple sclerosis, MS does not have a positive connotation. Nothing MS. But nonetheless, they're MS now. And Disney, we talk about Hollywood production movies which are being produced in California. They said, hey, they moved to Atlanta, they moved to Toronto, they moved other places around the world. Well, evidently Atlanta/Georgia is going through the same type of problem now. One of his biggest supporters, if you will, is leaving for the United Kingdom as far as movie production. We're going to talk about that before the day is over. And also, we'll check in with George Nori and see what's going on with him, Coast to Coast AM. But let me just say, I had a pretty good weekend. I didn't see any of you all. I didn't see Mark. That would be good. Yeah. I know, it's a good thing my self-esteem's so healthy, otherwise my feelings would be hurt by that. Oh, you don't have any feelings? You don't have any feelings? You've been talking to the long-suffering one? Oh. I have a feeling the long-suffering one and my wife are probably related on some level. We have to prevent them getting together at all costs. Oh my God. It'd be like antimatter and antimatter. We cannot have that. No, cannot. I'm sensitive stuff. And Tony Sartino, glad to be back on the ones and twos. Are you going to be with us today and tomorrow, or just today? Today, tomorrow, TFM. Okay. I like it. And we need your, let me just ask you real quick. All right. We gave Tuwala a homework assignment to watch Alien Earth on Netflix. What did you think of it? I didn't watch it, but I've heard things. You haven't watched it yet? Oh, I did not. Tony, you're there. You're supposed to be here. There were only two idiots. Tony. You know that's your time. No. Tony, I hear you. I trust you. I hear you. Because past aliens, everything was poo-poo. It was cock-cock. Tony, this series right here, I don't know what they did. I don't know which deal with the devil they made to make this so damn good. But damn it, Tony. Okay? Woo! I saw their activation at Comic-Con. I went through it. Oh, Tony. Oh, you are too much of an alien fan not to at least see it. Okay. Yeah. Look, it's not Alien versus Predator. Oh, it's not Alien. It's not Prometheus. It's not Resurrection. It's not any of that crapola. The spinning. No, Tony. This is cut from the claw of Alien. That's cut from the same claw. Those are the only two Alien movies there are. Well, this is not a movie, so you'll be okay. It is a TV show. I went in fully ready to trash. I said, okay, this is just a cash grab. It is anything but that. And it's cinematic quality, so it may not be a movie, but damn it, they're spending movie level money on each episode. It's a nice looking show. I have a theory to run past you guys who've already seen it, which is Timothy Oliphant is some sort of android or something, which is not a spoiler. I mean, it's right up front and center in the first episode. And he's got white hair. What does he look like? Malcolm McDowell? He looks like from Blade Runner, right? He looks like Rutger Hauer from Blade Runner, doesn't he? Yes, he does. Do you think that's Do you think that's a thing that's intentional? You know what? It was so that the way he acted was so like either he studied Rutger Hauer's performance in Blade Runner, or there is a more direct connection because of what he is. How is he more split second? Right. No, because that's like an alien-esque movie. Well, yeah, okay. But I've heard fan theories that Blade Runner and Alien could take place in the same universe. Maybe they're throwing us a bone. Look, it could, especially with what we're saying. It absolutely could. It could. It doesn't exist in the same space. That doesn't interest the time in which it is. All that. Yeah. We'll see what happens. So there are only 2 episodes. Tony, that's your homework assignment for tonight. Do not return to class tomorrow without completion. No document. I'll see what I can do. That's all I can ask. It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI H40. We're live everywhere. Not on YouTube tonight, or for the foreseeable future, so I'm getting ready to go on vacation. But there's nothing wrong. I'll be back after Labor Day weekend when I'm back from vacation. Right now, we're going to go to Walmart, KFI 24-hour news. Here's the latest. More than a half dozen illegal immigrants are in custody after their boat started leaking off the Newport Beach coast. Coast Guard stopped the flooding, towed the boat, and handed it and its occupants over to Homeland Security. Flights are being disrupted for a third day as the strike by Air Canada flight attendants continues. And weapons is still number 1 at the box office with $25 million in second weekend, with a total of $148 million globally. Disney's Freakier Friday got $14.5 million second weekend, and the Bob Odenkirk comedy Nobody 2 made $9.2 million. SoCal weather mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs from the mid-70s at the beaches to 100 in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Aleve and from the California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Say more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We got a stall on the 101 in Studio City. That's heading southbound at the 134-170 interchange. It's taking up the right lane. You'll see delays backed up to about Woodman Avenue. And the stall, this one's on the 110 southbound in Carson. Just before Torrance Boulevard, it's a bus middle lane. That's slowing down from about the 405. The 71 northbound in Pomona, just before Holt Avenue, you'll see a crash there that has the right lane off limits. Traffic starts to jam up as you approach Rio Rancho Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next reset.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speaker out your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home, with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires in Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive new police training facility. It
named Cops. There, in the forest, they built a different
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Campsite Media, from Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that rushed into officers now.
I'm Matthew Shea. Follow We Came to the Forest. They were so dedicated to the forest. You never did.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, this is over. Not only is it's not going to work, you got to get rid of those guys. It's a shame.
Then Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Marcio and I strip back the varnish of the history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story of the
Welcome.
from start to finish.
You live in Pimp.
Many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth.
Wonder.
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola,
Yes, that was a real Washington.
Robert Evans, Godfather, James Hahn,
To me, once you cover the past, successful actor, got a Porsche, you can drive around a lot.
Al Ruddy,
Last night, got a call from the Italian guys. They was the movie basically a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire,
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
and many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who's involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open free iHeart app and listen now.
AM 640.
Coming up tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show, two congressmen, including Republican Kevin Kiley from California, are demanding to know where the fire aid money went after the Palisades announced Adina fires. Remember the big concert? $100 billion. Where'd it go? They want an investigation. That's coming up after 1 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobell Show.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, but I am to get all that shit. Go to somewhere nice and relaxing. I came across a story of the most relaxing cities in the world. And I don't know if it's Holafly or Holafly, Holafly. Researchers analyzed top destinations using several key health and well-being metrics.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. Can you bear with me just 2 minutes?
You're okay.
Excellent.
Hello.
Sunshine hours, traffic congestion, and happiness. This sounds like
Break it
relaxing.
down.
Yeah.
I'm check and
Doesn't seem like it's a place to go.
And let's work to go.
The people there are very happy. Finland, yeah, Helsinki, no, where we can just go for, it's too easy, I don't know my idea of relaxing. That's all. What's this website? Tenafly?
Break some forward and to a little bit.
It's tough too. I've been there. I think Helsinki's probably more relaxing. What? You're wrong. You're wrong. Tony, you're in the wrong. Hey, go ahead and put on your headphones. Yeah. Is it relaxing for you? I ever just cabs and they Italian drivers or something else. Yeah. Also, watch yourself out on the streets because there's little child muggers with knives and stuff. So, I know it's the pickpocket capital of the world, but I mean, the things that you need to predict this. Okay, well, enjoy. Yeah, I will hear it. Coming in number 8, the most relaxing cities in the world, according to a website no one's heard of. Portland, Oregon. Hell, freaking hell. This website's that's kind of nice. What's wrong with Portland? There's nothing wrong with Portland, but there's nothing special about Portland. There's nothing especially relaxing about Portland. You might as well say, just go to the desert. It's relaxing. You've got air conditioning. There's nothing going on. Are they mistaking relaxing for boring? That's what I think that's what this is. This is boring. Okay. I've been to Portland a bunch of times. I have people to the top of Portland, so I was always up there. It's boring as hell. It's not relaxing. The best bookstore on earth is in Portland. Oh my. You're not going to another state or another country for a bookstore.
All right, Miss Aquarius, thank you for your patience. Are you ready?
And pull your pants up, Rabbi.
Calm down, girl.
Your butt was showing.
Calm down.
Pull your pants up.
Calm down, girl. You couldn't see.
No, I'm not telling you to pull your pants up.
You couldn't see.
You say I couldn't see, but I did. No. Okay.
Apologies, Miss Aquarius.
Okay, I'm ready.
I hope I didn't show the full moon. It was just a little cleavage.
No, just a little cleavage. That's all. Nothing too bad.
All right.
You know, people have been clowns. I don't want to get clowns because I would have to jump on somebody.
I agree.
So I'm going to jump on nobody.
Unless you're an oligarch spending gazillions of dollars to make some sort of doomsday fortress. You have no business there. Yeah. Coming in number 6 of the most relaxing.
Look at you.
Yeah, I'm going to get in there. All right, Rabbi. Thank you.
Haven't been, but I hear good things about
Really should not that one down.
Well, since that one thing, it's a little easier to hang
You
out.
got this.
I've not been a whole
Good job.
years ago against it. Okay, I'm not. Okay. Maybe. No. I'm just saying, I'm not when I were
Yeah.
there. I mean, look, there are a lot of countries I can hold some stuff. I can hold stuff against the United States, and I lived there. No, there was like a troublesome, what's the word, some kind of barrier there that was of some inconvenience.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. You do this better than me. Come on now. Strike.
The late great President Reagan. I may have.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't have that to contend with, so there's that. No, did you say like turn on the lights? Yeah, Mr.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Now it's a great place to go. Okay, it's relaxing. The neck.
Oh, no, I thought on my thumb.
The most relaxing place in the world.
Rabbi.
Yeah, not a lot of unanimity on this.
Not what I wanted.
Sydney. Well, why don't we just go ahead and move to Australia? Or maybe New Zealand. Get close. Everest. I've heard basics too, but like a 16-hour flight, you know? One way? No. Coming in number 3, the most relaxing cities in the world. United States not looking too good. Vienna, Austria. There's something.
Yeah, Rabbi. You're no strike.
Oops.
What you say was just passing through.
Not what I wanted.
2 days on a couple different occasions, but they really had a strong sense of sitting, not getting out of line there. Like if you try to cross the street against the light, people who don't know you will scold you. I like that. You, follower of rules. That's me. Coming in number 2 of the most relaxing cities in the world. I've only been to 1 on this list so far. Top 2.
Good spare.
Singapore.
Thank you.
I have no reference.
Yay.
It looks nice. Don't they have some other severe penalties for like stealing drugs?
All right, Rabbi.
For life or not well. I mean, drugs are what relax you, and they want to punish you for that. Do you know where they publicly caned that one kid? Else, was that North Korea? They can't. Tony, get on the mic. You can't shake your head. You have to let us know what you're doing. Tony likes a good game. No, it was Singapore. It was Singapore. It was like gum or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, something weird where they caned it, and I was like, well, public caning. Yeah, public.
All right.
Yeah, good job.
You win, I win.
That's right. I win, you win. You win, I win. Okay.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Strike it.
Come on.
Yes, dear.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
It's a city we've all been to. San Diego. I don't think so. Are you serious right now? I'm serious. Get out of here with that 10 of life side. They did walk on market, didn't they? Yeah. They've never been to Comic-Con, that's for sure.
Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, strike it.
It's a wonderful city, but it's just not the most relaxing city in the world. Yeah. If I were to put my own list together, I know Barcelona's needs to be on this list. I'm trying to think where else. Somewhere in the Caribbean. This list about relaxing. More islands. Yes. Yeah, I understand. No disrespect to Australia, if you could just get them.
Nope. You got this, Rabbi.
That can be very relaxing.
Right.
Man, I keep getting these splits.
That will creep me out too. They have that? Yes, they do. They have spider size with dogs. Yes. You can come inside your house, mess around in the wrong area. And here's the thing: spiders are like common inside like hotels. Spiders everywhere. They're everywhere. Tarantulas, around, raccoons, all that. Burn it. Yeah. San Diego. The place where the whole world wants to go to relax. Maybe when they made this list, they were there at Comic-Con. It was like, some nerds made these like
Right.
I'm trying. I need these two.
Okay, come on. Yeah, good step.
At least the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta is refusing to ride Uber unless they get paired with a wing up. True story. Talk about it next. Mark Warner has the news. The only defendant left in the 2023 death of Friends actor Matthew Perry.
Nice spare.
Guilty has decided to change
Thank
plea.
you.
BBC's Alex Stone says Jasmine Sanga, known as the ketamine queen, is agreed to plead guilty in the overdose death of Perry.
Means she will avoid a trial, which was planned.
All right, come on.
Prosecutors have said she
Got
is a
this.
prolific
Where am I?
who sold the fatal dose.
Strike it.
He says she could get up to 45 years in prison. The LA City Controller has announced an audit of the city's expensive legal payouts.
Got this. You got this.
No. Miss Aquarius, you win, I win.
Yay. Good job.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Patience is a virtue.
Word, girl. How was physical therapy?
It was good today. It was good. He said he's good. He said his back started just hurt today, but he's good. He said that the girl, he believes she was testing, but he don't know for sure. And she hit him in the back. She didn't have no damage. She said he just like had a little dent or whatnot. he think he said he's gonna go see on Thursday to see if it's not too much. He said he hopes it's not. I said, well, don't speak negative, speak positive. If it's not bad, all they gotta do is just probably place the bumper in the back. That's it. And then just speak positive. So it wasn't nothing too bad. But he said he believed she was texting. He said that was at a red light. He was at a green light, a red light, and just that he know he said it sounded loud, like loud. He said he thought she did more damage than she did because he said it sounded so loud. And as you know, got hit in the back. Yeah, he said he's good though. I said okay. I said, as long as you good.
Exactly.
I'm fine. Yeah. So,
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. And you've got your last appointment on. Is it your last appointment on Friday?
No, next Monday.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
Almost
he's gonna
done.
give me my home. He told me to remind him on Friday to give me my, because he would not. He's gonna be going to another location. So his last day is Friday as well. So he will be getting my home exercises and stuff I need to do.
Yeah.
And then this Monday will be my last day of physical therapy.
So he's going to another location on Friday, and then so Monday you'll go to a new location just once.
No, Monday is my whole last day of physical therapy.
I understand that. I understand that. But is it going to be in a new location just one time?
No, he's going to be done. Friday's going to be his last day.
Oh, so
after he has a day, so next week he'll be at his new location.
And who are you going to be with next Monday?
I would be with a guy that I was with Monday before last. Marcus, the one who put me to sleep, and I didn't wake up till 8 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
But I know just to get a break in between. Yeah, get a break in between.
Wow,
I'm get a break in between. Can I get a break? Yeah, I'm get a break in between.
I've got you.
But I'm going to make sure I have my phone out for work the next day because I want it so when I do be tired and come home, I don't have to do everything, you know?
Right. All right, so you got Friday with your normal guy, then Monday with Marcus, and then you're done, right?
I'm starting some program. We're doing the this weekend. And yeah, start a new journey with me. Just get myself together, still be active.
Right, I got you.
You know, because he already told me that I'm not gonna be 100%, and I already know that I'm not gonna be 100%. So I just gotta keep, doing the exercises every day. I can't stop after I'm done with this. I can't stop because, like I told him, I know I can't stop because if I do stop, it's gonna be. I don't want to be back at square one. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Yeah, I don't, and I'm not gonna be 100%, but it's okay. As long as I can get closer to there. I don't want to be worse. I want to be better. And if I'm not going to be 100% like I was, it's okay. I'm still going to be active. I'm still going to be doing some cardio. Yeah. And what else you said? And my arms. Cardio and the leg. Mm-hmm.
All right.
So I got to do that. I told him to write that down. I'm not going to remember that.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Yeah. Well, sweet dreams, and we'll play tomorrow night, God willing. Thank you again for your patience.
No problem. You gotta be patient.
Word, girl.
Be patient for me, right?
Absolutely.
And good night.
Take
see
care.
You tomorrow.
Sweet dreams.
KFI, Mr. Mo Kelly, you're live everywhere at iHeartRadio app. No video simulcast for a while. Getting ready to go on vacation, so I gave Daniel some time off. We'll resume the video simulcast when I return from vacation, which will be at the end of the month. But you know, on the show, we always have fun talking about Waymo and ride sharing. And we've been under the impression that Tuwala has been on the take. He's been receiving money given his ardent support of all things Waymo. Lies. Look, been coming in to the station all blinked out. You got a new car. You have this giant new car. It's not a Waymo. No, it's called Big Pro Waymo. This or that. You can spend that Waymo money anywhere. No, it doesn't have to. Why would you buy a Waymo? Well, I don't have to pump up Waymo. The people are speaking for Waymo itself. Waymo's taking over, and that's a clear fact. I just want to make sure that you all recognize that I called this. No, it's never going anywhere. There's no way Waymo does it. I told you all within a year, Waymo will be everywhere, and I was called a fool, a liar. I was told I was on the take, and now it's everywhere. As it turns out, in June, the city of Atlanta started offering the option to ride in autonomous vehicles in Atlanta through Uber's partnership with Waymo. It's the latest city where the company is experimenting with robotaxis as it looks to keep up with competing offerings from rivals like Tesla and Lyft, as you know. In Atlanta, at least, Waymo has developed a considerable following, and people are using Uber are declining rides with actual drivers in the hopes that they will be paired with a Waymo car. And from what I read, users usually have to turn down anywhere between 15 and 20 human drivers on average to get to a Waymo, which seems like more of a last resort than a first resort. It's not something that is being promoted necessarily by Uber, but it's still an option that is being provided by Uber. And more, according to the article, I guess it's not fake news, according to the article, more and more people in the Atlanta metro are opting for Waymo for some undisclosed reason. Here in the Southland, more and more people are opting for Waymo everywhere. And believe it or not, even in San Francisco, where they had all of those paid anti-Waymo protests, you notice that those have all died down. All this Waymo is a scourge, and that's, you know, it's like, well, we're expanding Waymo all throughout the big area. Why? Because more and more people are seeing the benefits of Uber. Just broke that story on all of the sexual harassment incidents involving Waymo and how it's way more than we thought. More cities, yes. More cities are acknowledging the fact that this is actually the wave of the future. And I know you said at the beginning you've never been anti-Waymo, but you said it's ready for prime time. When it gets there, I'm cool with it. You thought maybe the rollout was a little too premature and all of that. I said then, I hear you, Mo. I know that all dinosaurs and technology advances like this are kind of like, no, I don't want anything to do with that. But this is actually the future. Uber and Lyft, they are both investing heavily into self-driving technology to do what? Not to have more people driving. There will be no more. I'm just going to get a Uber or Lyft for the airport. I'm just going to get Uber or Lyft home from the concert. No, you're getting a Johnny Cab. Yeah, it's a Johnny Cab. Pretty much. I get it, Mark. I'm not getting one of those with Mark. Mark is catching strays in the news. Mark, you drive everywhere. That's fine. And you've never been a need for you to even get an Uber. I get that. But by the time you are in need of a ride somewhere from a ride-hailing service, there will not be a person in it. It'll either be Tesla, as much trouble as they're having, they're still pushing forward. Apple, they're pushing forward. All these companies are pushing forward with self-driving technology. Here's the thing I've yet to hear Waymo offer a decent answer as far as addressing. Not nitpicking, but I've seen from other stories when they're been vandalized, all you need to do is just stand in front of the car. There is a passenger or not. I wonder about the viability of a Waymo in a situation where a car is accosted and you happen to be a rider. What do you do to extricate yourself from that? What do you do? Do you call another car, or do you sit there and wait until they're done vandalizing the car?
Now, I know that some of the recent updates that they've put into Waymo, one, the whole left turn issue that Waymo been having, like sitting at a left turn and sitting for the longest, they've really been working through that.
I've seen that.
Yeah, they have been working through that, and they've been working through obstacles in the road, be they cones, be they people, things where a natural driver would go around. Those are some of the
Mark, did you hear that? They're beta testing on us.
Some
We're guinea pigs.
some of the things that would normally stop Waymo, where they were like overly cautious with the, I don't know what this is, I need to stop at something in the road. Now more and more they are programmed, maybe the AI is developing even on its own, where it's able to say, not going around.
I have no intention of offering myself up in this experiment. You get the technology ironed out before I ever set foot in one of these things.
It's already city to city, LA, DC, San Francisco, Atlanta. I mean, it's everywhere. Arizona, Texas. I mean, it's everywhere.
I would liken this, and it's not an exact analogy, but I would liken this to Ozempic, Mounjaro. The benefits are clearly there, but the long-term implications we're not exactly sure of yet. And they give you eye problems. Right, okay, we're just now finding out the issues with Ozempic and long-term use of Mounjaro.
No. You need a technological comparison, because these meds and what they do long-term, it's not here. That's like in the beginning there were, pages and cell phones and things. I mean, we need a technological comparison.
As long as it's brain cancer.
Yeah, now there's no one who can brain cancer for fraud.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
It's like a bump down. See, if I give 640, we give you that one swallow. That's it. Live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, Mark News. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Meal Kit Delivery Company, HelloFresh, will pay $7.5 million to settle a lawsuit. Prosecutors from LA and Santa Clara County say it violated state law by deceptively enrolling people in auto-renewing subscription plans without proper disclosure or consent. They'll also pay $1 million in restitution to eligible California consumers. Newsmax has to cough up $67 million to settle a libel suit from Dominion Voting Systems for lying about the 2020 election. Newsmax had also reportedly paid a $40 million libel settlement to the voting machine manufacturer Smartmatic previously. And Netflix Frankenstein will be in theaters this October. Guillermo del Toro's adaptation of the classic released in select theaters October 17th, eligible for the Academy Awards, and it's on Netflix November 7th. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, only business software you need. Mostly clear this evening, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs from the mid-70s at the beaches to 100 in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Blindster.com, and there's a crash on the 405 in Hawthorne.
Heading southbound just before Rosecrans, you'll see the right lane taken away there, so it's slowing you down from about the 105. And if you're on the 210, that's heading eastbound in Monrovia just before Myrtle, looks like the crash has been cleared out of the carpool lane. Your drive is slowly recovering as you make your way from Santa Anita. And on the 215 northbound in Riverside, that's right before Central crash, still has the right lane blocked off. It's slowing you down from Box Springs Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Can I help you? Yes, I need to have an officer call me. My daughter is missing. On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town.
It had to be something that didn't even cross my mind if there was anything other than just something explainable.
But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped.
And then that's when he just started basically yelling at me to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just killed somebody.
A dramatic carjacking.
I yelled for help. He said, I'll shoot you, and I yelled for help again, and he shot me.
A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
Do you think he would become a serial killer had he had the chance? So it just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life.
Experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. And no need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash. And if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Several top Senate Democrats are urging President Trump to stop a deal with NVIDIA and AMD. The deal would allow the companies to sell artificial intelligence chips to China after they agreed to share 50% of revenue from sales. However, it's raising national security concerns for Democratic lawmakers. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer led a group of legislators in sending a letter to the White House arguing that the government's deal with the chip makers blatantly violates the purpose of export control laws. OpenAI is relaunching a revamped ChatGPT-5. CEO Sam Altman admits the original rollout was bumpier than expected, so much so that many users complained the previous version, GPT-4o, was better. Altman says the update includes changes that he says are subtle, but will make GPT-5 more approachable now. And over 6,000 new words are being added to the Cambridge Dictionary. Words including skibbity, tradwife, and ilulu are being added to reflect the growing influence of internet culture on the English language. Tech Report, I'm Matt Atkinson.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Tomorrow on True Crime Tuesday, we've got a chilling update on Brian Koberger case.
Newly unsealed records show a surviving roommate said she heard him call out one of the roommates' names during the attack.
Tomorrow on the Gary and Shannon Show on True Crime Tuesday.
KFI, Bill Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and just so you don't know, we're not doing the video simulcast tonight or the rest of the month. The rest of the month, yes, the rest of the month, because I will be on vacation. I'm leaving out Wednesday morning, and I may or may not come back on the biz. I just don't know. Sometimes you wonder, like, maybe living as an expat may not be a bad idea after all. So I'm going to be going to Europe, and we're going to fly into Rome. We're going to spend a few days in Rome, and then my wife and I are going to get on a cruise ship. We're going to go to a couple of destinations in Italy, also Greece, two locations in Greece, and one in Turkey. And I'll be back a little bit before Labor Day can't. Isn't Greece on fire right now? Like the entire country of Greece? I couldn't tell you. That's the other side of the world. Okay. All right. Well, I know we're not going to Ukraine, so avoid that. We're not going to go to anywhere where there's a war present. Yeah, not recommended. Low yield scores. Yeah, Ukraine. Not going to Russia either. That's just one of the places I've written off for the rest of my life. I doubt I'll be going there for a number of reasons. Yeah, but can't wait. Cannot wait. And the hardest part for me is always traveling. I don't mind. I don't like flying, but I really don't like flying 9 and 10 hours at a time. And obviously, I've done it going to Korea, what have you. And I've been to Europe on a couple occasions. Those are some long ass flights, and someone always brings a baby. No, that's what I'm going like business class. Little trunks snatches in the back. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Look, I have something that I live by. Save your money, spend it on the airfare. Because getting to you have a horrible experience, just a travel portion, it throws on your vacation. So you're not going to go on one of these new flights that we've been reading about where they've got people kind of semi-standing and stacked so they can fit more people in. No, nobody's farting in my face. You don't want to get crop dust on an airplane. No. The first time we went to, and I'm not saying this is a flex, I'm just saying, as you travel more, there's certain things that you will not do going forward. The first time we went to Europe, and it was also to Rome, we flew economy, and it was the worst experience because the rows were like, had 7 or 8 people crammed like sardines. There was this woman to the left of us who wouldn't shut the F up, who was determined to talk. Maybe she had no electronics or something, so she felt the need to have everyone else entertain her. And she didn't understand when I had my headphones on, that means leave me alone. Those, and obviously just being cramped with knees, trying to go to the bathroom, and I would rather save, let's say, $300 a month set aside for a better seating arrangement for that trip than just flying economy. And it's not like I have any lavish expenditures. It's not like my car payment is really reasonable. I don't believe in $1,000 car payments. I just recently got a car for the first time in like 12 years. That's where I spend money. And so when I go on first class, I'm just going business class. So it's just not dealing with all the regular stuff. Now, if something jumps off behind us and we have an unruly passenger, I probably won't jump. No, come on. Passenger 57. I'll let them handle it. No. Unless I feel that they're endangering my safety, then I will. No. It's time for Mr. Black Belt to fly into action. I need to see that. See, that's real funny. I only think of fighting when I actually have to, and I have no choice. I'm looking forward to seeing somebody's smartphone video of you flying into action. Yeah, I do not want to end up on TMZ. I really don't. Unless I have absolutely no choice, then yes, put me on TMZ. But for the most part, I want as quiet of a flight as possible. I don't want to talk to anyone, wife included. She'll have her movies, I'll have movies. But Jackie Ray, why are you shaking your head at that? Can I travel in peace? We'll have another 9 days in which we can talk to each other. We don't have to talk to each other on the plane.
I wish they could see my face right now. I am so appalled.
We will spend plenty of time together on the ship, plenty of time on excursions, plenty of time seeing the sights of Rome and Naples. And
how long is the flight?
Well, we're flying from LA to DC, because we couldn't get it direct this time. Then DC, Rome, LA to DC is 5 hours, and I think the next part is 8 hours.
Okay, so you can talk from LA to DC.
No. She'll have her movies and her downloads. I'll have mine. I have my headphones on.
And then there's no, hey, honey, look, this is something.
Nope.
Oh, my goodness.
We don't do that.
Oh, my goodness.
We do not do that. There's time enough later to have conversation. A plane is the worst place to have conversation. Because either you're interrupting me, you're disturbing my sleep, or you're interrupting someone else. Just let me be in my own head, my own space, headphones, listening to music, watching movies, watching videos, whatever.
I just feel it here. It was just a couple of weeks ago you said you come home from a bad day, you don't want to talk about it. Now you don't want to talk on the plane. When do you talk?
You're almost there, Shay. Almost got it. You're right on the precipice of getting it. Have you considered just taking the whole vacation on your own? I've done it before. Okay. I wouldn't be able to do it now because I'm married, but the first time I went on a cruise actually was to the Bahamas. It was a Carnival cruise. I went by myself. It was great. And actually, I went to one time by myself. That was fun. So this is more like you have a minder with you than a companion. It's one of those things like I've grown up now. I can't do the whole solo road trip thing. But you're really doing a lot to sell the whole love and togetherness idea.
Isn't he?
For our listeners.
You non-married folk.
I don't need your judgment. I'm time for the news. KFI 8640 for Life Everywhere. iHeartRadio.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Well, what's one got to do with the other? I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has announced the state's 39th lawsuit against the Trump administration.
This time, California is joined by 21 other states in suing the White House over grants available to witnesses and victims of crimes. Bond is illegal for the federal government to withhold the funds from states that don't comply with immigration enforcement.
The Victims of Crime Act has absolutely nothing to do with immigration enforcement. Nor should it.
The Victims of Crimes Act was established to and provides funds to residents regardless of immigration status. Bonta says the executive branch is not allowed to impose conditions on that money. Michael Monk's KFI News.
Menendez brothers have a parole hearing this week.
The siblings, Lyle and Eric, had spent the past 30 years behind bars for the highly publicized murders of their parents in 1989. They were released earlier this year to allow for the possibility of parole. The board will make a recommendation, but the ultimate authority rests in the hands of California Governor Gavin Newsom. Michael Kastner, KFI News.
A hearing set for Thursday. LA City Controller Kenneth Newham has announced an audit of the rising costs of City Hall's legal settlement. He says the City Council approved more than $500 million in liability payouts in the past 2 fiscal years.
You don't know, the liability payouts are some of the biggest reasons why the city's undergoing layoffs of city employees, why departments are getting cut, why services for you all are getting cut.
He says the audit would address risk management and how to reduce payouts. In 2006, he said the city only paid $35 million in legal settlements. California's almond orchards are experiencing a severe rat infestation affecting more than 100,000 acres in the San Joaquin Valley alone.
The issue emerged unexpectedly last fall and may worsen without intervention. Experts say increased rat populations are due to drought-related farmland inactivity in the early 20s, which halted pest control. Though farmland recovered, stricter pesticide regulations have hindered effective growth management. The Golden State grows all of the nation's commercially produced almonds. It produces over 75% of the world's almonds. Dina Kodiak, KFI News.
White House talks with President Trump, Ukrainian President Zelensky, and European and NATO leaders have ended with no formal announcement of a ceasefire or a peace plan between Ukraine and Russia. But there are suggestions Russian President Putin might be willing to meet with Zelensky. He says that's not confirmed.
We just confirmed this production meeting with the president and then with all our colleagues, partners from that. We are ready for a trilateral meeting.
Analysts say the big question is whether the two can make an agreement for lasting. And a strike by Air Canada flight attendants is affecting flights around the world. Flight attendants walked off the job early Saturday over pay and scheduling disputes. ABC's Melissa Adan says they were ordered back to work yesterday, but refused.
Air Canada is now saying that the union is defying an order from the Canada Industrial Relations Board to get back to work. The airline was expecting to restart limited operations today, but because the flight attendants remain on the picket lines, this forced the airline to suspend that plan.
About 100,000 people have had their flights canceled worldwide. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s. Low 90s in the valleys and IE, high low valley and mid 70s at the beaches. It's going to heat up a few more degrees and we're going to have a little hot spell Wednesday through Friday. Right now it is 70 Newport Beach, 73 in Orange, 77 in Sherman Oaks, 77 in Burbank, and we're heading to a crash on the 5 in Castle.
That's heading southbound just before Clinton Highway. It's involving the big rig. You'll see the right lane closed off until further notice. So expect some heavy traffic as you make your way from the Cascade Freight Check area. And full closure, 14 misses in Lancaster, southbound from Avenue K to Avenue N, all All lanes closed off the roadwork. That's scheduled to end at 4 a.m. As you travel on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, seeing some slowing as you approach Vermont Avenue. It's going to be a slow crawl there until you reach the 110. And if you're on the 405 southbound in Hawthorne, that's just before Rosecrans. We still got a crash there that has the right lane off limits. You'll see some brake lights as you come away from the 105. In Diamond Bar, the 57 northbound, right at the 60. Got a crash there involving the big rig that's taking up the right lane, causing some traffic that's backed up to about Pathfinder Road. The 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, traffic building up at Weird Canyon. Your drive is stop and go from there until you get past Gibson Canyon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
There's a mild sickness about this town. Must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Green Mile from Eric Mankey, this is Havingtown, a new fiction podcast set in Bridgewater on the universe. Listen to Havingtown on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havingtown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Saturday workouts.
Hey, girl. You almost done? About 2 minutes or so. Meet you outside.
And brunch. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast app store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
The NFL coming out saying they disagree with kicker Harrison Butker and his controversial commencement of
Beyond the box score with Jackie Ray. If you've ever mentioned any platform that I'm on again, I promise you, ESPN ain't got no phone. Y'all know what I'm going to say. But don't play with me.
The NFL says they have no issue with players doing the signature dance and trying to let Donald Trump during their on-field celebrations.
She's acknowledging the reverse of the eye that no one wants to talk about. She has a privilege, and she made more money than the people who built this league.
Beyond the box score with Jackie Ray.
Where sports and society.
KFI 8640. It's lit with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jackie Ray, Beyond the Box Score. Always good to see you, Jackie Ray. How you doing?
Great to see you too. Doing good.
Let's talk about a little bit of NFL. Then later we'll talk about a little bit of WNBA. First, the NFL. The Minnesota Vikings are in hot water. I say hot water as far as how they're being responded to on social media. I should not say that social media is real, but it does have consequences. People do respond to social media. And the Vikings announced they had a new team of cheerleaders, and they shared a clip to Instagram a few days ago. It featured a young male cheerleader, and all of a sudden the Minnesota Viking fan base went apoplectic and lost their minds. Like, how dare you have a male cheerleader? And then I just had to remember racking my brains. Like, wait a minute, okay, they've had male cheerleaders in high school, coast to coast. They've had male cheerleaders in college. Talking about football, coast to coast. They had
some in 2018, I believe.
Yes, they did. The Rams and the New Orleans Saints.
Yep.
That's in 2018. So that's the better part of a decade ago.
Right.
Why is this a news item, and why are people even upset beyond the whole culture for saying that? It's like Minnesota's not making a statement by having a male cheerleader. It's not I don't get it. What am I missing in this story?
I don't know if I can tell you, it probably won't take a whole lot of money, because that would lead to an understanding of a very specific group of people that have issues with how other people live their life. And it's interesting to me because, like you said, most NFL fans use NCAA football for the entirety of their football fandom, and having male cheerleaders is a very common thing.
was on a cheerleading squad in Colorado. There was two male cheerleading squad. So it's not new information for this to happen. So I think what we're seeing is a lot of misogyny in a way, where you're seeing this is a male-dominated sport. This is the left. You're like, banging on your chest, trying to say this is our sport. We don't want to see. We want strong men on the field, and we want pretty women on the sideline, and we don't want that to cross over. But you don't even have to look at it. I'm sure there's plenty of pretty women on that cheerleading squad that you could focus your attention onto them. So I don't really understand what this is about.
Let's back this up. We know why cheerleading squads in a respective professional sports came to be one sort of eye candy for the predominant men who are in the stands, but also it's about this burgeoning television product where you had these gaps, you had TV timeouts, you had prolonged lows on the field, and so you had organizations. Franchise said, hey, we need to provide some sort of entertainment in between time. We know with the Los Angeles Lakers, it was Jerry Buss, the late Dr. Jerry Buss, who introduced in basketball with the Laker girls. Right. And then the rest of the NBA followed suit. So I love cheerleaders filling time and being eye candy is not new. In subsequent decades, professional sports have added these male cheerleaders, never this type of pushback. Do you think that this is going to reverse that trend, or are NFL teams going to continue to move forward in this direction?
I mean, I hope they continue to move forward. Because it's a non-problem. It's a non-starter, and just like men, like eye candy, there's somebody in that stadium that's gonna like to look at that male cheerleader. So you need to have equality across the board. But what I think we're seeing is, I've always said this, a lot of people have said it, you said it, we're always a microcosm of our society. Yep. And what we're seeing right now, there is this movement towards being anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-everything, if we're being honest. What we're seeing is people's hate come on full display.
And it's conflation. I don't necessarily know about the sexual
or it could be a straight man
orientation of the male cheerleader. If you know anything about the male cheerleaders, they've been all across the board. I mean, I've good friends, straight who were male cheerleaders in Georgetown. Yeah. That has never been indicative of a sexual difference.
It's not. In high school, the two guys that were on our cheerleading squad were straight.
They had to be strong.
Had to be strong because we needed them for the base. Like, you see that if you ever watch cheerleading competition, which are phenomenal, by the way, then you see that that's what they usually do, spot. They help make sure everybody's safe, basically. In high school it was a little thing for them. They started because they found it would be a good way to meet girls, and then they fell in love with the sport and then continued into college. So there's a plethora of reasons. I think the assumption is this is a gay man. I didn't even look into see if he's gay or not because it doesn't matter.
Could have been gay, could not have been gay.
Right. I have no idea. I don't care.
And I don't get the sense that Minnesota Vikings, well, since they're at least a third to it, they're not making a statement.
No.
They're making an addition.
Yep, and literally it was 2018 when the league sent out this thing that said if you want to come and audition and you're a man, you're welcome to do so. We didn't get the influx of men coming to audition for these teams, so maybe that's the disconnect. Maybe they forgot about it and said, well, we didn't have this influx of men. It's not even an influx, it's one guy, one new guy. I'm trying to understand.
I know the NFL seemingly can't get out of its own way, and I know that they have even been very critical of the NFL at certain points. This is not one of those times.
No, this isn't one of those. Because again, the cheerleaders are there to entertain the fans during the timeout or commercial. We were talking before we got on. My family had season tickets to the Broncos. I distinctly remember as a kid, my dad saying, "Oh, we going to commercial break," because he would always know when the cheerleaders started lining up in the end zone, they were getting ready because it was going to commercial break, and we didn't have the cool arenas and stadiums with all this other electronic and beautiful things going on. So the women, they held it down.
That's a great point, because now you go to these modern stadiums, they have the fantasy stats up there. Yep. They have the instant replays. They have the games that you can play during timeout. There's so much more for a fan to do,
right?
Which is different from the experience. The first time I went to an NFL football game, it was the Rams versus the expansion Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Coliseum. I think it was like 1976 or 1977. There's nothing going on other than the football. And so when you're at home, you have TV, you have announcers, commentary, you have replays. None of that was going on in the 70s when you're in the stadium. So it needed something else.
Yeah. So I think the people, in my opinion, who are upset about this, You need to, instead of saying we're upset that there's a man on the team, say you're ready to do away with cheerleading altogether.
That would be more of a fair complaint. Because, and I do believe you're correct. There's this conflation of having a man as somehow endorsement of LGBTQ or having trans athletes on the field with all the yeah, but one doesn't have anything to do with the other. Now, person Babygate, I don't know.
Didn't even look to see. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But that is always the assumption. The assumption from the machismo men is that there's no straight man who would want to be a cheerleader.
Except for college football, except for high school football, except for the past 70, 80 years.
And they never have a problem with that. But somehow we make it to the NFL. I don't even know if they
When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the WNBA. We also talk about Caitlin Clark. She's missed most of the season due to a groin injury. Don't know if she's coming back this season because it's one of those injuries which can be prolonged for any number of reasons during rehab. I get the sense, though, that the WNBA has not missed her as many would have thought. You look at the attendance, you look at the ratings. The league is held up, knowing that Clark is not coming back anytime soon. Let's talk about it when we come back.
Yo, how are you?
There's the latest Governor Newsom demanding President Trump explain the presence of control agents outside his LA press event last week. He's accusing the Trump administration of using them as an intimidation tactic.
How are you?
Has filed a Freedom of Information request demanding all related documents.
What's up, Dan?
Island communities off the North Carolina coast are bracing for flooding ahead of Hurricane Aaron. The year's first Atlantic hurricane.
How's your day?
Steven here.
40-mile-an-hour winds early today.
What are you saying?
Those islands and the southeast Bahamas. And the coroner who did Marilyn Monroe's autopsy is breaking his long silence. Thomas Noguchi, who's now 98, has a new book called L.A. Coroner, Thomas Noguchi and Death in Hollywood, in which he claims the autopsy was never fully and properly performed. Evidence quickly went missing, and he didn't agree with the official ruling of death by suicide. Now it looks like it crashes out of the way of the 56.
Yo, how are you?
That's hitting northbound right at the 60. It's been cleared from the right lane. Traffic has recovered and is now moving smoothly. And if you're traveling on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, you'll see some brake lights as you approach Vermont Avenue. Your drive's going to stay slow until you get past the 110. And we have a work zone on the 14 that's southbound in Santa Clarita from Via Princesa to Plaza Rita Canyon. The two right lanes are off limits until 4 a.m. with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino.
There's a violent sickness in this town. Must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcast and Ribbon Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Habitat, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Habitat on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitat and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long film sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were the bad of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of daybreak, Eyes of Love, was supposed to have been followed up by another album.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Check it out. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi, and odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color looking back up at you. It's called Yazoo clay, and there's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything bearing in it.
It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect.
No. Over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
I may have thought they only found 1,000, and then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered?
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that.
I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI KM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, welcome. Jackie Ray. Jackie Ray joins us in studio still. Jackie Ray, you and I were on the WNBA train long before the rest of the media was.
Yes, indeed.
Long before anyone at KFI was. So we've seen this maturation, evolution of it pre and post Caitlin Clark. She has been out most of this season due to an injury. No one can deny her impact on bringing eyes, sponsors, and also general awareness to the NBA. WNBA, talking about Caitlin Clark. But I've noticed in her absence, the league has found a degree of equilibrium.
Correct.
And a more general fan base appreciating the sport and some of the other players beyond Caitlin Clark. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. And I can even say that maybe some of that is because of Caitlin Clark, because the Indiana people don't just scrimmage against themselves.
Right.
And so then it's an opportunity for fans to see, I think Nafisa Collier is the best player in the league. I think there's a strong argument to be, say, Asia Wilson.
Slow down now.
Well, I mean, I would put them like 1-1.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I would put them side by side. I think obviously the Minnesota Lynx are a more complete team than the Aces are, but still, if you're going out, you're seeing Nafisa Collier, if you're seeing Asia Wilson, if you're seeing De'Aaron Hamby on the Sparks, Kelsey Plum and all that, now you have an opportunity to see other players who have,
As far as at least media exposure.
Yeah, because the talent was always there. The talent has been there for a long time. But the craze started with her in college, and so media came with her. But there's a part of it that I feel like it's crazy disrespectful, especially for media that's been there this whole time. Yeah, like come on, man. We've been doing this work, this light on these people for a long time. But I do think it's great that it's happening right now. I think what we're seeing, even on both sides, the league was always going to adjust to Caitlin Clark. The players were going to adjust to her. We've seen some of the areas that she fails in have been exposed. She's not the best ball handler in the world. She doesn't take constant pressure too well. There's been an adjustment that's been made to her, and I think the fans are making an adjustment as well in her absence. So it's good.
Well, also, without her being on the floor, people are seeing, or I should say, even in watching Caitlin Clark against other players in the league, you get to know the other talent.
Absolutely.
But I was looking during this extended absence of Caitlin Clark how the league would do, and I noticed that sports media is still very high on the WNBA.
Yeah.
And I know that fans, by and large, are still very high on the WNBA. I don't mind them. I like this player, don't like that player. That's the way sports is supposed to be. I don't need you to love Angel Reese. I don't need you to love Cameron Brink, whoever it may be. But at least you have an active rooting interest beyond one person.
Exactly. And the numbers in the arenas haven't gone down. So that's the main thing. You're wondering, people know she's not playing, but they're still coming out and they're still rooting and they're still loud and they're still proud.
And these aren't season ticket holders.
No,
They have buying tickets to that game. Oh, there's something else.
Look at this athleticism, folks. I really want to put it in everybody's mind how fucking athletic we're being. This is just unreal. Unfucking.
As a person who's been watching the WNBA almost my whole life, to be able to see them on their, they definitely need to do better with that league pass though, but that's a story for another day. But to be able to see the games you want to see on TV, on ESPN, Hulu, on these regular platforms and not have to. I've been a fan so long, I can remember where you would have to say, hey, are you watching it on Facebook? Can you send us a link? Because it would only be in certain places. Like, it was atrocious to try to find these games on TV. That's not to say, as much as I'm glad that the league is surviving this, it will be great if the Indiana Fever can make it to the playoffs, which I hope they do, because that's going to be great TV for people to, even if Caitlin Clark isn't playing with the team, to have them in the playoffs is going to give another boost to WNBA coverage, just because now the narrative will be, oh my gosh, Indiana Fever in the playoffs without Caitlin Clark. What does this look like?
I'm going to say something that's just going to piss off some Caitlin Clark fans. But I believe that even in college, but since Caitlin Clark played in the Big Ten, which is not as good of a basketball conference as maybe the Big East, I've always thought, and I think it's been confirmed this year, that Paige Beckers is the freaking truth.
I told everybody that Paige Beckers was better than Caitlin Clark.
Oh my goodness.
It came from me.
Paige Beckers, she has handles on confidence.
She played both sides of the ball. She takes good care of the ball well. She almost got that game winner at the buzzer. That ball was hitting the basket, and then she's like, no, not today. Came back out. She is great under pressure. Not only is she great under pressure, she is a leader. She didn't have that little up ramp, if you will, where players have to go through. They have to get used to their teammates. She has an ability to connect with people, players, and all that. So she came in and really helped that team a lot too, because their head coach used to be a videographer. I have no coaching background.
Oh yeah, and we could do a whole hour on that.
That alone.
But and she does not have the type of persona which is going to command as much attention as maybe a Caitlin Clark or an Angel Reese. But as far as just balling ability, Paige Beckers might be the best first or second year player in the league.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the might off of that.
Okay.
And she doesn't have the star power, because she doesn't command the attention that way.
No, she doesn't.
Controversy brings attention. Like it or not, we live in a country that if it's controversial, it's gonna get a bunch of attention. The Angel Reese Caitlin Clark dynamic was very controversial because that's the kind of country we live in. Paige Beckers just be balling. That's it.
And part of this, my heart is broken because I know it's going to be a while before we get to see Juju at her best.
Yes. Yeah.
Because she's going to presumably, all of this season for USC, she would have been the number one pick overall. She may be, but she's going to have to at least play one more year in college to show everyone that ACL didn't take something off her game.
Yeah, and the thing is there's always a ramp up. So when she comes back immediately, she might not be, because people always forget you're not just getting over the physical injury. There's a mental injury that you have to get over as well. Oh my gosh, I don't want to get that injury.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
All of these things have to happen, and the player has to go through it before they get good. So she definitely has to do another year, which is unfortunate for the league, but do what you got to do, girl. We want to see you.
I'll see you next month.
See you next month.
This is Football Kelly came by MC Sport Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app, and I have some thoughts on comedian Paul Rodriguez. When we come back, he's had not one but two run-ins with Burbank police, as in right around the studio. Let's have some thoughts on that when we come back. Now, Mark Warner has the news. Critics of the 2028 Olympics have called on LA to give up the games.
Activists are citing the ongoing immigration operations, President Trump's involvement in the medical task force, other concerns, the financial burden on the city already, a financial crisis, and the out-of-control homelessness crisis. LA can't back out of the games, however. Only the International Olympic Committee has that power.
AFI's Jim Roop says the city could request undue harm to the International Olympic Committee. Even the COVID pandemic didn't reach that standard. The second of two South American men linked to the robbery of $1 million emerald-encrusted watch taken from a tourist sitting in a restaurant patio at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel has been sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. The 19-year-old from Venezuela pleaded guilty in March. Authorities are still trying to figure out how he and his partner from Colombia got a gun registered to notorious former LAPD officer Christopher Dorner, who killed 4 people before dying in a standoff at least 12 years ago. President Trump's former Attorney General Bill Barr has appeared before the House Oversight Committee. ABC's Catherine Fuller says there's no word on what was said in the closed-door deposition on the Epstein Island investigation.
But we do know that Trump's first Justice Department looked into Jeffrey Epstein, whether or not he committed suicide in 2019 in his jail cell. Bill Barr was determined that that was the case.
He says it's one of a number of subpoenas Chairman Comer has issued. Now, the State Department says it's stopping all visitor visas for people from Gaza pending a full and thorough review of the process used to issue temporary medical humanitarian visas in recent days. The group Heal Palestine says it's brought 148 people from Gaza, including 63 children, to the U.S. for medical care. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear this evening with lows in the mid-60s, sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, low 90s in the valleys, 90, 100 in the Antelope Valley, mid-70s in the beaches. Heating up a few more degrees for a mini heat wave Wednesday through Friday. Right now, it is 71 in Irvine, 79 in Santa Clarita, and we got cones on the 110 in South Pasadena.
That's heading southbound from Orange Grove Avenue to Avenue 52. You'll see the right lane coned off from there. That's scheduled until 5 in the morning. As you travel on the 91 eastbound, you'll see a bit of slowing as you come across Weir Canyon. That starts to clear up approaching Gibson Canyon Road. In the 91 westbound in Corona, we have a work zone from the 15 to Main Street that has the 2 left lanes coned off for road work that's scheduled until 4 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
There is a vile sickness in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Miles from Aaron Bankley, this is Havoc Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havoc Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Taking them on their first real roller coaster. Anybody come on over?
I don't know.
Let's measure.
Okay.
Just tall enough. Yes! Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of 1,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky Hayden loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or finding homes? We like to say this is for the new generation, celebrated by age or gender.
We said they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea. John WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world. Downtown Vancouver.
We work here in Shenzhen. WeWork, but I am
From Wondering, the makers of Dr. Deb and Business Force, comes a new series, We Crashed, about a
$87 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, power. And quite frankly, it just all sounded, it's easy to say now. It's just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned in and said, "Oh, my this is a cult."
I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We crash wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Denver will begin issuing layoff notices to government employees today after nearly 4 decades working for Parks and Rec. Aubrey Bergman says she and thousands of others are in limbo, not knowing if their positions are safe.
We matter, and we take these jobs not because they're the best paying jobs. We do what we do because we love what we do. I think we deserve a better number than that.
Affected employees will be paid administrative leave, retaining their salary and benefits for 30 days. Their jobs will officially end after 31 days. The medical, dental, and vision benefits will continue through September 30th. Officials say the layoffs will need to help receive those an estimated $250 million budget. Air Canada has suspended its plan to resume limited service as the union representing flight attendants told members to defy a government order to return to work. Maya Beeglin has more.
It's unclear when an agreement will be reached, but Air Canada estimates that up to 130,000 passengers could be impacted every single day until the strike is over.
The strike started Saturday and it's already grounded about 700 flights over the weekend. AT&T customers can now file worth up to $7,500. This is part of a settlement over data breaches, and if you are able to file a claim, notice. The annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium takes place this week in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Mark Middle.
All eyes will be on Ripple Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell.
We doen het gewoon weer. Dirk is door YouGov wederom uitgeroepen tot beste supermarkt van Nederland. Met deze week Krat, Hertog Jan of Jupiler.
Next chance to slash rates will come at the next September meeting.
Oh boy, next week we are back on Netflix. There will be no YouTube episode on Monday, August 25th. You're going to have to go over to Netflix and enjoy an action-packed episode live from Madison Square Garden, Mayhem at Madison Square Garden, the newest release of Kill Tony on Netflix. It's an unbelievable breakthrough for a podcast to have any episode on Netflix. This is our second one. We'll see you there August 25th on Netflix.
We've got my copper astrolabe, we've got my protective Alphonse Davis, last day one is doing tremendously well. Our round is the Cape of Good Hope and Vision in India, and really, in many ways, initiated a tremendous amount of transit nation voyages as well by using these medicines for the people as pioneers. Okay. But as I mentioned, even though Zapuka had an illustrious career as an astronomer and as a scientist, he was ultimately forced to leave Portugal, and at that time,
hey, this is Raymond coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Knoxville, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up, Tony, let's go!
With the Masters of Portuguese English,
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
very difficult to
in all the land, everyone. Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nacho Belgrande, Green Man Muling on the electric guitar, the leader of the band, John Dees on the keys, and the backbone, the one and the only, the notorious Madness Ladies. Oh my God. What a show we are going to have tonight. We're happy to have you all. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible, especially ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PrizePicks,
an open
I
book.
said
But here's
that
some
I've
more.
given so much to the world in terms of science, and look how myself and my people have been treated. Let me focus my energies now on doing something specifically for my people.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single week, two of the best comedians in the world I book on this week. No different. One of them has the most watched special of 2025, including 10 specials available on YouTube. The other one is one of the original regulars of the show. 12 years ago, she was forced under the cruel tutelage, unheard of at the time, of writing and performing a new minute every single week for the internet. Today, she is one of the best female stand-up comedians in all of the world. Our guests tonight, Ali Sadiq and Kim Congdon, everybody. Yes. Oh, shit. Kim Congdon. YouTube at Ali Sadiq Comedy. He's on tour, Ali Sadiq Comedy now. AliSadiq.com, KimCongdon.com, tour, Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas. Welcome back, guys. You've both done this show before. This episode brought to you by ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PricePicks, and other.
My jokes are not
just made an extra few tens of thousands.
I actually heard this when I was doing my own stuff for research in the formal
business. Welcome back, guys. Ali, how are you?
I am wonderful. I'm doing great. Everything. Can they do that?
Yeah, let's do it one more time. We love that. Did the lights go? Do it again. Do it again, Redman. Wow. Amazing. You guys are have a big firework edition there for no reason. Nobody asked for that. Nobody asked for that. Kim, how you feeling?
I'm doing great. Can you do the money sign but stop it halfway?
Yes. She's coming up the ranks.
KimCongdon.com for tickets.
Yes. That's right. You guys know how it works. About 300 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. They do a minute uninterrupted. You know their time is up and go the son of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up now, so they bring out the angry wrestling bear. And then I interrupt them, and we talk about their lives, about their set, about anything that might be more interesting that they possibly could talk about, or anything interesting about their lives whatsoever. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, we know Randall, the comedian from the bar next door that I just pulled out of the bucket. We are going to start with a very special comedian. Well, he's not a regular and he's not a golden ticket winner. He's been on only one time ever before, but I want to see more of him. I think everybody wants to see more of him. I kind of think he's an instant legend in my mind. Make some noise for the long-awaited return. Kicking off tonight's show with a brand new minute is Sir Winston Pickle.
Anybody else really want a severe weather warning? Talk to me just a number of lives.
over and over again.
I've actually lost my cell phone. I accidentally put it in Malaysian airplane mode. So
within this kind of metaphor of the lachrymose model where it's used with all the grades, so there's a certain amount of black humor. But nevertheless, it is a testament to the
anybody else really want a severe weather warning? Turns out to be just an amber alert. I've actually lost my cell phone. I accidentally put it in Malaysian airplane mode. So that's cool.
Understanding the agrarian reality.
I've been married twice. Buried my first wife.
Under Muslims and then under Christians, somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas to achieve phenomenal success within their society. With few exceptions like Maimonides, who were forced to leave, many of them were able to climb to the great heights. We've seen already Chastai ibn Shaddad, the great diplomat,
left my Kelly one Friday, sneaked out, crept in the house,
16
snuck up the stairs, opened the bedroom door,
and at the same time writing an important commentary that's published in every chapter for that whole to this day. I give that lady the great secular poet of doctrine, who at the same time
She was swinging.
So Winston Pickles. Well, back, my friend. I love your style. A dark, dirty, evil clown. You are so photogenic, videographic. Not exactly sure what the word is, but you play well on this show.
Wait, do I have my one's eyes?
Yes.
They're in the gel.
Wait, what?
They're in the mason gel.
Oh, jeez, I see what I'm talking about. You just got me again. I've been Sir Winston Pickles. Fuck yeah. I love your style, Sir Winston Pickles. Remind us, how long you been doing stand-up now?
6 years of stand-up, 10 years as a clown.
Right, 6 years of stand-up, 10 years in whiteface. Absolutely incredible. Fun times. Is this your guys' first time seeing Sir Winston Pickles?
Yes, and I'm terrified. I don't fucking clowns, man.
Do a magic trick, he'll run away.
Sir Winston Pickles, you're both British and a clown. I would imagine black people really are freaked out by you. Yeah.
I haven't seen my neighbors.
You have black neighbors?
Yes. Apparently.
He's British, so white. This is like actually blackface for him.
So Winston Pickles, what do you do when you're not clowning around or doing stand-up?
Yeah. I collect things.
Yeah, like what? What do you collect?
Well, my greatest comes from getting the fingerprints of a skull friend. Fingertip. Yes, a skull friend.
The skull friend.
Yes. He put his fingertip off in one shop and I picked it up, thought the hospital would need it, I kept it.
This is one of those moments where it's not a bit. And we're watching this thing that's going to happen. We're in the documentary right now, you guys.
Did you put it in?
I put it in ice, thought the hospital would need it. Bear in mind, I was only 9.
Yeah. You were doing the right thing.
Then nobody asked for it, so I kept it.
Wow. Really spooky. It is. That is freaky. That part's freaky. Do you ever fall asleep in the makeup?
Yes, often. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you ever fall asleep?
Thank you very much for coming.
I love it, Sir Winston Pickles.
His eyes are so red, too. Do you see how red they are? They're so
That's all these vaping fuckers.
It affects your eyes.
Yes.
He has a San Antonio Mexican lady's eyebrows.
Tonight's topic is a very difficult one. I have to say. This is not someone that would necessarily
shit, I was wondering what looked
as
familiar
our subject or as our
That's
focus.
what it
He's an
is.
important figure in many
Absolutely
ways, but
incredible.
I'm choosing him primarily
Sir
because
Winston, is there
he's
anything
emblematic
interesting about you that we
of a
haven't learned in any of the other
space
parts of
during
2
the
interviews that
extremely
you've done?
terrible times of the Spanish Inquisition and the
I left
expulsion.
England then.
He'll be a
I was
foil
anyway,
in
I just
some
took
ways
off.
for the larger discussion
I had a
that
psycho
will
bitch
take
for
up the
a
bulk
fast
of our
bike.
time tonight, which is
She
speaking
came
about
from work
the
and I'd already gone
mechanics
to
of
America.
the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly
Did you ever
to
call her
the
and tell
expulsion
her?
of the Jews in 1492. I'm speaking, of course, about Abraham Senor, also spelled Senor, who was a very important financier and leader of the Jewish community in Serbia, Spain, during the last years of the 15th century.
That is
We
true.
have to begin with a joke.
Well, Sir Winston, you got tonight's show started for us. Another solid few minutes, starting with some dark clown fun. I loved it. Thank you so much. Make some noise. The show has begun. Sir Winston Pickles has started it. And now we go to the bucket.
Okay, so
And your next, or your first bucket bulletin, as you guys know, this is where we meet somebody all together. Could be the next future star of the show, could be a crazy person, anything can happen. Make some noise, your first bucket ball. 1 minute uninterrupted, going to Jenny and everybody. Jenny and starting
you've been my patient for many decades now, really, and it's been a wonderful experience with
Hi,
you, but I
everybody. My
really
name's
just time
Jenny Ann.
to cut the
And
apron
I
strings
bought
and
the
let you go out on
sexiest
your own. I
car,
really don't think
America's
you need to come
Hyperlane.
back to see me twice a week like
And
you're
no,
asking
it's
for
not a
so
Tesla
long.
Cybertruck.
And Morgan says, well, gee,
It's a
doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big
1969.
step. Without regular connoisseurs, I'll tell you
Probably
what,
the year some of you
I'm
were
going
born.
to give you my personal cell
You're probably
phone number.
wondering,
And
well,
you can
why
call
do you
me
have this car?
anytime, 24/6.
I wanted to
Anytime
attract
you have
men
any
because
kind of problem, just call me. Doesn't
I'm
matter. I will answer.
Oh,
I will
okay,
work it
just
through.
30.
But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So Irving, your choice is there.
And now-
Business is fine. So we
And I wanted to impress my
a
ex.
couple of days later,
Now
there's
I'm selling it
a
because I
call
want to
on
impress my
the
therapist.
cell phone at 5:35 in the morning.
So you're probably
The
wondering,
psychologist wakes up,
does it
groggy, says,
drive?
hello,
Does
hello.
it matter?
Says,
You're in a
"Doctor,
69
it's Irving.
Mustang.
I had a
Does it turn
terrible,
on?
terrible night. I
Does
haven't
it matter?
talked to you
You're in a
about it."
69
He says,
Mustang.
no problem, Irving. I'll help
Will
you
it
out.
make
What
your
happened?
dad love you?
Well, doctor,
Does
I
it
had this
matter? You're
horrible
crying.
dream
69 Mustang.
that you were my mother.
Thank you.
And that you were smothering me. You were controlling every aspect of my life. And I couldn't make a single decision without consulting with you.
I don't even know where to begin
So
with that.
the doctor said, well,
My
what did you do? I
God,
said, well,
unbelievable. Good
look,
news
I'm
is you're
shivering,
already the
shaking.
7th funniest
I
stand-up
figured I gotta go
female
settle my
stand-up
stomach, so I went
comedian in
to
the
the
world.
kitchen.
Fuck that up.
Sat down, I
I
made
fucked
myself
that
some
up.
tea, and
Your
I had a
bombing
little
is
breakfast.
airborne. I just
couple
caught
of
it.
pieces of Melba toast,
Got
and
a
then I
taste
called
of
you.
it, Jenny. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
6 months.
6 months.
That's what you
Hell
call
yeah.
breakfast.
What made you want to start now?
I need to sell 69 Mustang.
A little bit,
That seems
right?
to be it.
Okay, all right.
That's a great way to do
Thank
it.
you for listening
Yeah.
to me. It makes me
Come on,
feel
Lisa
better.
D. You can
Okay, let's do the good of welfare. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Cyril Albert, who has been
What do
watching
you
this
do for
lecture
Jenny
time.
Ann?
He's quite expert in
Boy,
this
it's just
particular
a
subject, far more so than I
You
believe.
really are?
He's
Yeah, I
been
work
doing
at venture
genealogical
capital.
research on the
Wait,
Cyril
is she
family.
really
It's
your
actually
financial
quite
advisor?
extensive, especially after the
Well, he said it like it was a joke, but this could really actually be your
They,
financial
it's
advisor.
actually
These
quite
people
an
bring their whole
illustrious family
entourages
from
when they
many
go do
centuries.
shows.
So
I'm telling you.
we're very grateful to him for
Financial
sponsoring this lecture.
advisor, the
All of his
caterer, the
sponsorships
fucking
go
personal
towards
chef,
our scholarship
this,
fund,
the
which has
that.
raised now almost $11,000.
So how long have you been
So we're
financial
very
advising
grateful for that. By the
for?
way, we'll be starting, God
I've been
willing,
working
now
in
in the new
venture capital
semester,
for
a
over
whole
10
new
years.
series
Do you really have a
focusing on the
69
Sephardic
Mustang?
I do. Check
diaspora,
it out at
including as well
the69mustang.com.
Mizrahi Jews and
Honestly,
their
the whole thing
traditions.
sounds like a
And
porn
we'll be
audition.
seeking a whole bunch more
You can
sponsorships at
eventually
that
say
time
you're
as
probably
well.
wondering.
It's a very important reminder. Tomorrow night, from
It's
Beth,
all
we're
of the
going to have a
material that
poetry
you've
read
read
by
6
the
months with the
Honorable
69
Rothschild
Mustang.
November.
And when I
His
work in that,
campus is
Okay.
very beloved.
Tell us about
Professor
working
teaching
in
English
NASA. What is that
composition
like?
in particular.
Is the
His
earth as flat as your
poetry has
chest?
been published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary magazines, and he'll be signing copies of his latest book, which was incidentally a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope that you will all find because we spent so much time discussing poetry in the Andalusian period. Let's
What was
study it
NASA
in the
like,
Brooklyn
Jenny?
period.
What'd you do over
Tomorrow.
there?
So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time. There will be
SpaceX's dad.
sushi and other
I know what NASA
food
is.
stuff. Yeah.
I'm asking
Okay.
you what you did
In terms
at
of
NASA.
the academic
in the
resources for
bioengineering
tonight's lecture,
department,
I've relied very
project to
heavily
grow
on the
algae in
research of
space.
Professor Chaim shown here. He was born in Russia in the
Catering for astronauts.
1917, an auspicious year,
Absolutely.
a century
Okay.
ago.
All
He
right, Jenny Ann. Where
served
do
in
you
the
live?
Latvian army, and
How long have
immediately
you lived
after
here?
finishing his service in 1937, he made Aliyah
Okay.
to
Where
study
you before
at
that?
Hebrew University, serving also in the IDF division, and
Bioengineering
professor at Hebrew University. He
Even
served
in
as the
space,
dean
you put us in the
at
kitchen.
Ben-Gurion University at the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished
In base,
after
no one
one
can hear y'all yap all the
This
time.
analysis is extremely important.
You read
If you were to concentrate narrowly on Senior in one of his books that I used for this
So what
presentation,
made
he
you
has
leave
about
NASA and go into venture
100
capital?
densely packed
I
pages of
turned in all
fine print
military
text going
vehicles
through
museum in
every
our
little
house.
scrap of financial
And I had
records of
like
the
8
Senior
founders,
family. quickly,
I
which
would have learned
is,
how
you know, quite
finance works. So
stressful for even a historian to go through all this level of detail, but really he is the number one go-to source for this period.
Right jokes.
So, what's the basic biology, the basic biographic data that the individual studies? Well, it's probably in 1412, we're not precisely sure of that date, but there's eventually personality that occurred until 1492, according to contemporary accounts. Somewhere in the 80s,
That's from the therapist's advice as well. What do you do when you spend time with your friends? What do you guys do together?
Government was essentially a tax farmer, which was a very important position in
Oh, that's a good question, Jenny.
Basically,
a bunch of highly detailed stuff that I would never tell you about because you'd be staring at me through the outside window. Crazy energies, Jenny. Do you have a sex suite? Her car's actually pretty awesome. Wow, what a follow-up. Follow-up to the sex swing. Yes, we know what a 69 Mustang is. That the actual website? That is so weird. You built a website to sell one 69 Mustang.
Yes.
You only have one for sale.
Yes.
Corporate
We can make t-shirts.
So the Jews as a whole,
you suck at selling this car. It's a beautiful car. How much are you asking for it?
Paid
Whatever anyone wants with it.
How the Jews themselves collected it and distributed it, that was up to
This is
them.
crazy.
Similarly,
Whatever anyone wants to bid.
Never stop
being a
talking
tax
about
farmer is
No.
that
Much like her jokes, I feel like it
could
doesn't work.
give typically a Jew the responsibility of collecting the taxes from a particular estate or a particular region. And let's say the king set that amount
She has a
at,
Mustang
I don't know, let's say
gallery.
100 ducats.
Yeah, it's just the one
round term. If the Jew were able to raise 110 ducat profit, would remain in the possession of the tax farmer. And that's essentially what tax farmer is. So we're going to look at the specifics of his role in the economy shortly.
Okay, Jenny, I'm gonna let you
adopted name once converted
She's heard that
was
before.
Fernan Reyes Coronel.
Okay, I'm sorry. He said it'd be fun.
Did you have fun here tonight? Okay. All right, here's a little joke. Here we go. Oh, good catch, Jenny. Wow, shocking. Shocking catch from Jenny. All right, there she goes. Go on, Jenny. Back to where you came from. Back to obscurity for Jenny.
Son-in-law, Rabbi
Holy shit. Look at that woman with cleansing the room of Jenny Ann's energies. A woman with a fully operational vagina.
I'm going to drink all of this water.
This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Short false incognito mode makes you invisible on the internet. It's false. Most people have no idea that your browsing history can still be monitored and even recorded unless you use ExpressVPN. Netflix even hides content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries, so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch, much like the new premiere of Kill Tony live from Madison Square Garden on August 20th.
Tony ExpressVPN is so easy to use. Just fire up the app and one button to change locations. Not to mention it works on all my devices, my phones, my tablet, even my smart TV. It's all done at blazing fast speeds. Your board and even streams in HD with zero bar. Tony, I use ExpressVPN and social media.
That is amazing. I use it all the time when we travel, and it's important to stay secure on the road. So protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony to find out how you can get up to 4 extra months free. expressvpn.com/KillTony. This podcast sponsored by PrizePicks. Basketball season may be over, but the action doesn't stop on PrizePicks because baseball is just heating up. Step up to the plate with PrizePicks and add your favorite baseball players to your lineup, whether it's strikeouts, RBIs, or first inning runs. Make your call more or less and play for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play one of
And
the
that
people
is
win to
basically
receive
the
the $50
concept,
bonus and
as
guarantee.
we would say in
Prize
Hebrew,
Picks is the best way to win real money this baseball season. Which players are going on, which ones aren't. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and your sports takes into real money. All season long, Prize Picks free. And I was looking and I think this week Prize Picks are eyeing the baseball board and selecting Aaron Judge for more than one home run. Julio and Cease for more than 6 pitcher strikeouts. I have the same picks written down and I love how easy they make it. Download the app today and use code TONY to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 That's code TONY to get $50 instantly after you pay your first Prize Picks. Alright, back to the we go. Let's see what happens here. Makes it always a minute from Jimmy Clifford, everybody. Jimmy Clifford.
So my little sister is a conspiracy theorist, and the other day she walked up to me and she goes, "Hey, did you hear about this Helen Keller bullshit? What was that, Alexa Jones?" And she goes, "Yeah, my teacher's trying to peddle us some fake news, saying this bitch was born blind and deaf, but I'm supposed to believe she learned how to read and even gave speeches." I'm like, "Yeah, right, Biden was the president and he could do both of those at the same time." I was like, "Katie, Helen Keller was born blind and deaf." She goes, "Then how'd she learn how to read?" And I was like, "Well, she had this teacher named Annie Summer. She used to teach her little symbols into her palm. She learned to read that way." To which my sister said, "Reading is a scam used to steal money from white women."
The maid happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this Jewish boy is baptized. And amazingly, the church actually...
I don't know. Does anyone here know how she learned how to talk? I had to look it up on Google. Apparently, this is true. Annie Sullivan used to take Helen's hands, put it on her face and in her mouth, and she would feel the vibrations when she spoke and mimic those vibrations. Imagine walking in on that shit. Just some poor little disabled girl finger banging her teacher's face.
Alright, Jimmy Clifford. Welcome. Super topical bit about Helen Keller learning how to make noises. I'm pretty sure that it was old at the time that this Mustang convertible that's for sale was made. That was insane.
Even against their will, even under duress, they nevertheless are within the church.
I've been over here suffering listening to you, and you go look at me like I need something. That was actually the sound of Helen Keller trying to say hello.
I feel like we all wish we were blind and deaf during that.
That was something else. Jimmy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
We've been stand-up for like a decade.
And you went with your Helen Keller.
I went with the Helen Keller joke, you know? Apparently,
When he spent 5 years of that explaining to 15-year-olds who Nirvana was, so.
That was not as good as the Helen Keller joke.
Jesus. Having a battle of the Titans here. Jimmy Clifford, this is out of nowhere. So, Jimmy, what made you choose that material tonight?
I don't know. It felt mean. Felt like this was the right room for it.
All Holocaust historians afterwards
That's interesting.
I don't know why. For relying too heavily,
Two
perhaps,
people
on
ago.
Nazi
It's a sweet little room. No idea it'd be mean or dark or anything.
Yeah, how do you talk about Helen Keller but be the Ranger?
But that's not our purpose today. What is useful for our purposes is that in the very first chapter of this book, you essentially compare the Holocaust.
We're not on Legion of States right now where you have to like make sure everybody knows you were just funny.
The Holocaust may be tied to the events of
Jimmy, you do
say
for work.
next week,
I'm
500 years earlier.
a video. What
Which
kind of
I always
videos are you
felt,
editing?
I always felt like, oh, come on, it's not actually
Is it
like the
child
lack
porn?
of
Jimmy? No, okay, what are you editing?
I edited all sorts of things. I edited a lot of online content where I make fun of people
I
on
thought it was a
Cameo.
real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago.
I mean, I feel like Cameo is pretty topical for Kill Tony. Most of the regulars is how they make their day-to-day
But in
wage.
fact, the more I
Dead
study this
silence
period,
after everything. It's almost amazing. Like if we wanted to get room tone for audio, we would have just had you doing jokes. We could hear, make sure that we have the ventilation and the light sound of lighting and everything edited out of the baseline sound. it never gets quieter than when you try to make some noise in this room. Jimmy, so where do you live? Austin? For how long?
About 4 or 5 years.
Where were you at before that?
Jersey.
Okay. Jersey, what was that like?
Being in Jersey?
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty good. I lived on the shore, so it was
productive. Even when it was finally ridiculous, you can contemplate installing a
Have you been to
Jew.
Jersey? There's not really much I can tell you about it.
Okay, I guess 10 years in stand-up and a lifetime in Jersey, not much to say. You know, either one of the things, I guess. What do you think the most interesting thing about your entire life is, Jimmy?
The most interesting thing about my entire life is
prior to the expulsion itself through 1391.
I married an immigrant?
Dominican friar, very much active.
What?
I married an immigrant?
Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd you meet the immigrant at?
Scotland.
Simply
You went to Scotland.
I went to Scotland.
How'd you go to Scotland?
Edinburgh Fringe Festival.
Anti-Jewish
Oh, okay. So you went out and then what happened? You were in a coffee shop or what?
No, I just started screaming at people on the street to come to my comedy shows
and
because
provoking
I had
actual
to do
violence
something.
against
Clearly killed
One
Tony
should
was the tickets
recall
for me. So
that
I
the
worked
church
her
is
into the show. She enjoyed it, and then she came back.
effective hierarchical monolithic system.
So she came up to you and she goes,
The
I didn't
church
see
has
you
to
share.
deal with a
And then
widespread,
after the show,
primarily
what did you
illiterate
do with her? You guys go have
clergy,
drinks or
meaning
something?
the people who
Have
actually
drinks, got date going. It was fun.
often have
Did you hook
no
up that first
ability
night
to
with her?
read the holy
Gentlemen
text
never
that they
kisses and
purport
tells.
to
Don't ask my
represent.
wife.
And they're motivated by some of the
Yeah,
darkest
no, you're-
virtues that we have in the
You're on a
human
show right
panoply
now.
of psychological
You're on a show, Jimmy. Here's a
we
little
have
joke.
throughout Europe a lot of these
Ollie,
late
what do you
clergy
think about all this?
actually
It's
believe
crazy
that
as hell,
Jews,
man.
for example, drink the
A
blood of
lady
Christian
was
children and
doing
ridiculous
comedy
things
for
like this.
6
The
months.
educated
And
higher
figured out
levels of the church, including the
decade,
popes,
same
are constantly
exact
publishing
place.
polls against this
100%.
class.
That
No, it's
lady
not
who's been
true.
doing it 6 months
Please
and is
don't believe
much
these
more
people.
venture
That's
capitalist
not the
and
church
mentally
teaching,
ill
so
than
on.
a
And
comedian.
while the church
Just
still,
bloody Jimmy
persecutes
Clifford,
the
who's
Jews in the
coming
sense
back
of,
from
pertains
festivals,
to the
just
doctrine of
fresh and
witness that
ready.
we may have discussed
All
last
right,
year.
Jimmy.
Oh, God,
The
I'm a
Augustinian
little,
idea that Jews
out
must
of
be
practice. I had a baby about 2 months ago.
There, yeah, that would have been an interesting thing to say 5 minutes ago.
It's the most interesting thing in my entire life, Tony. I would say, it's awesome.
It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time, but it's usually under the expression of the underbelly of the church, often drawn by people like that, but it's not at all Christian. The church is still original peace and
There you go, it's Jimmy Clifford, everyone. We're going to keep it moving. We're having fun here tonight.
it's a
Interesting
lot
fucking
easier.
pull so far.
Very
Very interesting. Doesn't matter if you've been doing it 10 years or 6 months, the pressure can get to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute uninterrupted. Next one is Liv Taylor.
The doctrine of witness.
So I recently turned 31, and as a woman, I realized that now in my 30s, there's a point in your life that you realize you're no longer in your 20s. Like, that decade of your life is over. That's a defining point. There's a defining point. For me, I thought, this is when you turn 30. Apparently, that was when I realized I went from having headlight tits to a headlight and a fog
huge
light.
number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversion.
Bitch, where
We
you
don't have strong demographics.
Like, I don't
for
even
this
have
period,
kids to blame
but
this on,
it's
and I'm
clearly
half
in the
Puerto Rican.
tens of thousands. So you
There's
have
nothing
tens of
short of a miracle in and of
Jews
itself. I am half,
forcibly converted
and I don't speak
to
Spanish. I think
Christianity.
I'm more what you call like Puerto Rican.
How do they go on with their lives
Instead,
when the church does have
and I
this
get that side from my
now
dad.
it's a
Kind of hard to talk
zero-sum
about
game.
him,
You can't
not because he's
move
dead or
backwards. You have to
anything,
go
but because he's
forward.
just such a fucking
We also have at
narcissist.
this time
He's Puerto Rican. It makes sense. But my dad's like that kind of narcissist that's, he went to a military high school. He's convinced that he's a veteran.
All claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways to leverage popular support is by appealing
Best
to
bucket pull of the night so far. Barely decent yet. The number one ranked bucket pull of the night. Hell yeah. I bet you would. You're...
The next thing that's
You're half
relevant
Puerto
to this
Rican.
is
Is that why
imagine
you
yourself
think one of
yourself.
your tits is garbage?
You're a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either baptized or killed. And that's what
Still got
happened in 1391, the riots.
Leaning into the
And
wind.
now what do? The riots are gone. Peace is restored. And
Liv
do you
Taylor.
just
How
go
long you been
back
on
to living
stand-up?
Jewish leads, or
Almost
are
2
you
years in
going to
November.
be a target of
How do
another
you make
attack
money?
like the Ray?
I'm a
So
vet tech.
you try to
Yeah, I
maintain
actually
your lifestyle
I've been working for
predominantly
about
as
2 months.
Christian.
The last time I
But
went, I
you
did
know,
my
you
job
don't
at
want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast and when to
A lot of people think people just make money off of cameo for some reason. Steven isn't fed to sing around animals.
Yeah, I actually work in specialty, so I worked in anesthesia and
then it
surgery.
gets harder and harder because
Amazing.
people are living
What is some of the worst animals to deal with that you've learned about so far? What are the ones when you're like, oh no, there's a ton
So what they started doing at this
Really?
time
Land
was
sharks.
they started
Yeah, they're pretty
distinguishing
terrible.
Yeah.
Not all of them. I'll give some credit. There's some nice ones, but for the most part, they fucking suck.
and
Yeah. I agree completely. That's why we're trying to deport a lot of them right now.
going to be, so to speak, affecting
Back to Chihuahua.
Jewish education,
Back to
which is
Chihuahua.
perhaps the worst thing that can
There's a
happen.
Chihuahua in Mexico.
So, this is, we also have to know as well that in 1414,
Chihuahua.
another
Right,
big
there you go.
acceleration of
I
this
should have
phenomenon
Yeah.
with this distribution of
It's weird. One of
tourism.
my tits feels weird all of a sudden.
Are a medieval phenomenon that Spain pioneered. The most important of which we discussed last year was the
I
distribution
am
of
very
1253,
homebody, so I like hang out at home with my dogs, but I like to hang out with friends that pretty much are home since I've been here
In
also. And
1314, however, the church had
trying
got
to
it down
start a new life.
correctly.
I
They knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that the Jews would not possibly get the
Yeah,
upper
no,
hand.
movies, I mean, like, just really hang out. I
So you have
very boring.
a process where Tortosa
I've
distribution
really
was
delved
almost
into
2
comedy.
years
That's why I
long.
moved to Austin.
And it was a
Okay, what are some of the wildest things that you've seen out there in the comedy scene? These little shows, it's always comedians. We never really get to delve into the gritty, what it's like at the Austin open mics and whatnot. What have you seen?
Jews
Can you tell us
were
about
not
it?
allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates.
Yeah,
And
describe that for
afterwards,
people.
the judges, who of
It's
course
literally
were all
everywhere.
Christian, would declare
I mean,
the
you can be
winners, which
friends
were
with the homeless, or
invariably
you can be their worst enemy. I
interlocutors,
choose the
and
latter.
they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they have to hear,
I mean,
50
How about
forced
at the open
sermons.
mics? Once
So
you
for the
get there,
next
you're talking
year,
more about
every
the walk
Shabbos,
to the
they would
open
have to,
mics.
hear
it's literally
preachers
what you
coming
think
into
it
their
is. It's just
synagogues
like
and preaching the
hundreds of
gospel.
us just sitting
Or on
around
Sundays, they would have to
waiting
actually
for
go
it to be
and show
called.
up in
Some people
church,
get
and
sloshed
they
out,
would
you know,
take
shit
attendance.
faced.
And
I
they would
just kind
make
of hang
sure
out
that
with my,
forcibly
close
listen to
friends that I have.
You don't get shit faced.
you also have the burning of the Talmud, and generally
At least on
a
these nights.
crushed
Why get you already have a shit body? You're right, Liv. Oh, come on, shut up. What kind of show do you think you showed up
It's a
to?
40-pound shed last year, so I think I'm actually pretty
That's great. That's great. Say that again.
It's a Greece one hell of a diet.
What happened? What did you lose?
I lost my husband this year.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we talked about it last
Added
time.
to this, you have
Remind me, what happened?
the Reconquista,
Ah, that's
Christian
right.
reconquest of Gaza.
There it is.
This proceeded on pace, and making phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to
We have amazing
conquer
technology
Granada
here at
in
Rugen's
south
Comedy Club. Thank you to
This is a
Spotify
picture
for the amazing technology. We're able to tap into the audio in heaven.
at the background there, and here is Ferdinand and Isabella.
It is quite incredible. We're getting word that your former husband is trying to tell us something right now. Hold on. Here
But
you
with the conquest of Granada,
Wow, okay. What's his name?
Christian control of the entire
Joe.
peninsula.
Joe
including
is
Portugal,
joining us from heaven.
this means
Joe.
all of a sudden there's this sort of feeling
It's a
like
brand new
we
segment
control
on this
it
show.
all.
We're testing out
we
this
should
new
therefore
technology.
impose
That
an
soundboard's terrible.
entire system. And it's like one political party supports
Hold on a second. Wait, was that Antonio Brown I just heard? Is he dead? Antonio, what'd you say?
Okay, so in the 1470s, the Inquisition.
All right.
So what exactly
so
is the Inquisition?
If you have like a short-term goal for your comedy, what would it be?
Those new Christians who
I mean,
that
I'd like
is
to be
Jews who were
at
forcibly
least
converted to
featuring in the next,
Christianity,
like 2
who
years.
are
I know I'm not
backsliding
ready
from
for
their
something
faith
like that now. I'm
and
still working and building.
Jewish
It's all
practices.
art. So yeah, I'd say like 2 years.
Here is the official
I'll tell you a
seal
fun
of
fact.
this.
I actually have a
It's
picture
interesting in
of
Latin.
you
It
with
says,
like I went to a show of yours. It was like the year before my mom died.
This is actually
And
what year was that? It says Psalm 73.
I actually have a picture with
Catholic
you
Church
and
counts the
him
Psalms
together,
a little
and you guys have
different
this like
so I
very
had to look it up.
really,
So I found it
it's
here in
very
Psalm
odd.
74.
Wow, yeah,
The
going
motto
like
of the
this.
church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Elokim, Liva Livecha, Livecha Patzka Menavo, Kohaga.
Well, if you had a husband who looked like me and he was stuck with you, I could see why he wanted that truck.
That's what's included over here. And then the second part of the
We're
verse
getting
is,
here. She's smiling. She's living her dream. She's on the biggest show in her industry.
Yeah, you gotta be nice. She was there. Part of the truck is still on her face.
Oh, God, you're getting this is a very roasty panel there. And I liked your set so much so that you're like with the big joke book today, Lynn. Just based on the fact you're fucking full so far. There you go. Taylor, it's fun. We're having a lot of U's and O's in this crowd. Very sensitive crowd. A liberal girl whispering into her boyfriend's ear over there. Hey, just think it's me. Jesus Christ. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything. An astronaut, a president, a princess. That's me. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own business. You'll need a website, a payment system, a logo, and a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be overwhelming and confusing, but thankfully, that is where Shopify comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started.
Tony, I love Shopify. You can accelerate your content creation. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools. Get the word out when you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling.
And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. 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 Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by OpenPhone. If you're running a business, you know every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every customer conversation matters, you need a phone system to keep you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need OpenPhone. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system. It lines and scales your customer communication. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying two phones or using a landline. With OpenPhone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts, like a shared inbox. That way, any team can pick up right where the last person left off. Response times are faster than ever.
Antonio, I love OpenPhone. It's the best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Their AI agent is set up in minutes to handle calls after hours, answer questions, and capture leads, so you never miss a customer. So whether you're a one-person operation, drowning in calls and texts, or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, OpenPhone is a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. That's why I've been working with you for so long. OpenPhone is offering our listeners 20% off on your first 6 months at openphone.com/GoTony. That's PNPHONE.com/GoTony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, OpenPhone will port them over at no extra charge. OpenPhone. No missed calls. No missed customers. All right. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Benny G. Benny G.
And then they would be
Here he is.
famous representation by Bedoya to a series
So I married the
ritual
Wish.com
abasements
version
that were
of my high school
designed
crush.
to
The original
serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing and also as fitting punishments for the conversos themselves. They would also be required to wear this humiliating tunic
when we finally got
and the
divorced,
conical dunce
she
cap.
took me for pretty much everything. I was so ticked off that I called my sister directly after and said, I hope Obama
In some cases, they were
went the same
required
route
to wear
as
it
the
for the
mustache
life.
man and just eradicate
In
all
other
redheads.
cases, they were required
And,
to endure various
Yeah, I was
torments,
pretty ticked off.
including the
And
death penalty, the
she happens to have a
auto-da-fe,
son who's
the
redhead. She said,
burned
what are we going to do with
stake.
Elijah? I said, we're going to
And
throw him
this
in the
being
attic like
burned at
Anne
the
Frank.
stake, by the way, also
So,
included being burned in
But
effigy.
unfortunately,
The
that prayer didn't
numbers
come
are
true.
staggering.
They ended up going
Again,
after
we don't have a
redheads. So
really
I've got to
clear sense of
apologize to Gino
exactly how
Carano.
people were killed, but we
Totally
once
my
again
bad.
about tens of people
All right.
over the course of
I love the first like 30 seconds of that. That's good.
amazing
I have no idea really what the fuck you were talking about.
I felt like I kind of got edged with Genius. I thought it was gonna
Your brightest hand opener had me very interested in that. Something red hat.
Now, I should say for conversely,
Yeah.
what about the traditional Jews
Holly,
who
he's
were,
very
technically
nervous.
speaking,
You are?
exempt
He's
from
shaking so hard. I'm over here
because the
trembling.
church doctrine protected Jews as long as they
The
had
clown
not
just took his
been
makeup off.
Christianity. There was no, inexorable
It's just
authority
regular
because
locals up here.
backsliding
Betty G, how long you been on stand-up?
Jews.
This is my very first try.
However, there was
Wow,
always a
okay,
fear
that makes
that they
sense.
were infecting
No
the
wonder you're
conversos
shaking.
with
Look at that. How old are you?
And so from the
42. What made you
1470s
want to
on,
start
in
today?
particular under the
I've
influence
been actually trying to sign up
Torquemada,
since October of last year,
Jews
and
are expelled from their
got me down
homes
here was the
and
Holy Spirit. I
forced
found
to
Christ
take
a little
new
over a year ago, and
residents,
put it on my
often
heart to come
clearly
meet with
assigned to
me.
them by the government in less than
Absolutely
ideal
incredible.
circumstances.
So when
In order
Christ
to
found you
isolate them and
and told
separate
you
them
to
in
come to kill
literally
Tony
ghetto
on a Monday night,
environments,
what
so they would not
exactly
have
did
any
he say?
physical
And
contact
where
with
were
the
you? And when did this
conversos.
happen?
So
And
you
what
have the
did you
conversos
eat
being
that day?
exposed to Inquisition,
It was a long journey, so I was an atheist for 40 years of my life, and
liberal
January
expulsions.
of
In one
2024,
case, an entire
I called out to a
province
God I didn't believe in, and I actually heard back
were
from
expelled, but in most
Okay,
cases,
so
they were expelled
what's a
from
number to
regions
God exactly? Can you give
in cities in order to
When
separate
you say
them.
you called out to
By
God,
the way,
what exactly happened?
of
Can you
course, the
describe
Abrams
it?
rule
I just got ripped off by
clear
my in-laws at the
economic
time.
For how much? How much did they rip you off? Give me a number.
engagement because all
Not
of
a
a sudden,
specific number. I was supposed to be
Jews
getting
typically
paid
are
75% of all the calls I was
people,
doing.
and they
They
tend to
ended up
live
giving me
in the
40%,
downtown core of cities because they're early settlers.
Taken aback by it,
This
and
all of a sudden frees
asked my
up
wife
all
to
this
try to
prime
rectify the situation because they were their parents.
real estate
And
that can be
she
used
told me
for
I
the
had
town,
to sell my
for
belongings,
local
sell
officials,
myself
and so
like
on.
plasma
You
and
can
stuff like
send
that
them
to
out.
make ends meet.
They may live in
that moment, I called
Midtown,
out to
and
God.
they have all these beautiful brownstones over there. The upper west side, upper
This
east
is
side.
incredible.
So listen, from now on, you have to live in the
Did
space.
God tell you to leave that bitch? Was that the first thing he said?
So,
Some other place far away, like across the river. You've got other state over there.
I've come to
That
answer
would
your
be
call. You deserve the 70%. You have to leave this family and sign up for Kill Tony on Monday nights in Austin, Texas. Your story deserves
To
to be
explain
heard.
exactly what his role was,
We
in the
actually did
economy,
end
there
up
were
getting
several figures who were at the top of the
Absolutely.
financial
I
pile
had a feeling I was on the
general
spectrum,
society
so I went and got
in
tested.
Spain.
Turns out I had Alzheimer's.
a waste of a
Under Ronald,
test.
who speaks up next, is another choices with the Inquisition. He chose to go with the
Turns
exile
out, in a stunning turn of events, you have Asperger's. Congratulations on being the last person to find out. They tested him in the parking lot like a COVID test. Like, yep, he just rolled down his window. Like, yep, you got it.
I saw his thumb in his pocket, and they're like, yeah, go ahead.
Your old warm thumb, one of the first giveaways of
Back in high
Asperger's.
school, you had at the bottom peasants or
What's
serfs
some of the most
who are kind of
Asperger-y
like
things that you do?
landed slaves.
I have
They have
really
sort
bad
of like a
social
land
anxiety.
allotment,
You know,
but they do not have the freedom
just
to
not good
move.
with
They are required
Look at you
to
facing your
the
fears
Lord's
head on.
permission to marry,
Absolutely incredible.
and a certain amount of either their work product
What else
or
have you been
their
doing with your
actual
life for
labor
fun?
is owed to these lords.
not a whole
So
lot.
in
Just
some
going to church
cases,
and
they would actually, if
volunteering
they
where I
were
am.
very strong
Okay, so tell
farmers,
us
they
about
would
some
have
of
to
the
pay a certain amount
volunteering that
of their
you've
crop
done. Have
to
you
the Lord as a
I went,
tax,
did a
basically
week
rental
with
for the
Samaritan
land.
first,
Or in places
at
where
Western
the
North
produce
Carolina or
was not
whatever,
such great, they would have to
hurricane
some sort of corvée,
Okay.
which was
What
meant
did you
that
do
a certain number of
we
days
were
a
just
week
clearing a bunch
they
of
had to
different
work
trees and
on
stuff
the
that
Lord's fields, and that's basically the position they occupy. Then you move up from there.
Do you ever get
kinds of professions and classes.
I mean, if God talks to you, I mean, you might like they say lightning would strike twice. But I mean,
Membership,
has
but
the
they
devil
are
ever reached out to you since you have a direct? Oh, we have someone.
then you have
There's someone calling in. What do we got here?
and the original idea, the theory of the nobility is, and this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land and did not defend themselves from nomadic attacks, so they sort of appointed a certain class to be the warriors, the knights, who would protect you from deprivation. And this was a kind of social contract that the nobility was there to protect the larger society. And the peasants would agree to pay for
I love it. And you get, are they grown up?
Or 17,
almost 15, and almost 14.
And at the top of the nobility, there you have the king.
The devil
So
inside
the big, by the way, one other very important
No, he's actually on the
church. The church sort of stands outside all of this.
Like your own quote for retarded shit, you have to say like, oh, it's been 10 minutes.
Entire population.
Is your
Now, the big
17-year-old
question is,
corrupted?
where did the Jews fit into this system?
What's the craziest thing about your 3 kids?
They're certainly not noble. They're kind of like burgers, but they are not
They're
allowed
all on
into
the
the
spectrum.
guild. So what exactly do they do? So this is where they get the job. Instead of being penalized,
With the youngest, how do you think the youngest avoided the spectrum? Did you do something different? Perhaps hold out?
Meaning that even though they could live in the hospital, nevertheless, their lord is the king in St. Peter's Day. Rival reservations here, primarily because that's called the law of Latvia.
So what makes you think that the kid might not be yours, other than the spectrum thing? Does it look different?
Yeah, she definitely does look different.
She's back.
The law of Latvia says that Christians can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise.
I said she's coming out for he said,
Are you serious?
No one can invest, no one can find venture capital, try some, brand new venture, and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of the reason how they get the goods. So the Jews
over the past 12 years, but the fun fact is that it's one of the oldest sound effects in the Kill Tony playbook, 12 and a half years. If you ever asked your ex-wife to tell you the truth about your youngest child,
I have, but she's never said anything.
It is a really heavy cost.
By the time, we actually thought that she might not be mine,
which were
too late. She's
highly valued
commodities, so I'm going to try to take that away. She got
Jesus Christ almighty.
expelled the Jews 3 times in the 14th century. So you see they expelled them 3 times.
Is there anyone you think it could be?
Back 3 times.
I know, it's with my first wife, she got her cheating on me 3 times.
So, the Jews have this very special
How many of
role.
these times went to go see all these Sadiq live?
They generate a lot of capital, and the king
Let's talk about you, and I know this is personal. You've seen the show, and let me tell you, you are crushing this interview right now. Everyone wants to know. I don't really have any hobbies. I'm a homebody. I go to work. What do you do? All these idiots. And meanwhile, there's you, just unable to tell a lie, just over here. King and Bean Spiller, first of his name.
So, the
Admiral
singular
of the
family were the
Aspergers,
principal tax
the protector
farmers
of thumbs.
of the kingdom of Ferdinand and
Has
Isabella, which
arrived. So
ultimately
let's go through this
encompassed almost
cheating
the
thing,
entire
which I find
population.
so interesting, and all the
So
listeners
if you
guaranteed
are
right now
to
are
persecute
enjoying
the
this
Jews,
part of the
what
show
happens
because they
if,
hear
for
about
example,
these things. Maybe it's affected some
my
of them.
gosh, it's like you take all
Tell
these
us,
bankers,
when you caught
and
her
they're only
cheating,
allowed
how
to
did
bank
you,
their
like,
Jews,
what
and
were
to make
some of the scenarios that you walked in on
plus
or
their
found
trial.
out?
talking about the first wife and the third wife.
All of a sudden, the banking
Wow,
industry
this is incredible.
crashes
He
to
gets
a
hotter
halt
every time he
because
says it.
these new Christians are not allowed to engage
Oh,
in
Dee's going to fuck one of them right now.
And what about all the debts that are owed to these Jews, which are the income base for the taxation of the
One of
king?
them has an
The king
afro.
wants
It's
to get the
completely
collection.
blind.
Wants
Plays a hell of a bass guitar. She's
They get
four.
I honestly feel like this is how Creed started.
the east of the
Yeah.
economy.
Absolutely.
Or to
Okay,
look at it
so
from the metaphor
Any
of
cheat,
Shimon
let's go to
Goodnow,
any wife.
Jews
Just
are
tell
like
us
a
about a time that
sponge
you've caught
that can
a
be
wife
dipped
cheating on
into
you.
the
So we got done moving, and she was supposed to be working night shift at
drawn
Amazon.
out, and the water
I
would
could
be
well,
squeezed
she
out
was
by the
working
king.
night shift
You
at
can't use that sponge anymore.
Call the anaconda.
I
couldn't find the mop. I was trying to clean up the house.
This is especially the case
stuff like
when
that. I
the
wanted
war
her
in
to
Grenada
come
is
home at
going
6 o'clock
on,
in the
where
morning
they're
or
trying
whenever
to
shit
expel
hits
the
a nice
last
clean house.
Muslim kingdoms from Spain.
God, Benny
How are
G.
you supposed to finance
Holy
this?
shit, this is
If you take all
incredible.
these Jews to Christianity?
You wanted her to
It's a
come
very
home to
difficult
a
problem.
nice clean
And
house, so you
ultimately,
stayed up all night.
Abraham and
You
others were
sweet,
able to
sweet
hang on
boy.
to the
I
very
drove
end
over
and
to our
enjoy
old place because we
the
left the
protection,
Roman mob there
primarily
to try
because
to
of the
clean it up.
economic
You even had to
aspect
go
of
back on a
this.
trip to do the mission that
Well,
you wanted to do.
as I
And she was
mentioned,
walking out
the
with another man.
expulsion was
Oh my God!
which secures a very powerful
Oh
moving
my
picture
God, the old Roman dustpan. And then later come to find out she was actually hooking. So she was making money. She was getting paid to do this. Prime delivery. Okay. Ollie, what were you gonna say there? Okay, we're waving it off. Gotta tie the tie. So, Benny G, how did you find out she just admitted to you she was hooking? It was actually one of my coworkers. He said she walked out of your old house. Okay. He'd been on Reddit. She's like, your wife recently got braces, didn't she? I'm like, yeah. How do you know? You haven't seen her in like 2 years since the last Christmas party or whatever. And he's like, well, you might want to look up this name on Reddit. And sure enough, I did. And there was all her back page ads from the time we started dating. Oh my God, what's her name? You are disgusting, right, man? I can't believe you. This is a real emotional part of the show, and there you are asking, what is her name? Just all right. So, this is incredible. Now, did she ever give you a reason why she got into this? Did she need the money that bad? After we, I forgave her, we tried to stay together after that, but,
from our holy
forgave her for being an all-out killer?
She found out he had one ball.
In the process which we convened in the city of Toledo last year, 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews should be set apart in all the cities where the nation of our realm. This is like the local expulsion. In other words, they're saying, we tried to deal with this problem by
Did you get your tubes tied by any chance before your last kid came out?
Thereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the Christians, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication which they have had and shared with the Jews, as whom it is proved that they always do, by whatever ways and means they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy and separate them from us and attract and pervert them to the cursed city.
She wanted you to come inside of her, but she did not want any little Asperger baby running around. She didn't want any of that, right? Yeah. Okay, good, because she had met your other kids, and she's like, oh, hell, yeah, pretty much. Right. Okay. Wow, it's been a long interview, Benny, but I feel like I could go on and on with you. Wow, is there any other time that, any other good of the cheating ordeals? I think that's what people really love.
Which they have to fast, and joining with them
my
to
mother and my sister
teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they
it's like
must
all the
observe
bucket pulls
giving them their houses and
one chosen man. I think God really is in his fucking earpiece. This guy is so interesting. Did they get in trouble for that?
Oh yeah, my sister did
Them to understand that there is no other
Yeah,
religion
those
which
oil
would
and
say that.
gas companies tend to be able to afford lawyers and private investigators. Well, did they think they were going to get away with it?
I mean, they got away with it for
Very
like 10
clear
years
that
or
what the
something.
writ of expulsion is talking about is
And they
basic
tracked
Jewish education. You have
It's enough time to spend the money, that's for sure.
Jews
I
are
mean, you can
torn
Google it to
away
this day. It's
from
a
their
national story
and
in
they're trying to get back
Yeah,
to
and you were close with them. What did they spend that money on? Do you remember anything specific where you're like, that's kind of weird?
possibility.
I mean, hookers and blow.
Agree with the council in the regard that certain parents and grandees and caballeros of our realms and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter
Benny, I
with
love
much
your style.
deliberation,
You're so loose
are
up here. You're
agreed
smiling. And
that
15
all the
minutes ago,
said
you were
Jews and
shaking.
Jewesses of
An
our realm
unbelievable
shall
job.
leave,
Unbelievable
never
interview.
return,
Thank you
nor
so
come
much for
back
coming
to
by.
God.
Benny G, everybody.
And upon this we heard that this our edict is given,
Compelling
by
story.
which we order all Jews
His
and
biggest fear,
Jewesses of
social
whatever
anxiety.
age
He just
to live and
crushed it
dwell
during the interview part for
our said
15
realms and
minutes.
dominions,
Let's see
as
if
well as
this
the
person
native
can follow
born
that.
among
Your
them,
next bucket
as
pool goes
those
by the
not
name of
native
Ty
born, will
Marion,
no matter what
everybody.
enemies have
Ty
come in our realm.
Marion.
But by the end of next month
Oh,
of
we know
July,
Ty.
that comes in the present year, they shall
All right,
leave
this is
all
my
our
fourth
said
time now on
realms
the
and
show.
dominions
It has
with
not
their
made
sons
me
and
famous,
daughters
but
and
it's cool
servants
because I
and
still look
maidservants
famous.
and Jewish followers,
Like, I know I
as
look
well
like
as
a
great and
racially
small,
ambiguous
of
Ross
whatever
from
age they may
France.
be, and that they do not dare to return to them.
Not too long ago, a dude came up to me in the street and said, "Hey, you kind of look like a special needs David Blaine."
Or in any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so,
And then he goes, "But I bet you're
and are
not allowed
found
to
to
do
be in our
magic
said
within
realms
100
and
yards of a
dominions,
school."
or to come to them in any manner,
That's
incur
kind of
the
fucked
punishment
up because,
of
like,
death,
I won't even listen to
and the
Drake.
confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and
About a
treasury.
week ago, a
And
girl
that these
rejected
penalties
me
are
because she
incurred by
said
the
that I looked like
exact
a
with
wax
no
statue
other
of Happy
trial
Gilmore
or
that was left in the sun
sentence
too
or
long.
declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish
I was
soil
like, "Oh, you got a Sandler
without
fan. Well, I bet
death
you come over,
without
I'll make you
trial.
call me Big Daddy."
Incredible statement. It's
And
killer.
she goes, "I bet if I
And
go
we
over, I'm
command
going to find
created
out
that
you have
enter
a
all
little
persons
Nicky."
in our said realms of whatsoever estate,
And I said, "No, it's
condition,
more like
dignity they
a
may dare
gem."
to receive shelter or assist,
Thank you.
or to be comfortable with or to us, after the
That is
said
true.
date
You
of the
do
coming end of
look like
July,
all of those
hereinafter in our
things.
lands or houses,
You are
or in any
indeed
other
the
part of our said
platform
realms
that
and
God
dominions,
has
on
given
pain
you.
of
A
loss of
face
all
like
their
that has
possessions,
led you right here
vassals,
in this
and
moment with
citadels, and
great
other
jokes
heritages.
about what the fuck
Meaning,
you look like.
any
It is
Christian
incredible. A
gives
lot of people with a
refuge
face
to
like
you,
that would be
they
sad
suffer
and have nothing
complete
to do with it in
confiscation
their
of their
respective
entire
industry. Meanwhile,
property.
it's like you have a prop
It
with
goes
you
on,
at all
but you
times.
get
I
the
love
basic
it. I'm
idea.
signing
It's a
autographs
complete
left and right.
and
None of
utter
them are for me,
expulsion.
but it's fucking
And
fun.
today, this will have tremendous
Jonathan
economic
Sadler.
consequences.
Yeah.
Ferdinand and
It
Isabella
is
are
incredible.
locked
There's quite a
into
look. Are your
this
ears fucked up, or is that
orthodox
just the hat?
The hat, maybe, but
interpretation.
yeah, I do have big ears.
With
I don't know.
no
I lost
flexibility
like
whatsoever.
55 pounds lately,
They
and
moved
whenever
toward
it's
this
happened, it's just
largely
gone all
because
my
of the
ears. Like
events
I
that
fucking
began
hear
in
everything too.
1391
So thank you,
with the
whoever
First
that was.
World. They cannot turn the clock back and only move it forward. This is what some
Yeah, that ear's a little fucked up, right? It's like a little chunky.
Browning in particular point to
Your
is the
lobes are
natural
you have
opposite of what they
gigantic
call the
earlobes.
ratchet effect.
God, that's
those
two different ears.
wheels that you can turn on a boat to
That's a
like
new
pull
one.
out
Yeah,
the
definitely
sails or something.
on this
They
side.
have like cogs on the outside of the wheel.
It is
and
an
a little
interesting look. Does your whole
so you can
family look like
turn
this?
the wheel one
Just you.
Pretty
but
much.
with every
How do you
little
think this
fraction of
happened?
Don't really know.
Have you ever slept before? Have you ever do you eat drink the same thing every day? Like what is it? Well, let us know
step
what
by
to
step.
avoid exactly.
But kind of like, I don't think it's really like food related. Like I'm
The
kind of
Senora
a little
family
different from my family. So recently I did a
that we have.
23andMe,
And by the way,
and I
much of
found out
this
that I'm 100%
material, much of
unable
this
to handle it. I mean, he got once.
Jews happened in camera, in secret.
I couldn't hear what you said. Team Madness just sat down and he murmured the words. This motherfucker ugly as shit. I just heard even D knows, which is incredible. Born blind, but meanwhile he walks in from using the restroom and can just tell. Just tell. Ty, anything crazy happened in your life since the last time you were on the show?
I got hit by a car riding on a scooter.
Okay, did it hit you in the face by any chance?
No, it would have helped me out, I think. No, just one of these great Austin drivers who have here in Texas just not paying attention and went through a red light as I was coming through an intersection.
Nevertheless,
Wow, they ran a red light and hit you on a live scooter. Excuse me, they were on normal, like 35, 40.
She was about to make a right turn, so
When you say she, what
there is a
ethnicity was
legend,
this
very
woman?
she
close
was his
to
favorite.
source, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that
Another
Signor
L
Senora did not quit, and then he would take on a new economic
Yeah, she could,
war,
but she was on top of the scooter. She didn't really have a choice.
if he did not convert, she would destroy the entire
Wait, so the car was on top of the street.
Yeah. So like, not to harp on last year's stuff, but I'm kind of autistic as well. Like,
We just had fucking shaky McWhat the fuck up here, so it's not really registered.
my source was I didn't get diagnosed until like really late in life, so I had to like battle it and try to be normal and so it's just a facade.
Did they tell you that you have a face that looks like an Asperger? Somebody order number 33, Asperger.
I think they said your face has droptism. Alright, that's very saggy. Thank you, sir. I'm trying to kill myself later.
Kim has one joke that doesn't work. She goes on a 6-minute break. Fuck you. Alright. Well, Ty, fun times. You were on the show again. You've been on numerous times before. Anything else crazy we should know about you? How did it end? The thing that she give you money?
Yeah, well, we're kind of settling it now. The cop that arrived is the same cop that was here on the last story that I told on the show. Not to rehash anything. It was the same guy, so he was like, hey, you want all this information, you need to go ahead and do this. I was like, I think I'm fine. You're not fine. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, I hope the settlement happens before this episode comes out.
You'll notice the limp now when I leave.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right, Ty Marion, what do you got? You got a big joke book? Yes, sir. Okay, well, then there you go. Ty Marion, everybody. All right, very exciting. Guys, this podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. You know, it can be overwhelming to have too many options. Figuring out which TV shows to stream or deciding what to wear in the morning can just be too much. Well, the same applies if you're a business owner who's hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But you're in luck. ZipRecruiter now gives you the power to proactively find and connect with the best ones quickly. How? Through their innovative resume database. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony.
Don't you think ZipRecruiter is the best hiring site out there? ZipRecruiter resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on the top candidates for your roles. See a candidate you're interested in, you can unlock their contact info instantly. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rating hiring site based on G.
The #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Skip the candidate overload and streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers push on ZipRecruiter to get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to the exclusive web address ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony right now to try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. We're gonna bring up one of the rising comedian stars from Canada that's been on the show numerous times before. Here with a new minute, make some noise for Ben Bankus, everybody. It's Ben Bankus.
And in many cases, they forfeit a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them. Just
What's going on? I got 2 kids. I just had my second kid.
So Senor was charged with the task.
Yeah, my wife, she tells people, yeah, my second kid, for our daughter. So she'd have a friend.
He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there's a tremendous number of court documents indicating the displeasure of the Crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to. He was Jewish. His son, Mayor Melamed, ended up passing away shortly before his father-in-law. Abraham died.
You see those gender reveals where the guy already has 2 daughters, and then it comes out pink, and he's like, fuck. I can't fucking handle this shit.
Situation
so I have a son, but everybody thinks it's manly to have sons, it's your boy. But, like my daughter, she's 3, not once in 3 years did I worry she was getting.
The economy of the nation took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact
my son's 3 months old. I'm fucking worried.
To be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reinforce the fact that there's a lot of new factors. So it's basically the story of this very sad
fantastic Ben, unbelievable 7 nights so far, no doubt about it. How long have you been on stand-up again?
Going on
15 years. Real robots here at the mothership. Long story short, we were getting wasted at the bar last week, and I said I'll give you a minute. Are there any signs? Yeah, that's the thing behind the scenes of Kill Tony. If I get drunk enough right next, so you know what, I'll do what you do.
You guys are watching the sausage get spots.
Yes. The sausage gets some spots. Is there anything gay about the 3-month-old that makes you think it might be gay, or is it just a funny joke?
Yeah, I mean,
or is it like sucking its thumb like back and forth like that?
Yeah. Well, like, he breastfeeds.
It shits and moans.
What?
Rabbi Abarbanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I mean, I wish I could spend so much more time with his life and his activities. I'm deeply inspired by it. Yes, here. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-time sponsor of these classes in various forms. He was also a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate, is dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birthday as my grandmother, Allah Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been. And he passed away in Jerusalem just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University. Actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography about Rabbanel, of Rabbanel, Abar Branel. We'll get to that name in a second. It was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 2 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and a really very impressive individual. Son also involved in the idea. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments tonight. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senor last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Hilberg, I really thought that the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition and the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Ben-Zion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible, when you look at the dates, that Hilberg, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work, because that's where you see the thesis developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it, those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. Here at Thurl College, our chair of our history department, Tobin Singer, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester. They have to take it again. So there's another quote that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's some serious rhymes going on here. Let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some very parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of the Anatha Dafe, a mass execution, burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argues, or activity like rioting and so on, he argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class, who saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues that they were unprepared for the results because the ongoing trope in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option to work or die.
Person
Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die. Suicide. On other occasions, which makes it a little bit more complicated than just a binary choice of live or die. There are two other choices. One is, or pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is go run away, flee. So the burgers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1939. That the Jews kind of unexpectedly and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why they differ in the 14th century are beyond the scope of our inquiry today. Netanyahu would argue, though, was primarily for social mobility. That the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a really terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given a choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Jewish ideas. And the burgers are now caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of the restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement in the professions, on entry into guilds, were all disappeared in an instant. And so they were confronted with perhaps 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology. These almost Christians. They had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? The new Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the imposition. The church was interested in, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing, and they're going back to their Jewish roots, so you had to inquire as to their bona fides, quite literally. And the imposition led, as we discussed last week, to the isolation of the Jewish community because the Jews who had converted were still in extensive relationships with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the issue. This is the kind of parallel history that we discussed last week. Netanyahu's thesis, there are others who disagree, particularly with the economic component of this analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. If you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century Germany, we see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left. We see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the line of this graph. Late 19th century and 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma, as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were close to them. And we could rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jewish for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and described it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching up with their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans. And this created an environment that, not religiously, but socially was untenable, because the Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own country. There was this kind of like separate class of people who were like who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in the media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads the Nazi period to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing of restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who are non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And when, obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany because they still had the rule of law, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this line of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition and Expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal. It's the kind of resonance that we have to be aware of.
That's all good. That's what happens on a show where you sign up and your name goes in a bucket and people don't know, and then now you know.
This is what you do. We should begin with, how do we say his name? Netanyahu actually cataloged 17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet. Of course, he was active in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as a result, using Latin alphabet with a lot of variation. And 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, does not conventionally include vowels in its writings, and so it gets even worse. How exactly
there is no waka waka.
one of the most popular versions in America is Abar Banel. When I told my wife I was giving a lecture on Abravanel, she said, "Oh," I said, "Abar Banel, oh, like the wine." Right? So that's how she remembers it that way. Abar Banel is perhaps, if you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abar Banel. It's a popular song, Abar Banel, Ba Ba Ba, Abar Banel. But probably correct, following Netanyahu, probably correct is Abravanel. That's really how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years of 1437 to 1508, he came from an extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, grandfathers, all with tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain, in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather Shmuel converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, but most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more pro-Jewish, or at least tolerant approach. And when they're in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish life. Abravanel rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion. It seems to have been something of a blight on the family history. So you only find out about it from sources outside of his own writings. He received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. We'll look at what those things are momentarily, but first let's understand a little bit about, why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you had one of the most intense periods of anti-Jewish persecution in memory. One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchy that were modeled in, let's say, France, some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of divisional power. And one of the areas where the king did have significant power and could wield it over the church was the institute of Saturday cameras. You may recall we discussed this last week. That's basically the term is Latin and it means servants of the chamber, the royal chamber, an institution of which Jews reported directly and exclusively to the king. They did not report to local nobles, or certainly didn't report to burghers, and so as a community, whatever revenues they generated from tax farming or commerce or whatever could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were extremely valuable institution because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king had sufficient power there who could allow against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was really okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, when Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach, when you kasher your house, or kashering your meat and things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years. Hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than leave. Of course, they left. Still, this was a period of tremendous change. Abraham was right at the center of it. But in his early years, there was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement for a well-placed, another brilliant young man like Abraham. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of nobility, the House of Braganza, which is the Alfonso the First, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? So he received a thorough rabbinics, and if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive fervor of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was in text, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious text. Spain is also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe Leon, and others. And so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about messianism and predict the messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year that Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed to pass that day without Mashiach. At the same time, again, typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers. Also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he used quite well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards the Neoplatonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who was truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, he's one of the most popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his very liberal attitude towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition per se.
The most Latino thing about me.
So, in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of his stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or he led the charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help. For example, it's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery, and this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities, where they would be seized by pirates and then put on a slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market, and Agravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of stuff to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery and then ransomed them back. And for this kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure, someone who was truly deserving of respect and adulation.
The youngest one hates the oldest one because she's jealous of her.
Can I zoom in on the face a little bit?
Oh, Elena says that she's getting boobies, so she needs to wear a bra. And I was like, well, that's a weird thing to bring up. And then I was like, well,
when you go online, you can do it. Just try to show a plus.
That's what she was wearing.
Sorry, students. What are you going to do? They can't know. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a loan of an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in Spain, in Portugal, to the war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it, just from his personal coffers. Rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own in many other fields, as well as Jewish leadership. And he maintained in touch with them even when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, and managed to reunite with them towards the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward, and he was active as a political and as a figure, very serious success as an economic figure, but his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating the Iberian Peninsula at this time. He was 49 years old, it was completely unexpected, and this changed Agravano's fortunes dramatically. The successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it, some say it's Joao. I like to think of it as Joao, as I think I told you last week when he was born, they said Joao was the boy. I can't do that joke twice. But Joao II, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no land in the States, treasury, and here he's trying to build together. He's seeing that all the other things are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, the class of law, these kinds of attitudes of the seat being identical with the king, and Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was to find some quick sources of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The two obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Agravano was one of the primary figures that was supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely caught in the sights of Joao II. What happened was Agravano was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V.
Rather than what I
He
thought was a
left
more
home with a
obvious
single
route.
traveling companion, and on the way, he stopped at an inn and learned that, in fact, the House of Braganza had been arrested. So Agravano put two and two together, and he realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was, in fact, going to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family
She looks like someone
behind.
left their Barbie in the sun.
He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he crawled across the border and made his way into Spain safely. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop. And it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times.
I don't think it scared anybody, but I taught cultural diversity, believe it or not.
His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with, I think suppression would be too hard a word, but he battled with
and can you give us a lesson here? Can you give us what it was like if we showed up to your class and just a
echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there's a small ironic twist to it. Agravano anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom. In fact, shortly after he spirited his family out of Spain, he learned of a plot to kidnap his 1-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him. Claiming he was a Christian would have to remain in Portugal, and then, Agravano would be forced to come back and meet
college professor thing just for 10 seconds. Just
so
pretend
he
like
was
you're a college
nevertheless able
professor,
to
and I'll
spirit all
pretend
his
like
family
I'm a
up
black
before that
college
happened.
student.
And he poured his energy into his writing, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He'd written a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary on the first 3 books of Tanakh, the first post-Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work which is still studied to this day. He wrote more than 400,000
Honestly, I'm so painfully white that like half the time I don't know what they're saying, or I didn't know what they were saying.
Novels are putting time to space. A typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. The book that I published a couple of months ago, it's about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. Incredible output. And genius, fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes an unusual sense of self, which, but in the Book of Kings, for example, which is not an issue output, but his commentary in the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon, and the kings were just like it was over here, and he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying he gives examples of things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic, it's more like a memoir. You can imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible. So yeah, this is just like what Al Gore and Bill Clinton, the Addis problem. That's sort of what it's like. It's an unusual combination of commentary on the Bible and a political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and very gripping reading. He has a lot to say about the so on.
one adopted
Of
child.
course, given his unique
yeah,
talents
yes,
and his
Awesome.
reputation, he was
Okay,
summoned
great.
to
Awesome. How old is
King
she?
Ferdinand and Queen Isabella,
14. Amazing. So let
and
me ask
he
you
was
this,
allowed to
because
retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion.
did a lot of the
And he
a
entered
lot of the guys
service
at
in
colleges
their
flirt
court.
with you? 'Cause a
So
lot
now
of,
he's
like,
in his
there's a lot of
second
teacher
royal
student
court,
hookups,
where
and
he
I
was
bet some
essentially the
related on
third
pretty thick,
in
am I right?
command economically.
I
His
don't
king
know
and
if I'm
queen were
really
jointly the head of the
type
government,
that they
and
go
Abraham
for,
Senior was the
but I
principal
mean,
tax collector. He
no,
was third. He worked directly under much older Abraham Senior, and he rose to tremendous prominence. In Spain, after having been in tremendous prominence in Italy. But, sorry, in Portugal. As we discussed, that was for, we're talking about basically a period from 1483 to 1492, which is where the expulsion, 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain.
I'm really
Amazingly,
the type that they go for, but I mean, I'm kind of a pushover.
Abraham and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes about this at great length. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, Ferdinand was his model. That was exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous for listening to people without saying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the expulsion. Abraham attempted to stage the expulsion. It was just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July. They were talking about a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Bravano raised a massive bribe, offering it to King Queen, hoping that that would stay the decision. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene, which unfortunately Bravano did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third-person accounts in which they believe that Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, that he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening and said, oh, it's not good. All we have to do is speak to the Queen. The Queen owed a lot to Abraham Senior. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage. And they thought that they had in with the Queen. And so Bravano and Senior went in to make their last appeal to the Queen. The Queen, however, was in a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are ironically quoted in the same context in the Talmud, that the fact that the thoughts that the king has are put there by God, that only God can really inspire him to act. And Bravano, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless. So he raised himself up to full stature, and he just blasted Isabella with a withering rebuke, saying that this would ultimately be the end of Spain, that any nation that dares to persecute the Jews ultimately finds doom down upon their own head, and he walked out with his dignity intact at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion went ahead, but nevertheless he did. It's a famous oration that we only have in third-hand accounts, but nevertheless quite unlike Senor and his son-in-law and the family who chose to convert to Christianity to retain and ultimately retain their position of authority and wealth,
legally you
Agravano
can't
chose to
like
go
go
into
through
exile
what
with
today
the
of
Jews,
ourselves. And I'm
even
like,
though
we're gonna have a party to be then. I mean, we can't do this. But she kept her name. It gets changed her last name to Mike. Thank God.
Rabbi Simeon. So this began a period of tremendous wandering that took him to the end of his life. He was already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain, and although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre and crossing the Pyrenees into Europe proper, later we're going to have massive communities in Sparta, in Amsterdam, for example. He chose the less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well in this map because there's so many arrows here. But he ultimately decided to come to Naples, Italy. And many other Jews that we discussed in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries, to modern Turkey. He had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. Naples didn't work out that well. They were fortunate to be accepted. There were 3 ships that the Agravanos were on one of them, and the Jews on it contracted the plague. And so in Naples, there was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees, many of the other ports did not accept Jews at all. To even think of accepting Jews with the plague was exceptional. Nevertheless, they were moved by the plight of these illegal Jews, and they did in fact accept them and ultimately cared for them in Naples. And when he was there in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary, continued through many of the other books that we have. War, however, interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee first to Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and then upward. Wandering for many years, spending sometimes only a few weeks or a few months as the war progressed and closed off many avenues for them. He began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, writing on the ritual of the Passover, the Gospel Lamb, the Passover sacrifice. It comes down to a commentary on the Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and messianism in our time. And at this point, under the influence of one of his sons in particular, he was very taken with the Kabbalistic trend that we spoke about with Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate the Messianic end, which he believed would occur in 1503. As I mentioned earlier, ultimately, he was saddened and mistaken. His last major stop was in Venice, where he actually, yes, that's right.
I wonder what white people's favorite rap song is singing. Say nigga, niggas ain't around.
Yeah, definitely.
They at least got one that
you still have illegal communities, you still have isolated coastal communities. I mean, Hong Kong was part of China and part of England at the same time. There's many exceptions. And Nefek can't shy herself on that. You know, you can't really ask questions off something as rough as this. But Jews were, in fact, migrating to these places. The whole story of the Spartan community in London is particularly fascinating. We'll explore that, though, in the spring semester. Okay. So, Binder, here we are, Venice. Last stop was Venice. And I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of his stay here. Remember, we have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his 7th decade, has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but like, for example, he wrote an entire commentary on the book of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migration. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to one of his sons. So he rescued it. In fact, we have the rescue copy today. But incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? At Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the service of specifically the issue there, and it's really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. Here's the situation. These two maps here show the Silk Road and the Spice Route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can for refrigeration. Spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and points east, China, and elsewhere. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable luxury commodity that's very easy to transport, very light, has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth, China is packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name Spice and Silk Road. But the thing is, there are only two routes. There is the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria, and then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands, and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland, either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economics of the Silk Route and Spice Route is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got to pay for the local security to keep the brigand. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it to $500 in France. It just expands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and toll at every rest stop. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. You know, you want them to sleep as long as possible. You have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but let's go on. So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama, you'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham Zacuto and his development of the astrolabe and his development of the Alphonsine tales that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous trip. And this Portugal suddenly way forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through using a lot of shifting wind patterns. This is a really dangerous turnaround here, and then it took them a while back and forth, but eventually got to southern India without having to make all of those toll stops. So this maritime route to India, which was relatively easy for Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century.
Yo, what's up, Omni Duck?
Phenomenal amount of money
Tight dog.
Spice trade. And this made Venice
Okay, no.
overnight irrelevant. It's like trying to sell, I don't know, VHS machines in the era of Netflix. It's just VHS is all over. In fact, for those of you on the internet who were born in, let's say, 1990, VHS is kind of like a sort of like a digital recorder that wasn't good for.
That's how many kids
I don't know why I bought it. Anyway, so Venice was freaking out when Abravano landed there. They didn't know what to do about it. So Abravano, amazingly, came up with a plan. And he suggested it to the king of Venice, and hey, I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal with Portugal. You'll have to take a bit of a loss because they really have the advantage. But on the other hand, you have the good trade network already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them and sacrifice some of your profits, you'll be able to stave off economic disaster. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently a very tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought his plan was fantastic. They elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal. You can imagine it, Portugal, that originally he's exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You have to go back to Portugal as our emissary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal. Thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route. But nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served and risen to the very top by dint of his own personality and intelligence. So think about Abraham as a whole. And we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what he was doing. The brilliance of Abraham in his right, you see the combination of his political insight, his depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really come to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly loquacious, largely because he has a lot to say, but it is absolutely fascinating exercise to go through his work. This particular edition, which is the edition I own, has a real advantage in that it has shoulder notes, meaning you have, rather than trying to go through pages and pages of text, there are little shoulder notes that give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic, now he's going to talk about this topic. It's much easier to zero in on much more on specific points. But nevertheless, this is an individual who in many ways encapsulates and typifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate with kings without embarrassment or fear, and at the same time, absolutely true to the tradition, and presenting a broad-minded view of Judaism that is compelling and appealing even to this day. I really enjoyed doing the research and learning a lot more about the life standards in this life. The fascinating, like if a guy likes trains, he's autistic. How his life, a girl likes trains. She's the coolest girl ever, dude. The difficult decisions associated with imposition, especially with the digital expulsion. How do they handle those things? But Abraham really
Mason, you've been on this show before, right? Yes, sir. You were funny last time. You're a funny guy. How long have you been doing it?
3 years.
And you're from where? Detroit. Detroit. You live here now.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. You're doing great, Mason. How do you make money?
Right now, I'm a Jersey Mike still.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dude, I know how to make sandwiches, man.
Yes, so do 100% of the people in the room. Incredible. You take fucking bread, you put the shit on it, and then you put the other piece of bread on top. Unbelievable. How many times have you been in the ICU for your diabetes?
Completely healthy, man. Never. I also have diabetes. I'm certain I'm close. What I take away from this particular lecture is the incredible parallels with Nazi Germany. I never took that seriously, but I think
what kind of athletics do you do exactly?
I'll play basketball. Watch that because you see how I swim sometimes. It's part of that argument. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm an athlete. Maybe it's something to explore.
Do a squat, John D says.
Anyways, this is the week of Hanukkah, the first light tonight as I'm recording. If you have yet to choose Hanukkah presents for your loved ones, I suggest
third. Talk about being bad at sex, being replaced.
I enjoyed
3 and out. Are you really bad at sex, Mason?
I'm good at sex.
What are some of your big moves in the bedroom?
I like to put a girl against the wall with consent, of course.
Adding the word consent makes it a little bit creepy.
I feel like any room you're in, the girl's pinned against the wall.
So you put her up against the wall, and then what exactly would you do? Because there's space in between.
Yeah, so you gotta create space, right? So you put the legs by the ankles, kind of like a V, like a really weird V situation.
You say put the legs by the ankles. Legs are on top of ankles already.
All right, sorry. Put the ankles on top of your shoulders. That's what I meant.
Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardim. So over the course of the next 12-odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, and we will, as is our wont, tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined. And only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly in Italian archives. The life of Benvenida Abravano. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abarbanel Abravano family. I'll show you a family tree, and there's some interesting sort of difficult skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. Global ideas, like in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews from Israel in the first century, and they were able to become an international community far more than any prior diaspora, as we shall see. And in many ways, their activity articulated the notion of a world Jewish community more than anyone prior. Well, I'm also very grateful to be able to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill a sophisticated or even popular lectures such as this. But we do have some material on Benvenida Abravano, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life, and especially the gendered aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sephardim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. You can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin, the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto-Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust by Sephardim. That is also, as I wrote in my article a long time ago, included history because so few scholars have really studied Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sephardim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen Marcus in memory of their parents, Harry and Ann Chait, and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorships. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship announcement. It makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures. And for all of you on the internet, 2,000 views a day, which is kind of a number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series, specifically, we're engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. There's $250 each for a sponsorship. It's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the pushka from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I like to give some props to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, there's no monograph-length study familiar with yet in any language, the life of Benvenuto Abrevano, but so we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Howard C. Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. We'll also rely on Professor Renata Segre's article on the Mendes and Benvenista families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Benvenuto Abrevano's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. And finally, I have to say that I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Thorough library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians. Because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how do we get you the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro, indicated here in the Manhattan campus, got it for me, and the link to the line, I'm very grateful to her, and to all the Thorough library staff, particularly in the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people complained that I said, stop telling jokes, and then people
Yo, we got any trans people in here? I'm still gonna fucking talk about y'all. What's up? Hey, listen, I got invited to a drag brunch the other day.
Welcome, Zoot.
That's not the funny part, sir.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot, how the fuck are you, son?
Hi, I got some good news.
What's that, big man? What's your...
I scored the highest score on I scored the highest score in the digit span test.
In the history of humankind?
Nah, the maximum you can get doing forwards I got. And then I scored the second highest on backwards. And then my sequencing sucks.
Okay. How many did you do forward? How many did you do forward? You've got an invitation. Everyone's waiting on you. I don't even know what he's talking about. Something about numbers.
Personal alarm at once. And with its fast flip-top safety and finger grip, you get quick access and better ease for up to 12 minutes. It's better to have Sabre and not need it than need it and not have it. So look for Sabre 2-in-1 pepper spray with personal alarm at Target, Academy, or Dick's. Or visit saberred.com now and use code radio for 20% off. code RADIATE for 20% off. Savor. Live life confidently.
Welcome back to Coast, George Noring with you as we get your week rolling here. Matthew James Bailey with us as we talk about artificial intelligence. Matthew, you're talking about the New World Order and AI. I'll let you finish that thought.
No, it's finished. I mean, effectively, Jordan came very, very close, and thankfully, the president took notice of all the work for myself and many others around the world to do the So we're now in a new freedom to actually start truly moving forward on AI without the ideology of the world.
And now I was thinking, like, Moses, NASCAR, count me in, you know. And I get, that's not the funny part, sir. We're gonna fucking talk about y'all. What's up? Hey, listen, I got invited to a drag brunch the other day. Okay, that's not the funny part, sir. But I know what you're thinking. Same thing I was thinking, like bottomless mimosas, NASCAR, count me in, you know. And I get there, it's bottomless mimosas, but it's like post-op pit crew dressed up like Miss Doubtfire, okay? Their wieners tucked under. Lady God knows I was born this way. I was like, you weren't fucking born that way. You know, you weren't. But I get about 16 goddamn mimosas deep, and I forgot where it was. And your boy got ready to risk it all on a girl named Peter, okay? Me and Peter started fucking sexing back and forth, and I'm a shooter, so I led with dick pic. Got one back. And I was like, what's that? She goes, that's before. I said, what's after? And she's like, well, you know, I'm post-op. My wiener done been repaired to old lady's vagina. And I said, well, that's not Christian, you know. And y'all ever seen a wiener that's been turned into a vagina? Y'all ever reheat lasagna in the microwave for too long? But y'all ever been inside a wiener that's been repaired into a woman's vagina? A lot shallower than you think it is, a lot more shallow. It's like you ever cannonball into a kiddie pool and scrape your knee on the concrete? My name's Uncle Leafy, I've been fucking. Wow.
I mean, wow. Uncle motherfucking Glazer. I know exactly what I want to say right now. It's amazing because all the golden ticket winners, boom, they started with a bang. All the regulars had something so promising and boom, you know what I mean? We always watched them be good and then keep learning their voice and focusing harder. When you started on the show, you were nothing more than a funny character. You weren't, and there was no definitive moments of actual punches. There was just a bunch of silly, funny stuff happening and no big bangs throughout the minute. And you worked it out. You've been going on the road. You've done everything that a working comedian can possibly do. And it is amazing to watch your growth on the show. Absolutely incredible fucking performance. I think my favorite that you've ever had on this show. But in real time, I mean, that's what's incredible about this art form is the people that really apply themselves, you get growth, you see results. So that's amazing. I mean, you can go back all the way to the first Uncle Laser appearance and you would go, what the fuck is going on here? And then here you are. The character that you've always had is defined and you're working and it's funny throughout. And it's still your silly, weird, like methy fucking white trash tone. So you're still on brand, but it's amazing that that was very funny, Uncle Laser. How's life going?
Fucking terrible.
Tell us more.
So you know I got a problem with homeless.
Yeah.
It's been stated on this show, and they must be at the public library seeing all the shit I'm talking about on social media, because I got my goddamn car stolen out of my driveway the other day by a couple of those people. And I fucking recovered. I took a big creamy shit in the back, and homeless shit smells different than regular shit. It smells like like it wants to borrow some change, you know. But then, I recovered, motherfucker, and to make matters worse, and then about a couple hours later, I get a call. Because a while back on the show, I told y'all I got my merch stolen in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and couldn't locate it. Well, it's been located, okay? And detective from Santa Fe Police Department called me and said, are you Uncle Laser? And I said, this is him. He said, man, we located your merch. I was like, cool. Like, where's it at? Can I come pick it up? He goes, well, no, it's part of the investigation. We set up a sex child predator sting, and 9 fucking homeless dudes came in your merch shirts to meet this 13-year-old girl at the house. And I'm like, you goddamn right, fucking D-Man. I said, try having your face on the motherfucking shirt when they're coming to do all that shit. So, I don't know, man. We're just out here.
Wow, so your merch is basically the Yankee jerseys of pedophiles. That's incredible.
Yeah. Wow. It's regular. I've met some dominatrixes there in Vancouver this past weekend.
Okay.
And I'm always up for whatever. And I got these 2 of them. They fucking tag teamed me and tied me up on goddamn claws and hung me upside down. They jerked me off on a repeat to Ozzy Osbourne's Mr. Crowley. And hey Tony, you ever had anything ever put in your ass before?
Surprisingly not.
Okay.
Shockingly not.
Well, I have. Okay. And let me tell you, first and foremost, fellas, there's a G-spot in your asshole, okay? And if activated correctly, okay, you will ejaculate a bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch. It's got the viscosity of Fix-A-Flat. You can fix any tire in town, I'm sure of it. Sometimes I'm just thinking I should just wear sleeves, but here we are. Here we are.
Red Band has a confused look on his face. He absolutely loves Hidden Valley Ranch. And he's now wondering if that will work if he ever orders fries and they forget, Postmates forgets his ranch on this side. You ever put a finger in your own ass, Tony? No, never. You ever go down the first water line? Nope. No. I have no interest in that.
In the shower? Not more.
Have you? Is that what you're saying?
I think every guy at least once in the shower. Let's just see what it's about.
Make some noise, gentlemen, if you put a finger in your ass. All right.
What is with the son of bitches?
God, Red Band. Jesus Christ.
Hi, man. Happy birthday.
It is Red Band's birthday. How many of you think we should shove a birthday candle up his ass and light it right now? Those sweet butter cakes. All right, Uncle Laser, so great, unbelievable set. Congratulations, fantastic to watch your growth in real time. It is possible, people. If you don't believe me, go watch Uncle Laser's first 3 sets on this show. People hated me. They were furious with me, but we were friends, and we had a lot of mutual friends back then, and I knew you were funny, and now you're showing it in real time on stage. Incredible.
Can I shake his hand real quick? I'm a big fan of him. What part of
He's never touched a black guy.
This is very exciting. Look at that, everybody.
Yeah, I'm from Richmond, Rosenberg. I spent a lot of time in Mo City. Zero's my favorite goddamn rapper, so I didn't know that. I didn't know he's from Houston, so
wow.
H-Town, hold me down, motherfucker.
Oh, whoa. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. There he is, everybody. Uncle Laser trying to up his street cred before getting off. There he goes. How loud can this place get for Ali Sadiq and Kim Congdon? Ali Sadiq's two new specials just dropped. Ali Sadiq comedy on YouTube. He's on tour at AliSadiq.com. That's SIDDIQ. Ali, you made me laugh so fucking hard tonight. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable. One more time for the great Kim Congdon. 12 and a half years of being Kill Tony royalty. One of the original regulars. KimCongdon.com for tickets to Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas. It's all happening, people. Thank you to ZipRecruiter, Shopify, Prize Picks, and Open Phone. The drawing from Ryan Chiggy is in. It's incredible. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, James McCann with ice cream. All right, that's a special one. All right. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Mueling, John Dees, and D Madness Red Band.
So every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
People complain on the internet, hey, where's the jokes? And then most recently, the complaints I get on the internet is, I have to realize I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years. So that's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web. And people complain, say, wait a minute, you told that joke already. And how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time. I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right.
Oh boy,
but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started.
No YouTube episode on Monday, August 25th. You're going to have to go over to Netflix and enjoy the action-packed episode live from Madison Square Garden.
Visited houses of ill repute. He has cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. He's on his deathbed. Nobody comes to him and says to him, David, after this long life and all of the mistakes you've made and all the bad choices you made, how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclinations. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Not so funny, but like I said, first time I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for the show. Okay, let's go on. Let's start history. So, the Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel, so let's place Benvenuta, sometimes spelled, by the way, Benvenuta, in this context. So here is Don Isaac, Yitzchak Abravanel, or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in Spain. Portugal went on to Venice and many other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. Then a few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son. Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak, Don Isaac Abravanel, had a son named Samuel, and his brother Jacob had a daughter named Benvenuta. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 490 or 1500. And the two of them married. So they were first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word, the laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not really practiced so widely. But anyway, she comes from the Abravanel side, through both her father and through her father and her husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letitia, Yudah, Yaakov, and Yoria, and there's more to the story that we'll reach later. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and most of the story occurs right in the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because, you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal, then you have his grandson Isaac migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're of course expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath when you speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for a few decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, from the website of the Congregation Charters Israel, here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, and as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654, and for only 23 Jews do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese? I mean, couldn't they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? I mean, why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? So I would like to prefer as a possibility, that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a seduce, a little bit of an insight that I had. We should recall that there's a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese Jews. Why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition was not, per se, directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you will recall, was directed at Jews who had converted, forcibly or otherwise, and were secretly Judaizing, or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1591, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions. But on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogues to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were they exerted a gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct quality within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting moral religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. And so therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. When we get to the Portuguese point, then I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit, and forget about going to New York or anyplace like that. New York at this point is so backward, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into details of the Portuguese today because I scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. there, the kings were not necessarily so rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more of these new Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jews per se, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were free from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disability. And the two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and societies, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanels, who were Sephardim, who had never converted, and the Mendes family, Dona Gracia Mendes, who was native Portuguese, who had converted and was returning. By the way, in terms of the Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things. Go into greater detail next week, but I want to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal, you can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the island, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here off the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Abravanos fit. They are old Jews, the Sephardim per se, not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this dichotomy more in later class. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. We know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the Abravanos, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel Shmuel, was referred to in local municipal documents, non-Jewish documents, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, counter-reformation was going on, and depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like good Christians whenever the church held more power, we shall see in that corner. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those. The first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they were Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that, when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and then Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise to contribute to the economy, and then the whole cycle starts again. As the second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front there. I think it's an absolutely beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning 16th century portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Bronzino. Very beautiful arrest material. Anyways, Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home, and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to see some of Benvenida's erudition and her sense of etiquette and style and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanos family to be raised gives us some indication of what their standing must have been like. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, Eleonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Abravanos to evade that expulsion as well. The joke that I have right here is, I was going to say, I can't help but saying it, I was going to say that, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenida's student up there, but the reality is that, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of their physical likeness. For example, and then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students.
What'd you do over there?
Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so it gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1531, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turns out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily the new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews, and that is the technology of printing. Benvenida was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship, and I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold maybe a couple of minutes. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews. Already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society, but all of a sudden you could circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. And we're talking about a period when you have the seam between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog. Write something, get it out there quickly, cheaply, and so many people can access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing the technological advantage that it gave to society. The Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed works we have in general are written in Hebrew. This is the era of the first printing of the Talmud, for example, and some really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Ferrara was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendez, because she gave apparently even more money, was this book that we'll study next week, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, which was a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Usque as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the Spanish expulsion. That will be our topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the globe. The idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe. And the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You have lots of stateless peoples who are wandering around the Mediterranean basin. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which was really exploded in the 16th century once the Portuguese opened up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benita is actually reputed to have ransomed over 1,000 slaves. It's able to 1,000 Jews who were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, referring to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately, but in Benvenita's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of Prince William.
Tony, ExpressVPN is so easy to use. I just fire up the
These are the kinds of things that she was doing.
locations.
One other thing was really quite unusual and consequential for worldly at the time, and Benvenita was very caught up in it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Rubenstein. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Rubenstein was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf with a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins, and there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps he came from Afghanistan, perhaps he came from part of Africa, still not clear. But he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming of the Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews, they're called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in Caucasus region, and at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon and the coming of the Messiah. So Rubenstein went from court to court, saying that he had the ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, you need a little bit more reinforcements from European armies. He would actually take that huge host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim controllers. And this was something which was seen with great enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously. And then Benita Abravanel also, she supported him financially. She supported with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here. It doesn't zoom in there. In which it has the 10 Commandments emblazoned, and he made kind of like a striking figure, wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of his courts and claiming this. When he met with the Pope, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, "You know what? I could go to my relative, King Joao of Portugal." I love saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying Joao. So go to him, and he'll have yours. He went to Portugal. Again, chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and excoriated. He goes to King Joao, and King Joao goes for it. He says, "You know what? This is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You can count me." And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named Diego Perez, who was a young man who, again, this is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Rouhani this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became immediately a Baal Tshuva. He said, "I want to follow this man. I want to get close to God through my Jewish roots and so on." He circumcised himself. And then he followed, he became Rouhani's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out with them, and Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Molcho, which means kind of Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation of those songs. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that seems to itself herald the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the Pope where, because he was a Christian but returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Rouhani spent a few months in Portugal, and suddenly King Joao thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely put in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenuto's life, and that's part of this messianic pretender who had for a brief period of time the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenuto's global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the east of Italy, and Jews were not allowed to live there, but they were tolerated because of their association with the trade. They were an extremely important port, and there's a lot of trade going through that particular city. Paul IV took over the region in part of a conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of these Portuguese Jews who were, again, technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping the Iberian Peninsula. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendez was furious. You recall that she was a very important and powerful woman as well, who was of the Portuguese extraction. She was furious, and she argued for a very strong response of world Jewry. This is rather unprecedented if you think of it. In the 16th century, for someone to be suggesting this, she argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted. That Jews should no longer use Ancona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. She herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Then Vanita, on the other hand, disagreed and said that if they were to antagonize the Papal States by boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, it did not need to be pointed out at the time, Mendez herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas Abravanel had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down, and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold, did not have permanence, and certainly did not move Pope Paul IV to change his actions whatsoever. But just the very chutzpah that a Jew should suggest an international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century, and how they clashed with each other over some very significant matters. Now, the last part of the story is one that can be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenito's story. You will recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature. Theodore can see both. This is when there is some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice or about social mores and a question of seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores. And the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot. Besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. So for a long time, we have possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious dispute over a will that occurred in Ferrara in the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenida Abravanel. And David Malkiel has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points it specifically to her. So we know that the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And it's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Oliver Shalom, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family dispute. That children fight over the inheritance. That never happened when my father, Oliver Shalom, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And what am I going to fight in? But, anyways, here's the story.
Barely decent yet.
Samuel, husband of Benvenida,
I bet you would.
Some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time composed a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness,
almost 2 years in
well,
November.
he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. May have been practice, perhaps it was an allergy, who knows. But at any rate, Samuel dies, I believe the year is 1550. And there's immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now you would think that should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship. And his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. The sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage, of which we are ignorant. But anyways, the firstborn male was his son Isaac, who was only a half sibling to the later children, who was born to Ben-David. Now Isaac, upon the death of his father, claims it's an Isaac, by the way, was known to Ben-David. It was not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at this time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law would be Ishnayim, which would be twice the size of his younger brother's share. However, another very well-respected principle in Jewish law is Hamos Mechavero Alav Va'evi Araya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abraham dies, Ben-Benita produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait years to produce this will? She said it's because it had lots of embarrassing things in it, and it did. The will itself is a very unusual document in many ways. We're going to explore 2 specific ways in a second. But one of the things it says is that the heir to Shmuel's property is not Isaac, and is not his son Judah. Ben-Benita. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other sons receive the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by the sons. This is, when you read the Torah and you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern ancient setting, you always imagine, I should say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men, either in the shadow of their protected father, their protected husband, or in this case, their protected son. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in Halakha on what does it mean now that women have economic independence, what does that mean for many of these issues. And it came to play here as well. And not only was Ben-Benita named the heir of his property, she was the executive, meaning she could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. They married women that Ben-Benita approved of. There's a lot of conditions attached to this will that was revealed, again, 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money that's associated with this will, imagine this is not just some shtetl will. We're talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates sized will. And maybe I should say, who else?
2 years. I know I'm not ready for something like that now.
Okay, there you go.
Still working and building.
Well, okay, it's a. I don't know. I don't want to think about Jared Kushner really plays a big amount of money. So he really became an international cause célèbre that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Padua. Rabbi Yosef Karo was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are 2 elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and like a token will very he says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable. It doesn't give him the Krishnayim that the Torah refers to, the double half. But this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halakhic institution called the Matana Mechayim, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever is left after I die will go for institutional inheritance law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically clouded, the will basically clouded that aspect of it, and did not really even bring it into any serious consideration. Secondly, also more difficult, they didn't do it with two kosher witnesses, which would be the standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using a non-Jewish authority to bring this about? And this was a round of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignored the traditional law boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system of recording the will? So, one of the reasons why there was a Hava Amili, a thought that perhaps the will was still be valid, is because there was this insurance that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law, like Dina de Malchuta Dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires the will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who opined on this issue split, with some of the very prominent rabbis saying it should be, the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upholding. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the 5th, said that he felt badly about going to his broke, and he could not his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. So as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per the will of Shmuel Abraham. One more detail I think is quite fascinating here. There's a lot of depositions involved, and a lot of swearing is going on at this time. It's fascinating to see how Jews took the oath. I mean, if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Chumash, which were available at this time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Ben-Benita. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of life of Ben-Benita al-Rabbana, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that, ironically, by expelling its Jews, and then later by expelling its new Christian heretics, meaning these crypto Jews, these Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual new diaspora.
I felt like I kind of got edged with Genius.
Entirely in its nature and scope. And that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory. We're located in many different countries to a degree that we never had before as Jews tended to, if we can use the phrase, chain migration, where they tended to, make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered. Very, the word Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced trading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically freed from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant environment, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this is a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sephardim, and perhaps helps to understand the long-lasting and secure notion that Sephardim have of their joint group identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated to English only in 1970. Thank you for your attention and your endurance.
Did God tell you to leave that bitch?
I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and it was wonderful to be back spring semester and talk about your part of it. I want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while. That's, if my supposition that the use of Portuguese has an unusually pointed character to it, specifically that the term Spanish in the 15th, 16th century referred to the Jews or Jews who were not converted, and the term Portuguese is kind of an allusion to those Jews who had been forcibly converted and then diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity.
Congratulations on being the last person to find out.
If that is true, that's the way
they tested them in the parking lot like a COVID test.
So beautiful that you use of Spanish and Portuguese together.
They're like, yeah, go ahead.
What the meaning of that phrase is, I could be totally wrong. But maybe the
what's some of the most Asperger-y things that you do?
I have really bad that don't worry about the past. Just not get with time. I understand.
Well, look at you facing your fears head on.
But you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people.
What else you been doing with your life for fun?
Of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese, etc.
Volunteering where I am. Okay, so tell us about some of the volunteering that you've done. Have you?
Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking.
What did you do there?
Take care and have a nice day.
A bunch of different trees and stuff that fall in people's homes.
Nice. Very cool. Do you ever talk to the devil? I mean, if God talks to you, I mean, you might as well, like they say, lightning doesn't strike twice, but I mean.
Thank you everyone for coming. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just a minute ago exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usque. However, when I looked it up online, they said Usque, which seemed to me not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say Usque. It's going to come naturally family. But at any rate, I don't mean by lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazed me that so few people are familiar with his work. He is one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper. And the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a converso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the word of Samuel way and his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Now, an amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let's begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brendan Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benaroth families. I'll just read what it says here. Whose Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the convivencia. That's what we discussed the last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in early Al-Andalus, and also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milton, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good end whistle thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Chidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We're also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week, so if anyone would care to donate to our Student Scholarship Fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible, and the money goes entirely 100% to pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill, because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, pick.ly, at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always grateful for your presence here. That gives me a tremendous amount of freedom and makes me feel like it's worth doing the research for these lectures every week. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our section tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we'll discuss tonight, Samuel Usque, and we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here in the Americas, where you do quite a bit of research as well. So let's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated to English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenuta Abravano. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We will return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. This is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of text. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least anti-normative works to make sure that certain ideas did not circulate too far, or some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when Usque came out with this particular work. You can see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular. After the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion, we'll discuss the details. And the banner around here says, I hope I place in God. You can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September, that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Arab and Hitler or something, I don't know, but it's like you put the specific date that it's published. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the file records of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social development, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas we see again that just like the Nazis, Yvonne Shamam kept such incredibly detailed records. And they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, to whom, who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandes. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new convert, so he was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review for those. I see a few new faces here. Welcome. Some of the audience members here are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that I think by the end of the hour. You recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, was not technically speaking directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized forcibly or for social mobility, whatever reason it was. This is referring to new Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish, but had been converted, who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman Catholicism. And so the Inquisition was trying to root out those new Christians, or their children, or grandchildren, or great-grandchildren, who were not abiding by the tenets of Catholicism. Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews, as opposed to the new Christians who were allowed to stay, but they expelled the Jews because they were suspected correctly of continuing to maintain contact with these so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who were suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. Hence you have the distinction in terminology, the Spanish and Portuguese Jew, because many of those Jews who are called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who are called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandez, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simon, that should be Simeon Boy, who lived in London. And Fernandez had also already, under torture, given up this name. So he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial. And that this other individual, Dr. Ruiz, had given Mr. Fernandez a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies. You'll notice that the word here has to be printed because it's opposed to handwritten book. And what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which the sons of Isaac suffered, and said that they must not lose confidence nor be discouraged, because God would send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we hold here straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. There are a few errors in here, like for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna. Oh no, this is correct, I'm sorry. Beatriz de Luna, the wife of Diego Mendes. Those are the Christian names of Gracia Mendes, Dona Gracia. We'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. It was a quarto that refers to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ, he asked repentance, and the inquisitors ultimately accepted penance, and in order to ensure his safe passage to the world to come, they accelerated with the fires of the Auto da Fe. But clearly, this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among new Christians, and we know from many trials that it circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy, and it was painstakingly written out in full from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained, a message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese. It was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish as a language to convey his message, but he felt he really wanted to reach the most desperate of those Jews, those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning of the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Converso community guarded this treasured book, that we only know about it primarily from what the Inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter, and it tends to get lost. Let us, though, now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place Fusque's specific work within that context. So you'll recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who's already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that he, as an infant, was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing with Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major picture about the Mortara affair, which is certain to be a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this massive population of Jews who are fully converted, who now have free reign in the economy and society of Spain because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated with their prior Jewish identity. This is very upsetting to the social, political, and economic order, and especially because many of these Jews continued with their traditional Jewish practice and associations, marrying with other new Christian families, sometimes even with Jewish families, and sometimes you would have marriages into old Christian families. It's highly destabilizing. So the Ferdinand Isabella brought in the Inquisition to control that movement, and ultimately in 1492 they decided that's it, we're going to get rid of the Jews, and hopefully that will solve the problem, because now these conversos will have no one to whom to turn. They were very wrong. Ultimately, of the Jews who were expelled, many of them fled to neighboring Portugal here on the coast. Now, Portugal is an exceptionally sad story of how they were treated. There was a kind of a oscillation between cruelty and liberalism, which at times assuaged the fears of the immigrant community that in fact they would be allowed safely in Portugal, and another time crushed those folks in their infancy with tremendous brutality. We look at, now I would like to say my favorite king, but that's only because I like his name. I mispronounce everything. It's Joao, right? Olivia, is that how you say it? Joao. But I like saying it Joao.
My wife, she tells
So
people,
it's not right. This is Joao, who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and you can live here for 8 months. You sort yourselves out. So you figure out where you're going to live. And in the meantime, once he realized how valuable this immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here. But rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed, but as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were debuted and very popular since the 13th century in Spain after the Barcelona dispute with Nachmanides. And his successor was especially good. So it was also Wow the second. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually if we work through their children. After months and months of conversionist sermons with very little success, he actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa, with the explicit statement that they would then be they would be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular episode is recorded in Ushque's book. I'd like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth. To my misfortune, he puts it in the present tense, in the first person singular, because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way all of the stuff throughout time. So he writes, to my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, and other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, to house a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals and decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards when the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's plea. One mother, distraught by this horrible, unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms and, paying no heed to its cries, threw herself from the ship into the heaving sea and drowned, embracing her own child. Thus, those innocent souls were removed from their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. Oh, brothers, who could describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which cloaked all my children, the sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were in all their houses? For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation. He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Alcombe, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island, and the remainder who escaped these reptiles wasted away from hunger and abandonment. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society as Christians. But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of his successor, Manuel I. Manuel I, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so in order to effect this, he agreed to take the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella and Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individuals, insisted that they not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews in it. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not his daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died through childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because he loved, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. We're talking about the lizards. No, it's not forget it. Okay. So, what did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth, we'll keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, he actually brought them to the seaside, and before boarding boats, they were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians. No more Jewish problems here in Portugal, and then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders, and he said that no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion, they are free to be Christians, and they're not free to leave either. They must remain within the boundaries of Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how and so on. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to kind of escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. Amsterdam, Salonika, Constantinople, places like this, Sparta, these are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were only a few years earlier Spanish Jews, are now trying to find ways to live their life freely as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they are discovered trying to leave, then they will be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates the Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of decades. In 1503 again, so this is 1497 when they've been forcibly baptized. Technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503 is a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. So it's not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity, their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, right, in Lisbon, on Easter Sunday, remarked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a supernatural light, and one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says it's just the reflection of a candle. And the suggestion that it was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy also participated. And we can list several of these kinds of mob reactions, because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors, who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under Joao III in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms really after there's a crop failure and several other things that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake, and so Joao III says that's it, we're bringing in the Inquisition again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was, of course, scourged Spain. At this point, I would like to read once again from Husserl's work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you've read the Trial in particular, or the Harrow, you'll recognize some of the elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it.
This is Rob White.
Where is it here?
Kill Tony, how's it going? Oh my God.
The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster. Right? The Inquisition comes from Rome, Roman Catholic. Of such strange form and horrible mien that all Europe trembles at the mere mention of its name. It speaks of the Inquisition in concrete and metaphorical terms. Its body, an amalgam of hard iron and deadly poison, as an adamantine shell made of steel and covered with enormous scales. It rises in the air on 1,000 wings with black and poisonous pinions, and it moves on the ground with 1,000 pernicious and destructive feet. Its form is like both the awesome lion and the frightful serpents in the deserts of Africa. Its enormous teeth equal those of the most powerful elephants. Its whistle or voice kills even more quickly than the venomous basilisk. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flames and blazes of consuming fire, and the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than the eagles, but wherever it passes, its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it lights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating heat. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison, for it is like the Syrian desert and sands, where no plant takes root and no grass grows. Now he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community. Interesting to say here that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessos, meaning like these Christians, who their own brothers into this cruel monster's power, an allusion to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the spur and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of their richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them.
Yeah, that's how it
Terrible
goes.
situation.
That's what happens on a
And
show
once
where you
again,
sign
with the
up and
Inquisition,
your name goes in a bucket. People don't know, and then now you know.
This is the environment in which Usque experienced
today.
his
Yeah,
youth and young adult.
There's a lot of people
So
that are thinking
let us
about
go
signing
to
up.
Usque himself. We don't even know if this is his real name. The only thing we really know about him are whatever information is included in this book and in a few scattered references of his contemporaries. It may be a pseudonym because he was first, he shares some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town still in Spain. So it may be an acronym meaning like the person from Huesca. It's also interesting to note that he seems very fond of acronyms and of anagrams. When you take the letters of a word and you mix them up. So, for example, one of the main characters in the constellations is Icabo, which is an acronym of Jacob. So some scholars have argued that he may be Manuel Garcia, if I remember correctly. That's an acronym for not especially well-known Christian. It's a Christian name for a converso, and Usque may have been a pseudonym that he hid behind. We'll talk about Manuel Gomez. We know from his own description that his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492, and he was born shortly thereafter, so he grew up in the environment of mob violence followed by the Inquisition. We know that he has, based on his text, tremendous familiarity with the broad swath of learning of 16th century thought. Very similar in many ways to the figures we looked at in Al-Andalus, who had a very broad Jewish and non-Jewish education. We don't know exactly where he got this information because, after all, he grew up as a nominal Christian, where any education of a Jewish character was entirely prescribed. So he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal, but he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was thoroughly familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the Church Fathers. It's not impossible, argues Cohen, that in fact he may have been, like many sub rosa new Christians, he may have been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood did he was given access to the kind of broad humanities education that was required to write a book like this. We know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1531, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was in England, throughout Central Europe. He also made it to Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews had made their way after the expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Slat, which was just there enjoying this tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where we know him best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote this book. Ferrara was the home of Doña Gracia and Benvenida Abraham, the subject of last week's lecture, two incredibly powerful and wealthy women who used their political might and political acumen and their considerable resources to defend Sephardic Jews worldwide through rationing captives, to engaging in geopolitical machinations, such as the attempted boycott of the port of Antona and so on. And one of the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energies to be placed into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the result of their efforts. This is exactly in the same period as Usque wrote his book, and you can see in this particular image, which is written is the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish. For those who fled the Inquisition, you can see this motif very beautiful. These terrifying gargoyle-like features that sort of remind me of the wind. They're blowing the winds, and here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water. And this is kind of metaphorical of the Spanish Jews exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, even crossing the Atlantic to Europe with tremendous danger. There were 3 Usques of note in Ferrara at night, and scholars have wondered, how could it be that this is a name, which, by the way, we don't even know how we spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it you have 3 words, not a common name, all together in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and Samuel, our protagonists, they were publishers and writers together. Samuel, in particular, may be an acronym from Manuel Gomez, but the 3 of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, and many other works of its kind. Now, let's look at the book right now itself. What exactly is this book we're talking about? So, I forgot to read you one thing here. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections, and I've read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find, as they say in Perdiabos, Ain Kemach, Ain Torah. There's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have, Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious lady, Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Samuel Risky writes, the heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the other ease. Since my prime first purpose is to serve Portuguese nation, Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Peninsula. And my prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer it to your excellency, for you are the heart and the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most dissuaded, and desire to satisfy you through works, writings, and deeds, and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sucklings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breast, and your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones, which is in fact true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendes 500 years later with the same respect and admiration. The decision she made with her individual powers and wealth. So you get a sense of the relationships there. She also speaks very positively of her rival, Benvenida Abravanel. Obviously, he didn't want to offend either one of them and benefited from both. Anyway, what is the purpose of this book? It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation for the scattered and battled populations of Portuguese Jews who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding their Jewish identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they're worried, has God abandoned us? Were we wrong to maintain our Jewish identity for 1,500 years, that now we are suffering such tremendous pain? In this prologue, which maybe I won't read to. Maybe I'll just paraphrase it. It's very truthful. He says, listen, I've written this book, which is in many ways a long scroll of agony.
Yes,
Okay, yeah, I don't think anybody really got it's a long scroll of agony detailing the so many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago, under the Babylonians. And in each of those exiles, each of those persecutions, we have endured primarily by attachment to our faith. She spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts. That, you know, this particular thing happened here, and you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy. Some of the parallels are absolutely chilling. Of course, we can do the same in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities between these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible to be experienced. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the persecution were true, then it also follows the prophecies that describe the redemption are true. It's reminiscent, if you're familiar with the famous Talmudic passage when some rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Hadrianic persecutions of the 2nd century. And some of the rabbis are moaning and wailing, and Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And they say to him, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was specifically okay because they saw a fox running through the ruins of the temple. What a terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that. And the rabbis say to him, Akiva, how can you laugh? He says, I'm laughing because I know that if this has happened to Jerusalem, which was foretold in our prophecies, then we will also see the redemption that is similarly foretold in our prophecies. So this book, in Portuguese, for Portuguese, is going over and over again, in often painful details, the specific persecutions that Jews endured historically and in their very long section, in their own personal and in their own day in the 16th century. Absolutely fascinating structure and guide. I mentioned already the language is Portuguese because he was speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between three shepherds. There are these two shepherds who, well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide, so I'll tell you. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's three dialogues in it. The first one introduces the three characters, where these are kind of like timeless people who live for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Cabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence, but he makes that clear in his introduction that this is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by two other shepherds, one named Numeo, for whom history says is representative of prophet. The word Nathan in Hebrew means consoler, one who consoles. And the other one, Zikareo, which is the prophet Zechariah. The one who remembers, Zechariah, remembering God delivered. And the first dialogue essentially has these three characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner, because they're speaking in a very elevated language, and you get a sense of scenery. They describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes metaphors of the hunt and hares and ostriches and lions, things like that. And he goes through the basic elements of Jewish history in the first dialogue up to the Babylonian exile. Now, I should mention at this point, many scholars have kind of got lost in the weeds about this because as a historian, he's not so good. As a historian, there are lots of inaccuracies, and he is heavily dependent on poor sources. So he can only be as good as his sources. Often he's conflating dates, he's conflating events, and he's confused about certain basic elements. But that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history. He's trying to write a book of consolation. And the religious and psychological message is really what is prevalent here. The second dialogue takes it from the turn of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile. And by the way, this is kind of an interesting piece. Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at the Yeshiva University, recently discovered tiny traces of pigment in the famous Arch of Titus frieze that is in Rome, and he was able to reconstruct the way it actually looked in the 1st century. So Romans, at the time it was built, actually saw a painted frieze that looked something like this. It was much more garish than the way that we see it today, but nevertheless it's a very powerful thing. And if you can imagine in a pre-literate culture, this is an incredibly powerful, iconic reminder of the conquest of Jerusalem. At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and one that many scholars have meditated on the most. It goes from the post-Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century, including some very lengthy descriptions of things that Bruce Wayne experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for a discussion of the Spanish Inquisition, the exile, the Portuguese Inquisition, and so on. And he then leaves, he flees Portugal, and we have some sense of what Jewish life was like as he wanders around these scattered Sephardic communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. The autobiographical material here is very rich and dense. You get a sense of who he is as a person and the tremendous sense of mission that he brings to the task of this particular literary endeavor. He ends with a very long prophetic conclusion in which he wraps up all of his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and connects it specifically to the coming of the Messiah, though he may tarry, with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away with the emotion of this work. If you can imagine yourself in the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been dealing with a painstakingly hand-copied version of it. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order not to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps it would have been furtively studied in a secret room in the house. Who knows how it was actually passed down from one generation to another, but we know that it had a phenomenal impact and was a major feature in preserving the integrity of Portuguese Jews in their subject. This, by the way, is a photograph that's just trying to convey the up message at the end of it. Happens to be a photographer that I like a lot, Jacob Naomi in Austria, and he describes, after this long book of punishments and persecution, he speaks about the ultimate redemption that in many ways we enjoy aspects of it today with the free state of Israel and so on. No theological content applied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of Samariska is extremely important, although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a picture from Portugal to get a sense of the kind of environment which they lost. And it makes me wonder, since we have returned many times to this parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors who are giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate the horrific persecution that the Jewish people endured last century into our contemporary culture? Is it possible? Is it perhaps outrageous to ask for such a thing?
At the Black University, but
in my humble
I didn't
opinion,
left. I
anyone
went to
the
an
caliber
Rosa
of
University. That's where I'm at now. But
giving us that kind of message. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we will begin the week after with the lecture on the Fidah. Hang around for a few questions.
yeah. Yes, her. Awesome. So it's two of us, yeah.
I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I've got a lot out of studying.
amazing. So let me ask you this, because I'll bet you it did happen. My question is, did a lot of the guys at the colleges flirt with you? Because there's a lot of teachers and hookups. I bet some dated on pretty thick. Am I right?
I don't know if I'm really the type that they go for, but I mean,
bear in mind that in many
I'm kind of a pushover.
That his experience 7 years after the Spanish expulsion has we have 7 years after Holocaust. I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go through all of the developments. So there's no question that we're living in kind of not exactly a post-apocalyptic era, but a post-catastrophe era.
Oh no, you are is the line of the night. Giant sealed grabber. That is incredible. Brought to you by ZipRecruiter, Shopify, Prize Fix, and OpenRoad. Ali Siddiq's 2 new specials are Ali Siddiq comedy on YouTube. Holy shit. Okay, Dr. Levitt. So, what happened? Why did you leave to be black?
I myself studied the Age Codex.
She's got, if we're completely honest, she's got a lot of special needs, and it was hard for me to do it completely on my own. So my parents were willing to step up, and she had been in 7 foster homes, and yeah.
The adopted daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, I asked a different question.
Oh, sorry. Why did I leave the college? I literally just left so I could get from my parents in Indiana to help raise her.
Got it. Amazing. So she has special needs. What are those special needs?
She needs a black mom.
How do we feel with that?
I mean, I'm not great at her hair, I'll be honest, but I tried. I have a feeling I'm not gonna have a job when I get back. Anyways, but I don't even know what you asked.
What are the special needs of the adopted child?
Yeah, so she's got pretty significant fetal alcohol syndrome. Because she came from foster care, so I gotta really reiterate that so they don't think it's me.
Right.
Every time I go to the doctor, I'm like, she's adopted, and I kind of look like a jerk, but then they see why I have to really emphasize that. But she does have an intellectual disability and some physical, like she has seizures and stuff because of the brain damage that was done. Yeah.
When you adopt a kid like that, did you know that when you got it, or did you do you get a discount or something? Like, how does that work exactly?
30% off. No discount. Foster care is free. So yeah.
Tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name, the FIDA. As has been pointed out to me on the way in, and as in fact is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the FIDA's life itself was a FIDA. You have to know Hebrew to understand the pun, the word FIDA in Hebrew means riddle or puzzle. And in fact, the aspects of his life are a puzzle. But the truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that we can learn. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, had a very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into Northern Europe and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material. Well, first of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $15,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think supported in the Holocaust and the Crypto Jews, or perhaps it's Maran Ovadia Yosef, but those 2 lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources for tonight, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Benayahu's classic work, a major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the FIDA. I'd like to rely on 2 other works which are related to varying degrees to the FIDA's research. First of all, Jonathan Ray's rather remarkable book called After Expulsion.
destroyed, and I was
which
really
deals with the
self-conscious.
period
People said I was
immediately after
funny, and so I kind of hide.
1492 in a way
And
that
so
is
what way
treated
to kind of
systematically, my knowledge
by
for
going
this
on
particular
a
monograph. It's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first 2 minutes of our lecture looking at the first generation or two immediately after the explosion. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lehmann, which is much more closely dedicated to the Chidah's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is his kind of anglicism of the term Klal Yisraelit, the idea of pan-Jewishness, like something that encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are 2 works that we'll be relying on as well. One last bit of welfare announcement, a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out. Harvard University published the first edition. Here it is. The original cover is kind of a dull cover, I think. But at the time, I was just so happy to be published. It really didn't matter to me. And it looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first few years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time when there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example. But it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that all had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm really pleased, in Ukrainian translation last year. So it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim, both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 cuttable text bill, which was published by the very brief Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here in Yiddish, 100 karbowances, 100 karbowances, which is kind of, you know, like the high point of their cooperation later to be submerged in the flood of pogrom violence. That's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Chidah. Now, the Chidah's life is primarily 18th century. He was born in 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century. But we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap. And so we'll start with that before we go with the Chidah directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula. And this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic and actually quite, disturbing in ways. For example, we should bear in mind the degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned for Jews. Not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, disruption of economic supports, the disruption of their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by the huge dislocation of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how there were 3 entry ports into Portugal, going into that country before, of course, it was transformed for the Jews there 5 years later. And a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to get petition to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult, let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village because an entire pickup and would be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, you know, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? Many of them said perhaps they would do better and they would eke out their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella, and in fact convert to Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about Bentonita, Abrano, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely hapless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and with their victims to some other more hospitable shore, and they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. It's a tremendous danger. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of any means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic of people. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. Something is so hard to even imagine in our day and age, but these boats would come to shore, teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and knew that they would be charged with their upkeep. From time to time, they actually turned them back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa because there was fears of the Jews carrying plague on the boat, but in Rome it seems to be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call tremendous even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. It's a very, very difficult, hard time. You can imagine the sort of stresses. I'll take questions at the end. But you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that lasts for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that the Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the Inquisition was active. So essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and fearful for their lives and were constantly running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered as Jews. So it was a really horrible time. Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which was based here in Istanbul, it's not the spelling we use in English, or Constantinople, which was an earlier name for this. The Eastern world is showing great haven to the Jews who are making their way over here.
that show, and I'm excited
and
about
giving
it.
them
That was on your
respite
bingo card.
in
You just
Greece
won
in
$1 billion.
particular, and also in Israel, the famous developments in the town of Tzfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Fidah really takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I'll just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of race through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment that Jews were living in. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. For those of you who are regulars in this class, we've talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, I think twice now. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we had another lecture where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah, who's also a whole story for herself. But just to give everyone who's perhaps a newcomer to this audience, because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the latest story of the Fidah, an interesting character comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna near Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice, prone to sort of lone wanderings in the forest, and perhaps with a somewhat delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. There are different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. Older historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is, more and more research really in the last half of the 20th century has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill, and he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters who encouraged him and perhaps reinforced the worst aspects of his illness, and unfortunately it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in its way. At any rate, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings I'm going to show here are in fact Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know what's good stuff, Shabbatai Tzvi, what kind of guy is, what is going on with the Jews. Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with so with mystical powers. He abolished traditional fast days, behaved in an antinomian way. At one point, married a Torah scroll. Another point, there's lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky, that many of them turned to Shabbatai. In fact, he must be the Messiah. And how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be their final figure. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews out to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way, following Shabbatai Tzvi, towards Israel. He had to make one stop that was very important in Constantinople, where he was a sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading these massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property at a pittance and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabbatai Tzvi. When, however, he confronted the Sultan said, I have an excellent counsel to offer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what, that sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being imprisoned briefly, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers simply, dejected, fled his movement, and tried to rebuild their lives back in their homelands throughout Europe. A small but significant number were so committed to Shabbatai Tzvi. I had actually an interesting discussion with one of my students about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America. You just use your imagination.
Well,
But
if you
they
get a wet
believed
cup, you
in
don't
him
have to worry
so
about the bug
much
guy swimming
that
in
there
it.
was nothing that he could do wrong,
Alright.
and it must be that we should justify even the crazy things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dunmer, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and we're supposed to do this like world tour of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then will Mashiach come. So the Dunmer actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam, they maintained endogamous relations for a couple hundred years. So right up to the 20th century, several Dunmer played major roles in Turkish politics later on. Perhaps we'll talk about them in the last lecture when we talk about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat. It was not a sudden and sharp break because Shabbatai Tzvi had such an influence. We should realize that much of his Torah was very appealing, very thought-provoking. It did not read like Narish cards. It did not read like ridiculous ideas. A lot of his thought was very, very persuasive. And many thinkers, you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatean thought. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini Inquisition where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There was a question perhaps he was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with kind of G-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and quoted a few ideas. But nevertheless, the Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time dealing with these kinds of challenges. And this brings us to the immediate 18th century and the foundations of the life and work of the Chidah. One of these messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda Chassid led Jews from, I think it was Poland, if I remember correctly, and Germany, to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later, and Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population in Jerusalem by at least 100%. Meaning there was one of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple of months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid died. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever, and Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims seized the central courtyard and synagogue of these Ashkenazi Jews and destroy it. And for debts outstanding. Absolutely intolerable kind of situation. And this is the period when the Chidah was born. Okay, now, let's finally speak about our subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to it. The name Chidah, he's known as the Chidah, HaChidah, as is common in Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azulai. The word Chidah also means secret, or riddle, or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous Sephardic Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother was perhaps one of the original immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel under Yehuda Chassid. His years, however, are 1724, which indicates that she's most likely someone who was a very young child at the time that they arrived. And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno, Italy, in 1806. His birth was occasioned by something of a miracle. When he was born, all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact his own mother thought that he was stillborn, that he was dead. But his brother, the grandmother, refused to accept this, and she managed to get him to scream, and suddenly realized, in fact, that he was alive. So he dedicated most of his later Torah to his brother, to his grandmother, and writing specifically that he was here for, managing to save his life somehow. He was a child prodigy from his youth, apparently at the age of 13. He was also already in classes to people who were 3 times his age, and he was especially associated with Kabbalistic synagogue there in Jerusalem and then later in Hebron. He's famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some of them are really quite massive, huge honkers of tomes. The most famous of which, he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shema Gedolim, which he wrote in 40 years, 40 days, lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. So it's an amazing thing you could do. It's an encyclopedic work that we'll discuss. He also was quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir, later published in 2 volumes under the title Ma'amal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact, it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we shall discuss. But later he decided to develop these and flesh them out, and was clearly writing for later readers. The Magal Tov, the word Magal in Hebrew means like circuit or circle, and it was it's in 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a mashulach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, which was a major center at the time, and then all the way through northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, then coming down to the south to Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities, but also some Ashkenazi communities, visiting nearly 200 recorded Jewish towns on the way, and then brought back the funds to Israel. He was then sent out a couple of decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that, he stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and go to these Jewish communities. And we have now a phenomenal document that has not been studied enough. In fact, it's only been translated into English once in the 1980s, and in many ways a brilliant fiction, but could be brought up to contemporary standards, and there's a lot more research that can be done. Okay, so we're going to spend a lot of time looking at the excursions. This, by the way, is his signature, which gives you the kind of mystical, Kabbalistic feel of his persona and the larger type of issues that he works on. I have no idea even how to read this. I don't know where to start. It's backwards, forwards, whatever. Okay, so what exactly what he was doing? The institution he was involved in is called Shlichut, or
He was on a mission. The Shaleach in Hebrew means to send out, and a person who is sent out is called a Meshulach, meaning someone who is sent, or someone who is Shadar, which is Shaliach D'Rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You'll recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled with all these Ashkenazi freeloaders who are showing up as part of our managing well, and all these Ashkenazi come. Some of them are Hungarians. They take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, cancel everything's on credit. So he was sent out to collect the money. Now, it's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone want to do this? These trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips, leaving his family behind and so on. When I talked about this with my wife the other day, it was so exciting. Reading about the Chidah, guess what he did? It's so interesting. Of course, my wife's reaction is always 180 degrees what I was thinking about. She's saying, what's going on with his wife and kids? Like, how come we don't have any books about what his wife and kids have to put up with while he goes gallivanting on, visiting all the great museums of London and Paris? She's at home in Hebron, dealing with all these Ashkenazim, what's going on. So I could not, as usual, I could not answer my wife's queries satisfactorily, at least not to her satisfaction, but we'll try. But among the motives for being a Shaliach are obviously his tremendous responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support the community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Meshulachim have great records of how the Meshulachim worked in the 18th century. They keep 1/3 of everything they collect, right? Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb nowadays. That's a huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you've made, a decent salary right there in a few days. To a place Bal Harbor or something like that. So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but your wife and family are cared for by the community that you left behind, and you come back with a massive amount of money. You also need to choose someone who is trustworthy, who will manage the accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds. A huge problem that was ongoing with the Shluchim in that time, perhaps also in our time, I don't know, because they would have to maintain very detailed and trustworthy records of the monies they collected, the monies they dispersed, and so on. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of the central organizations based in Constantinople and the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also have people who are like free agents up in a town, and they had poorly crafted, faked, or missing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money, and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there will be nothing for them. It already emptied with coffers. So it's a real problem and something that requires attention. Just to give you a little bit of statistics, when I was studying this, I was reminded of my childhood. Forgive me, this is very therapeutic for me. I was born and raised in a fairly remote Canada, where the Red Dot is, a little town called Iroquois Falls. And I remember, this would be in the late 1960s, maybe early 1970s, that every now and then, this rabbi would show up, and we were the only Jewish family in this town. This rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few nights, while he made the rounds in whatever way it is, Jew in this town 10 miles away, Jew in this other town 20 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Beis Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Shaulson, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go to tiny little towns of northern Ontario. In every town, there's a little Jewish general store that was owned
by someone like my father, and he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are more bears than people. It's incredible. Hard to imagine why people do that. And then later, the reason I'm showing off America is because we moved down to North Miami Beach for my first 10-year track job was down here, and I'm going to show one day, and I show up, and I see there's the rabbi, and he makes the same route, probably not hitchhiking, but he makes it all the way down to North Miami Beach. And of course, he knows father, mother, every single Jewish family along Highway 11 is absolutely astounding. Just to give you a sense of the role, this is one of my sons, Green Airport Falls. This is the town, by the way, the whole town. This is everything. Here's the paper mill over here. And if my son were to count and look back this way, there would be no human habitation until you go over the polar ice cap and go into Siberia. It's so far north. And this is where this Meshulach would travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institute I was speaking about. And the Chidah was more like these hitchhiking Meshulachim. He went with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a brain the size of Montana. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for Hebron. It's astounding. It's like you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner, standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the so the looking at the map as a whole, the kinds of places that he would go. Constantinople, here on the Bosporus, this little strait that separates the Black Sea from the Adriatic and the Mediterranean, very important town. It's the center of the Eastern Empire, the Ottoman Empire. Istanbul, of course, is the Muslim name. That would be the center of the Sephardic diaspora. That's where the Jews had the most power, and it was the capital city of the entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Meshulachim was based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora, through the people like the Chidah, begin to themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than losing their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Chidah are kind of like the arteries and veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them to the idea that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one cloud, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching connection. This diaspora managed the languages of the central authorities, the Tushdagi, the appointed people of truth, the name of the organization. They would have to communicate in Ladino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in Turkish and in Hebrew, and in different types of handwriting as well. They would have different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with whichever communities these shidduchim would attend to. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora, and somehow the work of people like the Chidah really tied us together. If you look, for example, at the Sephardim who are associated with Syria, and the Sephardim who are associated with Morocco, and the Sephardim who are associated with Amsterdam. Very, very different cultures, and especially over a couple of centuries, they get further and further apart. But the role of the Chidah was to still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the part, the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, and maintain their identity as a diaspora community. So why was he such an amazing scholar? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult the most popular work, but by the very prolific young man named Yehuda Azulai, doing quite a bit of work on Sephardic race, and I look forward in particular to reading his biography of Rabbi Rothschild. The Chidah was like a Dream Mushara. He was a tremendous scholar. On his first voyage, he tends to be viewed with a certain degree of skepticism because if you imagine him walking into some German village and he's dressed in, traditional Sephardic attire with a long robe and the turban, the picture that we see here is probably not that far off what he looked like. It's true, it is 18th century, so there's a lot of liberties taken, but we have similar kinds of issues with pictures of the Bill Madonna, for example. But nevertheless, he apparently was very tall, very good looking, was an exceptional speaker, and he would be called upon as he comes into these towns to deliver some moral wisdom. In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Chidah was always very careful. He used to, for example, fine himself, a monetary fine. If he ever grew frustrated or angry, he would often, put aside money that he would manage all strange kind of encounters in a very appealing way. He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards wherever he went. He was a vegetarian during the week, and for the Sabbath, because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut of every village he happened to be staying in. And by the way, he insisted they were quite often dependent on the services of non-Jews to convey them to their destinations. And every now and then he had to spend Sabbath out in the forest or in a desert even, and all kinds of difficult situations. He mentions, the diary is just a mind-blowing kind of thing. He mentions, for example, when he was in England, and I've been to Scotland where I think I've seen things like this. It's a diary, but as a travelogue, it's very entertaining. He describes himself. And, so the caravan that he was with in stopped. They're like, I imagine, like some jewels and some carts and things like that. So went to look for a more private place to relieve himself. Saw this low stone wall. Right? You imagine Scott's got all these sheep around, stuff like that. This low stone wall, and on the other side of the stone wall, he saw what looked like solid earth. So he decided he would just hop over this stone wall and do what he had to do there. But at the other stone wall was a cesspool. He didn't realize it. He ended up to his chest. It was filled, and he could not get out. It was like, so he started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Imagine he was dressed in all this Ottoman garb with a turban and everything, and smelling. And he described how he had to cover him in blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. You imagine the Gadol Hador, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures. It grounds you in the kind of things that he does. So he learned to chef his own chickens, and he would chef the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. There are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with it. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture. There's actually an app for your iPhone where you can read one miracle a day associated with the Chidah. So many of these amazing stories. One, though, I find very appealing. Apparently, he was brought an 8-month-old child to visit, and a very precocious child. And he actually taught the child the alphabet, which everyone thought was amazing. And then he kissed the child on the forehead. A few days later, the child died. Then people said to him, this is a horrible, terrible story, but he said to them, you don't realize that child was actually Mashiach. Mashiach was born in our generation.
I love your style. So Winston Pickles, remind us, how long you been on stand-up?
It's kind of woo stories, but you get a sense of what kind of person
6 years
he
of
was.
stand-up, 10 years.
So let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title page, Magal Tov of it. You can see in this map here. The map here, this is the first expedition. Takes them out all the way out to North Europe, out to London, back down through the Sephardic regions of Spain, of France, and then back up to the Ottoman Empire, where he reported to the central authorities there, and displayed the pinkas, the record of the monies he brought down, and then back down to Jerusalem. To give you just a sense of some of the adventures he had, I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries, one after another, with all kinds of different rules. For example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall it. And then they told him in advance, the Jewish community said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish act. There was a ban that was placed in the year 1215, so this is already 500 years later. It was widely ignored, but that Jews had to wear some identifying clothing, either a round badge on their chest, sometimes 2 tablets of the law, but quite often a ridiculous conical hat called the Jewish book. And they gave him one. They said, "You got to wear this. You can't go in town without this." He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. I mean, this is after all the 18th century. Please. So he describes how he put the hat in his cloak and he walked around as normal inside the town. He got arrested. And he got before the magistrate who fined him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical money. And he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? Right? If you see the boys go out and play basketball, they have to keep it in their pocket or sometimes in their mouth. That's close enough. Yeah, that's funny. So he describes these kinds of adventures and difficulties that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he is subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of money. He has to pay. And it's true that when he gets to a more established town, then he can work with the Jewish community there and engage in bills of exchange to write essentially checks that will be sent back and that will be honored. But, on the open road, if he's walking out of a town with how many gold is in different currencies, certain currencies are illegal to possess in different territories. Tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years, and he put up with them. Very adventuresome. He also describes he's quite an intellectual. He's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, like De Vere, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And he writes down in his diary, oh, they had a great copy of this, and I read it. They had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I read in Constantinople. And he keeps a record of everything that he read, when he got to whatever location he went to. He loved going to museums. There's an amazing description of the things he saw in the Louvre or the British Museum. He goes in there and he describes for the curious Hebrew reader what was on display there. He even the nation of the new Ottoman Sultan, when the first one died when he was there, and he describes in great detail exactly who was in the coronation parade and how many of them and what they wore. It's a travel art. It's a fascinating document. He also is introduced to something of a celebrity himself, especially on the second trip. He's introduced to some fascinating people. We learn about, for example, his visit with a Jewish man named Perrier, who invented sign language. And Perrier is a Sephardic Jew living in France, who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute to sign with his hands. It's a Jewish invention, amazingly. And he went to meet him, and he was astounded. The child that had been taught by Perrier could speak in French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet. And the guy has a sense of humor. He says, I was so amazed by this that just for fun, I tried, just wiggling my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked had a look of consternation on his face, and Perrier said to him, "Please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture." Right? So he's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story, and we get to meet some celebrities in the description of the Three Dogs Travels. Also, a very heroic individual. I'd love to hear that from someday. Now, all of this stuff is fascinating, but what most people know him for is what he wrote, which is absolutely stunning. First of all, there's this book here called Shem HaGadol, which is probably his best-known work. Shem HaGadol literally means the names of the great ones. It's a 2-volume compendium, about 4 inches in width, that has some 2,000 odd citations, if I remember correctly. In one volume, it's a sheet of every Jewish book that I have ever seen, which is astonishing. Think about it in a bibliographic context. He listed them all alphabetically. Every single book. This is a list from the early under the letter Tzadik. Let's start with the letter Tzadik. The second volume is a list of all the authors by name and what they wrote. A phenomenal piece of library scholarship with, not just a catalog. You learn about what's inside these books. What kind of materials are there? And this besides many important commentaries such as the Birkei Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch and things like that. This is like a huge contribution. I will tell you that, thank God my wife and I, we have 6 kids. And after the first few, we started running out of names. We didn't know exactly who to name our kids after. So we went to our rabbi, because we're Bali Tshuva, we figured the rabbi knows everything. He's going to tell us what to do. And the rabbi says, go look in Shem HaGadol name. Go look in the Chidah's work. You find a name that makes sense for your child. So that was an interesting sort of, it's a go-to source like the baby name book as well. Idea of naming your child. The only problem is, what happens if you have a girl? Right? All the guys, they're all guys in these books. Anyways, one other that I personally studied many times over and I got a lot of is this book called Chop L'Yisrael, which is not authored by the Chidah, but he composed a major part of it. Basically, it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by the Rizal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat, who had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Haftorah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. So one of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses, and he set it all down to order. And so you could study the entire Torah and the Haftorah and so on this daily basis. The Chidah took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halakha and a sar, a section of ethical writings, and he fleshed it out with more modern materials, such that the daily regimen, if you read Hebrew well, you can probably finish it in about 15-20 minutes. There is an I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation. It might take a little longer, but he did not insert his own writing into it. He really edited it. You nevertheless get a feel for who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior. And so on. So the second expedition is somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual, but not so well known. By the time he went across in the 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of bearing and character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect, and people didn't regard him as a shulach anymore. People didn't show any disrespect as being, to use the Yiddish term, a schnorrer, someone who was begging for money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary than in fact he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also importuned on multiple occasions to stay and be the rabbi of a local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting these positions because the community treated so well, and he really felt that he was needed and loved, but he managed to break himself away almost every time. He was heartbroken when he learned, however, en route that his wife Rachel had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy, and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno and spent several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end there. I'll just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is discussed in Dr. Lehman's book. He received very different reception, particularly on his first trip, when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, Sephardim would regard him as, to use the Ladino term, Unzera, one of ours, the Sephardi. If you're laughing, you're fluent in Ladino. The Ashkenazi, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only give to the Ashkenazi community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was offered away empty-handed or with very niggardly gifts from these Ashkenazi communities, so much so that he often had to reduce them in order to get them to donate more generously. This began to fade, especially when he came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of like a growing split between the Ashkenazi and the Sephardim in the 18th century. To close our lecture, here's the shot from the app. Chidah HaYomi, the daily Chidah. The most important aspect of the Chidah's life,
most people have no idea of your browsing history could still be monitored and even recorded unless you use
literary legacy.
Netflix
But we should also recognize that with his tremendous personal efforts to support the poor of Hebron, he also served a major function in tying together this disparate Sephardic diaspora, and also by connecting all of these far-flung communities to the central homeland in Israel. Here was a real-life, legitimate immigrant from Israel, or traveler from Israel, who was showing up in Amsterdam, in London, and saying, I need money back for the poor of Israel, that constantly reminded the Jews of the in fact, many Zionist historiographers really emphasize his role in planting the idea of early Zionism in the mind of 18th century Jews, because it really connected them to the concept that there are Jews living in Israel today. Let us recall, we're talking only about, before the Ashkenazic onslaught of 700, we're talking about 1,000 Jews living in Jerusalem. Amount of Jews. So the idea that all of these hundreds of thousands of Jews living in the diaspora still see Jerusalem as their homeland was very significant. So he really did a lot to solidify the idea of a Sephardic diaspora. Furthermore, the hostility which he occasionally encountered from Ashkenazim, more on the first trip than on the second trip, indicates the tendencies, the centrifugal tendencies that could have torn apart the Jewish community were it not for people like Chidah. There is one last miraculous story associated with this readjournment. In 1956, Chief Rabbi of Israel, noting that the Chidah had always wished to be buried in the homeland, petitioned successfully to have his body reinterred from Livorno, and in fact he received a burial with dignity. Here's his mausoleum on the map. But there's one last small story. Sorry. Har Hanukkah, the mountain of rest. Thank you. There's one
What
inch
do
is
we
a
go?
tough
Let's see what
audience.
happens. Here
People
we
know a
go.
lot.
A
And I'm in
minute
trouble.
from Jimmy
Yeah, take that
Clifford,
out of the
everybody.
internet.
Jimmy Clifford.
So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu
So my little
that
sister is a
when they
conspiracy
transfer the
theorist.
bodies, you
And
may
then the day
be
she walked up
familiar
to me,
with this
she goes,
idea
"Hey, did you hear about
that
this Helen
the
Keller
bodies of
bullshit?"
tzaddikim, the bodies of the
What was
righteous,
that, Alexa
do not
Jones?
decompose.
And she goes, "Yeah, my
Right?
teacher's trying to peddle us some
Like that
fake
joke with
news,
Beethoven,
saying this bitch was born blind and deaf. But I'm supposed to believe she learned how to
But sorry,
read
okay,
and
let's
even
just go
gave
back here.
speeches."
So
I'm like,
the
yeah, right.
bodies of
Biden was the
tzaddikim, this is
president,
a
and he could do
widespread
both of those at the same time.
mystical belief that the bodies
I
of
was like,
the
Katie, Helen
tzaddikim do
Keller
not
was
decompose.
born blind and deaf. She
The
goes,
story
"How
told
should I
Rabbi
read?"
Eliyahu
And I was like,
is
well, she
that
had this teacher named
when they put the body of the Chidah in the plane, there were two occasions on the trip when in fact the coffin fell and was actually turned upside down. And so when they wanted to remove the body from the plane and they were going to take him for interment, the rabbi said, we can't just bury him without making sure that his body is resting in dignified position. The rest of the Kedusha, the Burial Society didn't want to open the coffin, didn't want to give up, but Rabbi Rothschild, who was the chief among them, insisted, and so he apologized, as is the custom. He apologized to the Chidah's body that he would not intend to do it any injustice or indignity. They opened the coffin, and he did not look. He just put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly, and he said that from the way it felt, in fact, the body of the Chidah did not feel like it had decomposed at all. 200 years later. Was made. That was insane. Anyways, that's the story for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of the Chidah as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at Sir Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working tirelessly for the benefit of the Jewish people. Thank you for your attention as always. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really got so much inspiration out of hearing about the life of the Chidah. I was reading about the life of the Chidah. The research for it was just fascinating. What strikes me the most, perhaps, is the fact that this is a person of really global importance in terms of his scholarship and his erudition. And he had such a difficult, menial job, particularly in his first tour. He was traveling around, literally knocking on doors, collecting money for the community back in Hebron. It reminds me of that passage in the Talmud that says, do not regard the blessing of an ordinary person as a little meaning. Kind of an awkward translation, but on the fly. Meaning when an ordinary person gives you a thing,
yeah, how do you talk about Helen Keller would be the retard?
You never have any idea. Anyways, tremendous contributions to the creation of a Sephardic diaspora. Recall that at this time, Sephardic Jews were speaking English, Portuguese, Turkish, Hebrew, Italian, Ladino, of course, they're all scattered all over, and yet somehow people like the Chidah are able to bring them together, as we saw from the research from South on the Okay, that's it. Last shameless plug. If you're interested in the Jews of Ukraine, check out my the Jewish tradition of my book, which is on. I'm very pleased with, and I'll be having most of the regulars is how they make their day-to-day wage. And I'll see you guys next week.
Dead silence after everything you say. It's almost amazing. Like if we wanted to get room tone for audio, I would just have you do a joke so we could hear, make sure that we have the ventilation and the light sound of lighting and everything edited out of the baseline sound. It never gets quieter than when you try to make some noise in this room. Jimmy, so where do you live? Austin? I live in Austin. For how long?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Where were you at before
Thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
This
Jersey, what was that
week
like?
we have an amazing person to speak about, someone who lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century. In many ways, a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews, even into the 21st century. A person of truly towering proportions, someone who had personal influence in so many parts of the globe, and was really an inspirational character that I got a lot of in doing the research. research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about Moses Montefiore, an extremely important philanthropist from England who was exceptionally involved on a personal level on the rescue of Jewish communities, both with his wealth, but also with his tremendous force and personality and the pressure that he brought to bear in so many different political environments. Many regarded him as a Messiah-like figure because of the salvations that he was able to bring to individual Jewish communities, especially in the Near East. His life is somewhat more complicated, but the deeper we go into his personal background, I think you will find that it is as inspirational as his tremendous achievements were. Let's do our welcome very quickly. So tonight's lecture is sponsored by Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray. They've long sponsored a lot of our lectures here by donating to our scholarship fund, and it's especially appropriate, I think, that longtime sponsors should be associated with name Montefiore. Our source today is going to be Abigail Green's recent biography, a real honker of a book here, about 500-odd pages, published by the Belknap Press of Harvard. Really an impressive piece of scholarship. She herself happens to be a descendant of Montefiore, but she's also a professional historian, and it's very clear that her training is really what dictates the voice of her research. At the same time, it's fascinating to read about some of the inside scoop that she gets us. Like, for example, I'll speak a little bit about one moment when Montefiore's life was miraculously saved, and he was a custom at the Passover Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the one page from his diary, in which he describes his personal salvation. It's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained Oxford historian brings to the task, and it's a very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus or landscape. You really get a feeling for what's happening, and actually, see if I can bring some of that particular special spice into my own writing. Anyway, that's our primary source for today, her book on Moses Montefiore. So, who this man? As you can see, 1784 to 1885, it was just over a century. In fact, the centenary was a cause for international celebration, both in England, where he was a major political and philanthropic figure, and also among all of the Jewish communities of the world.
That was when I realized I went from having
incredibly influential in finance and industry, where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, he basically retired from his business efforts, almost all of his energy into Klal Yisrael, into the Jewish people as a whole, traveling the world, helping besiege beleaguered populations, trying to work through some of the political crises that they faced, and also lending of his phenomenal wealth to populations that were desperate for food and suffering from cholera and so on. For some of those things. He was ultimately knighted by Victoria and Sir Moses, who was actually a bit of a scandal when he became the Sheriff of London. The idea that you should call the sheriff by the name Sir Moses is suggests that maybe you could anglicize that somehow.
Barely decent, yet the #1 ranked book in Cole of
English, it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses. I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you very much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in this presentation, but ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of Jewish causes worldwide. Here's one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. These wreaths here have names of places on it where he had tremendous influence.
op zwaarmetalen ondergrip.
Morocco, Jerusalem, of course, was Damascus, Constantinople. His arms here, he was very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim in Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And when his flags traveled through the ancient Near East, or Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag of an English nobleman coming around with
Monday,
his
August
Jerusalem banner, they
18th
often
on this
broke down in
lovely
tears.
Monday
It
morning.
felt like a messianic kind of moment when this great, wealthy
Kids
individual
back
was
at
coming
school
through
finally.
with
I hear you. We
aid
all
for
get
the
a little bit of
population.
a break.
He was also
from 3 p.m.
he liked to record
back on that
aphorisms,
train, dude.
and he jotted down things in his diaries and the inside flaps of the books. He was an avid reader. One of his most famous aphorisms is think and thank. Contemplate and express gratitude. He liked collecting these sort of things. So this is kind of like a new image to it on the centenary of his birth in 1884, caused, as I mentioned before, great celebration. Now, I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared. It happens that he died childless, and he named his nephew Joseph his heir, and the literary executive. And he had a massive amount of personal papers. I mentioned he was an assiduous journal keeper. He kept diaries, voluminous correspondence all over the globe. And Joseph, some years after the passing of Montefiore, burned almost the entire archive. For reasons which are unknown. Some have argued that he wished to avoid exposing his illustrious uncle to humiliation of scandals that may have been buried in those archives. Others have argued more charitably that he was worried that his uncle would be reified in an idol-like fashion. He didn't want people digging deeply into the documents. And this is an open question. Dr. Green goes into in some detail, and you can certainly peruse her book for various theories as to why this particular act of destruction was motivated. But nevertheless, we have only a few bits of official biographies that were recorded of several figures important in his life, and we have the official papers that Joseph held back that he deemed appropriate to save, and also Montefiore had a personal secretary, Lyra, who was actually a rather brilliant man who came from Eastern Europe with a traditional Talmudic education, but a very broad secular education as well, Dr. Lyra. And Dr. Lyra was so, he wrote one of the official biographies, he personally could not bear to see so much of this material lost, so he actually rescued a few key sections from the archive, and that taken together is basically the source material for the life of Montefiore from his own family archive. Of course, he made such a tremendous impact on so many world governments that there's a phenomenal amount of source material, journalistic accounts, government papers, so on. The other side is the correspondence. So Dr. Green was really able to piece together quite a complex picture of a man whose activity over a century had such incredible impact. He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora. He actually came from an Italian Sephardi family in Livorno. Livorno, also known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy, northern Italy, and it happened that Jews found that to be a very welcome center for their activity. The Medici had actually passed a law guaranteeing religious tolerance, which was rather unusual for Europe at the time. And so many Jews flocked to that region, primarily because they could be free to practice their own faith. Both the so-called the Spanish Jews, Sephardim per se, those were Jews who had fled in 1492 when they were exiled from Spain, and also those so-called Portuguese Jews who were the same Sephardi Jews who had fled first to Portugal, where they were forcibly converted, and then over the next few decades, they managed to escape, trickling out of the Iberian Peninsula and then returning back to their ancestral faith once again. just to give you a sense of the pervasiveness of the community, the split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese. Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore Synagogue in London. That's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business was in Portuguese, minutes taken in Portuguese, and so on. The service was, of course, in Hebrew, and he was quite adamant that the service should not change one iota. In fact, he was one of the most stalwart defenders of the traditional Orthodox service when the Reform movement made considerable inroads into England and tried to bring with it some of the German innovations, such as the introduction of organs to the service and family seating men and women together in the sanctuary. He opposed it bitterly, and while he was alive, he was able to, in fact, withstand much of those social pressures. Did lead to a breakaway minion. We will not look too deeply into the politics of that, but nevertheless, his particular orientation was definitely very Sephardic and was based on his heritage. His parents, of course, were actually English, hence his English citizenship, and he was visiting Livorno, where their parents had come from, and that's his connection there. His wife, shown here, Judith, was actually Ashkenazi, so it was a little bit of an unusual marriage at the time to have one of the Sephardi elite marrying one of the Ashkenazi elite. They had a long relationship. She passed away in the 1860s, if I'm not mistaken. When he was irritated with her, wished to needle her, he would call her in German, meine liebe Frau, which is, of course, a Yiddish or German term, underlining the second-class Ashkenazi status as opposed to the Sephardi elite of London. However, she had another connection. Her sister was married to an important Ashkenazi named Rothschild. So the connection between the Montefiore family and the Rothschild family was cemented through marriage in the two sisters, one of whom, Judith, marrying Moses, and her sister, of course, marrying the Rothschild family, together with the Goldsmith, a third family from Ashkenazim. They really controlled a tremendous amount of Jewish wealth and even general English wealth at the time. He was the eldest child of several. Part of that is because tragically he lost one of his sisters when her dress accidentally caught fire and she was burned to death. The Nazi rescued, and then his father died shortly thereafter, and he remained the sole support of his mother from a teenager on. Here's a picture of the two of them together. You can see the rather quite devoted, and also gets sort of 18th century feel, because even though they were married in the 19th century, it definitely feels kind of like a pride production on the ground. And here's a closer look at Judith herself. They remained, unfortunately, childless, and this was a cause of great pain to Judith, but she devoted much of her energy to helping women's causes, which often got her husband into trouble, as we shall see shortly. I saw with my own eyes when he made his money primarily in the Mercantile area as a tea merchant, and then he transferred over to the burgeoning stock market, which was just developing in the 19th century. In London. He partnered originally with his brother Abraham, but they had a major falling out when Abraham married a woman that the rest of the family disagreed with. In fact, this was like a very sharp red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore. Intermarriage was something that he looked on with tremendous disfavor, and in fact, he had difficulty reconciling himself with himself and family members who did marry outside of the faith. He made a tremendous amount of money in tea, and then later in the stock market, even more money, and he invested quite a bit of that into several new industries. He was very interested in gas lighting, which was just coming to England at this time. That is, like we have electrification, they had gas lines running all over the place. It sounds terribly dangerous, but that's in fact what they had. So street lighting and things like that. He was a heavy early investor in that technology. Also in insurance. He saw a tremendous value in the field of insuring enterprises of one thing or another, and he became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very young age, built on the family fortune that made it so many times greater that he was one of the most prominently wealthy Jews of London at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1324, he formally stepped back from his business affairs at the age, although in reality he was regularly back at the office, using his office for various personal activities, personal correspondence, but almost all of his activity was ultimately political or social or philosophic in nature. So he was still very much working well into his 80s and 90s, but when he was he had actually retired from business per se already at the age of 30. What did he do with his time after that? Well, started out primarily as a travel enthusiast. Just to give you a sense of what it must have been like. He and Judith bought a carriage that was something like this, and they would travel throughout Europe and throughout the United Kingdom. That would take days upon days for journeys that would for us take just a few hours. They would spend a week out this place, often in these kind of crowded and heated circumstances inside one of these carriages. But he loved it. He loved to go to the seaside. He loved visiting, remote places. And he was very fond of very detailed travel journals. When they were visiting Livorno, the ancestral family home, at one point, he saw boats docked there preparing to go to Yaffo, Israel, and he was deeply moved by the thought that he could actually travel to Israel per se. This really moved him tremendously. It united the religious elements in his personality, which were profound, and ultimately that's when his personal journey of becoming an internationally active individual began. We should mention that his religiosity is fascinating. His library contained no significant works of Jewish scholarship. It does not appear that he was particularly learned in Judaism, other than the very basic minimum that would be required of a Jewish male to participate in traditional Orthodox services. He was, in some cases, quite ignorant of the halakha of Jewish law, and he relied very heavily on Dr. Lira, who I mentioned earlier, for guidance in many areas that other Jews simply took for granted. On the other hand, what he did know, he was an immovable force with regards to those halakhot, with regards to those aspects of Jewish law, and he would not compromise if he felt that tradition was at stake. He was very much firmly in that mind. And we should recall that this is not a typical attitude for wealthy Jews of his class in the 19th century. I would dare say in the 20th or the 21st century. Sometimes, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I just haven't known enough of the right people, but sometimes when people get very, very wealthy, they kind of feel like, well, it's enough already. Like, it's just beyond what's necessary. I don't mean to malign anyone for having money, and all of those of you on the internet who have money, please share it with our students. The scholarship fund. But he was definitely not like that. He was someone who identified with the poor. He refers many times to the great feeling of anguish he felt when he encountered the poor, and which also, we should say, that he was not at all parochial. One of the great platforms of his philanthropic activity was that it had to be for both Jews and non-Jews. When he was serving, that's part of the reason why his particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example, were so wildly successful, because he said outright that whatever monies we collect, which are intended for the poor of Jerusalem, will be given to anyone in Jerusalem who is poor. Jewish, Christian, Muslim, it matters not. And that drew in a tremendous amount of support from non-Jews as well to support these particular activities. So he was not at all parochial, and many charitable organizations chose him specifically to be the vehicle for their donations. Let us remember when we talked about last week when we looked at the Kudah,
Hamza just
There's
did a
a
lot of
period
opportunity
in
for
which
finishes.
philosophy is really changing
Wasn't
dramatically.
there,
The whole
and that's
history,
why you get this
the
fight.
mechanism of Jewish
And
philanthropy
I
is changing.
enjoyed it
Because
seeing a guy like DP at
the
his level,
individual
and his
communities in
wins,
Israel
and look at his
would
resume, like,
send
holy
quite
shit,
often their
to do that to a guy
messengers,
for
like the
25
Fidah that we
minutes
saw last week, and the
wild.
Fidah and
You
other
pitched a
messengers in the
shutout.
Shulakim would go from town
If
to
you're a
town
baseball fan
and
and
would
you
collect
watch
money,
a team
and
pitch a
they would
shutout,
typically
it's
keep
not that exciting.
1/3 of everything
For
they
a reason,
collected
when
for
Yoshi's
themselves,
pitching,
which meant
he
that
might
there
give
was
up
a
1 or 2
certain
hits.
number of
It kind of
charlatans
sucks. Even though it's great for your
and it
team,
would
it's
also
not
represent
exciting
Hebron,
at
and you
all.
have 2, 3,
So
4
like, okay, cool.
representing
After
the
the first inning,
same
like,
poor
okay, and then it's just
population
more
coming
of the
through
same
town.
for
And
fucking
if you
7
just
innings
gave,
until the closer
you know,
comes in.
100
You know,
lira
it's
to the
really
first
not that fun
collector
for a reason.
representing
The Dodgers
Hebron,
really don't
then the
create
second
a lot
guy
of
comes, he's
offense when he's
also
pitching
representing
either.
Hebron.
So you
And
can
you begin to
source
wonder,
like
I mean,
1
how
to
much of
0,
my
2 to
donations
1
are actually
if you're lucky.
overhead,
There's
and
not
how
a lot
much
of
are actually
action.
getting to
There's just
the
not,
poor
but
people of
it's
Hebron.
so
So
impressive.
there were several
It's
competing
insane.
organizations
It's
that,
insane.
you know,
But
claimed to
if
collect
every
and organize
team in
and
MLB
administer
had a guy who's
these
capable of
collections
throwing
such that
shutouts
the
every night,
overhead was
their
minimized.
ratings would suck.
Montefiore did not
They're like,
intend
this,
to
what
compete
the
with
fuck?
these
What do we like
organizations,
home runs?
but quite
What do we
often
like knockout?
people just said,
What
you
do
know
we
what,
like
I don't know what to do
finishes?
with all of these
We
solicitations I'm
like that,
receiving.
and it is
Let's
a
just
form
give
of
it to
entertainment.
Montefiore, and he'll take
But at
care
the
of
same
it.
time,
And in
too,
fact, he did.
when a guy
So this is something that we see
pitches
even
a
in the
no
charitable
shutout like
world
Hamza
today.
did, you
But
have
let
to
us go back
appreciate it.
to our story
You don't have to
of
like it.
Israel. He
And you
made
can
7
criticize it.
trips to Israel in total.
But I
And
think
let's
your
recall that
criticism
trips
should
to
come
Israel
from
in the
both
19th century
ends.
were nothing like the
Because
trips
it's not
we have
just
today, where you
Hamza.
simply,
Of course,
it's
he
harder to
did
get to JFK
but
than
there
it
was
is
a
to
lot
get
of
to
opportunity.
Jerusalem.
And if
It's a
he were to
tremendous,
open up those
these are trips
opportunities
that
for DDP
were
to
quite
go, then
dangerous,
his
that
opportunity
required,
and his
you know,
chances of
travel through
losing go
war
up.
zones,
So
it
you can see
required
why
travel
Hamza
in
kept with
places
his game
where there
plan.
was no real secure rule of
DDP's
law.
team's going to have to answer a
Banditry
few
was common.
questions.
In fact, on their very first trip,
And I said this, you
no
know,
one
after I
would
came
go
back
with
from
them
watching Hamza
from
at
their
New
dock in
Jackson's camp.
Cairo by boat to Israel
And I've
because they
been,
were afraid
I
that
declared
they
the
would be
GSP,
besieged by
who's one of the
pirates.
greatest
Finally,
ever.
they did find one
John
Irishman
Jones.
who agreed to travel
I
with them,
felt that Randy
and he
Couture.
said, I'm sure we'll be
I've
fine, we
never
won't be
seen
attacked by
someone
pirates, just
trade
to be safe.
more
Everybody has to
dominant
dress
than
like an
Hamza.
Ottoman Turk. And in fact,
And
they
I
had to
thought,
dress
I've
up
been away
like
from the game for a little
Turks
bit.
with
I haven't seen
turbans,
too
the
many
whole
camps.
thing,
I
his
didn't
wife
want to
as
come
well.
on here
And
fucking
they
suck them off
they
too
couldn't
hard.
get that any guards to come with them, so he had to
And
secrete
also,
all of the money he had with him in
I'm
11
privy
small
and I don't
packets,
have eyeballs on
distributing it
DDP's
through his
camp, so I
luggage,
didn't want to be
just
too
hoping they would
biased.
not be attacked on the way.
But
Very dangerous
unfortunately for
kind of travel.
DDP, what he
I
was
would
doing,
like to
when
read
he was doing to
one
world-class
passage
guys,
here,
I'm
or a
talking
couple of
the who's
passages,
who of wrestling
in
grappling.
which he described
He was
the kind of
fucking
feeling
them
he
up way
had
worse than DDP.
when he was in these places.
I didn't want to come
Okay,
on
so
here
when he
and
saw
too
Jerusalem,
hard,
he
but I probably
writes in
should have.
history,
But I just didn't know what DDP
with humble
was
thanks
capable
to my
of.
God, the God of my
His own
fathers, the
Orthodox
only
style, it's
true
hard
God,
to
we arrived
kind of
safe, without any accident, in the city of our forefathers, the great and long-deferred object of our wishes and journey.
Maybe he'll figure
May
this
God
out. That's
Almighty
why
bless my
the
dear
fight was
wife and
intriguing
honored
because even
mother,
after the
make
third
me
round, I
more
was like,
deserving
oh,
of
something's
His
gonna happen.
manifold
They'll figure
blessings and
something out.
mercies. I may
The
become
coach
every
inside
day
the
a
corner,
better man,
there wasn't
a
I
more
don't think
righteous
they knew what
Jew,
to do.
and more useful to my poor brethren
There
in
wasn't a
general,
lot of
so
coaching
that my
going
latter
on. Like
days
you
may
say,
be virtuous
your
and
fighter
peaceful.
doesn't have the skill
May my
sets to
God guard and
defend the
protect me and my dear wife to the end of our lives, and then receive our souls to His almighty care. To get a sense for the genuine piety that he experienced upon seeing Jerusalem, it was a life-changing experience for him. He, over the course of these several trips, came with many charitable ventures. He was very big into the idea that the Jews in Israel should be given the means to make themselves productive. Let us recall, he was living in Jerusalem at this time. Something like 3,000 Jews are there. The community is roughly split, Ashkenazim and Sephardim. Very different attitudes to Europe. Montefiore was an unusual character because of his Sephardi roots, but also his tremendous wealth, coming in these decorated carriages, especially in later trips. And he often enjoyed wearing, by the way, his official uniform as the sheriff of London, even after he was no longer sheriff, which is an interesting sheriff. I think it's Wyatt, but it's not like that. It's like more like sheriff of Nottingham, right? It's a good guy, right? With a big, like, whole office, medallion of office with red robes, things like that.
The good thing is for UFC is pay-per-views don't matter anymore.
Wearing
So if you have a dominant champion who's just winning
one of the most
based
powerful
off
maritime
wrestling and control, it is what it
countries
is. So
in the world
now,
at the time, empires.
if
We
I'm
also,
UFC, you're hoping
so
that
we believe
people
very much
tune
in
into
setting
watching
up
these guys lose.
various types of
But yet the narrative that
vocational
Hamzat's some
endeavors.
lame guy like a John
Sometimes I
Fitch
got into
type
trouble.
isn't
The
real.
most famous,
That
iconic
narrative is
example
coming
of
from
this
his
is,
most
of course,
recent
the
fight.
windmill
And that
that's
narrative
seen in Jerusalem
shouldn't
today.
count
The
as
windmill was
didn't
one of his
allow
many
him the
attempts to
opportunity
try
to find the
and get
finishes.
the
And that's
Jews
kudos to
some
DDP.
means of production.
Again, you're
Because
all going to see
of his
his
experience
next few
in
matchups,
England and
those guys
Northern
aren't going to
Europe,
make it
he
25
felt that
minutes.
harnessing
I would
wind
bet my
power
last
to
fucking dollar.
ground
Those
grain
guys do
into
not last 25
flour
minutes. It's
would
not
be
a knock
something
on
that
it.
would enable them
It's
to
that
be quite
style.
productive. They didn't
Let's
really
take a little
think
break
too
and
much
we'll
about
jump right
exactly
back
where they
into this
put this
juicy
particular
SUV
windmill.
pay-per-view
The wind
Hamzat
was not
DDP because
as
this is the
effective as they
last
would have
month
liked.
to win
The
my
thing was
TRX.
constantly
Anything you
breaking
buy,
down.
you
They didn't
lose
have
your
parts for it.
Shopify.
So it's
Picture
more of
this.
a
It's midnight, you're laying in bed,
kind of
scrolling
a
through this
visual
new website you
icon
found,
than a
hitting the
very
add to cart button
productive
on that
means
item
of
you've been looking for.
production. But
After
nevertheless,
15 minutes, you decide you've
it
done
was
enough
quite a
damage to your wallet,
significant
decide to check out. You remember
statement.
your wallet
It was a
card is in
visual
the living
reminder of
room.
how
You don't want to get out of bed and go get
Palms
it. Just as
here,
you're
by
getting
the
ready to
way,
abandon your cart,
set up
that's
for
when
the
that purple shop button, that shop button
as well as
that has
much of
all
the
of your
windmill
payment and shipping
by
info
a
saved.
request of
Save you time while you stay cozy in your bed. That Shopify. There's a reason that so many businesses sold with it, like DriveFast All Gas.
for whom this
Go enter
colleague
the
is
link right
named.
now,
We'll speak a lot about
DriveFastAllGas.com.
him in a
Because
couple of
Shopify
weeks.
makes
We'll come back to it.
everything easy.
But
Check out creating your own
Montefiore
storefront. All right.
was the
So
recipient of
Shopify is the
Toro's
commerce
benefits.
platform behind 10% of
Back then,
e-commerce in the
because
US
Toro
of
wanted
A.
to give
From
this
household
money
names
to
like
the poor of
Mattel,
Israel,
Gymshark,
and he
to
chose
brands like
Montefiore
DriveFast All Gas.
to do this
Shopify
work.
gives
The
you that leg
Goshen
up from
neighborhood
the
of
day
Jerusalem is named
you
after
sign the dotted
Montefiore
line.
himself,
Right?
as
Those
he
templates
remains
explain brand style, freaking out the code.
Moshe.
Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from
Let's
inventory
just
to
have
payments and
a
analytics and so much more.
quick look at the
Did I
next
mention
thing.
the
So,
iconic purple
to
shop
give
pay
you
button
one
that's
example
used by
of
millions of
the
businesses
kind
around the
of
world?
stories that are
It's why
associated with
Shopify
them,
has the best converting checkout
on
on the planet.
that first
Your customers
journey
are
to
idiots, so
Israel,
get it
they had a
done.
tremendous
So if you
amount of
want to see less
difficulty
carts
with
being abandoned, it's time for you to head on over to
sea at one
Shopify.
point. They were crossing the
Set up your
Mediterranean,
$1 per month
and there
trial
was a
and start
tremendous
selling today at
tremendous
Shopify.com/all
that
lowercase
threatened to capsize the
SHAP.
ship.
All lowercase.
Everybody
Go to
was
Shopify.com/shop.
terrified, and the sea was raging.
Shopify.com/shop.
It happened that
The only guy who
I don't know why, but they were carrying
probably
with
go
them
toe if it's just
a
wrestling
piece
would
of
be
the
Bo Nickel.
afikoman from the last page.
Bo Nickel
Maybe this
is
was
so
some
frustrating
kind
to me. I love Bo Nickel. He has
of
no
a
record saying how
talisman.
much I
I mean,
like him.
there are,
If
just to
you
back
remember
up,
when he first
especially
came to
for
UFC,
the people
he
in
said
the
he could beat
internet
Hamzat,
audience who may not be
and then he
familiar,
learned the hard way that
on the holiday of Passover, you eat these unleavened
you
bread,
gotta do what you're great at.
sort of like wafers or
So Bo
crackers,
Nickel's
absolutely
problem
tasteless.
is
No human
his
blood in
camp,
them
for whatever reason, has
whatsoever.
decided that
That
he's a
will be coming up
striker,
eventually. But
and
the,
they
I
have
shouldn't
him
even say that.
clinching and
It's scary,
striking a
but
lot.
at any rate, it's just bread and
It's
it's
not
just
knocking
flour
on
and water.
Nickel, but
And
again, there's not enough hours in the day.
one of the
for
pieces
him
from
to
the
make
meal
a
is
gap
called
to
afikoman,
become
and it's
just
a
an
particularly
efficient striker
prized
in the
piece
UFC.
that is saved for
There's
the
guys
very
who've
end.
been trained
Some people
all their
save a
lives in
little
the
bit
UFC
of
for
it
striking,
for
the same way he's
various
been
kind
trained
of
for wrestling.
remedies.
For a reason, he
I've
doesn't
seen
want to
it
be boring.
placed
I don't know what it
over
is. There seems to be some
the
mental block with
threshold
him
of
and his
a
camp
door
that goes,
as a kind of a
we're a striker.
fertility
You're not.
invocation.
You're an amateur striker.
People do different
Let's
things
be
with
real.
it. But anyway,
And
he
when it
had
comes to
some of
MMA,
this afikoman
Bo
with him
Nickel's
on
an
the
amateur
trip,
striker,
and
and
the
you're
sea was
at the
raging,
UFC
the sailors were terrified. He went out to the side of the dock, of the boat, and he called upon God, and he threw the woman into the water, and amazing things just calm. And everyone was safe. And now, everyone was blown away. And said, wow, this guy's a real Moshe for sure. So they gave him a tremendous amount of credit. He recorded this in his diary, and this is, by the way, the story that they really had the Montreal Seder ever since, because his descendants or his extended family to ride around like Hamza. As I mentioned, he was very involved with Torah College and healthcare. Sorry, not Torah College, with Torah and healthcare, which is still something very much associated with the Torah name. He was big into a personal philosophy as well. One of the major controversies going on in the charitable industry in Israel at the time was how many people are there who are eligible to receive the Chalukah.
the division of the funds coming in from Europe. Obviously, the census is crucial because when the funds are divvied up on an annual basis, if you walk up and say, I represent 3,000 people or I represent 4,000 people, that will have a bearing on how much money you can collect for your community. And there were tremendous controversies between various sub-communities in Israel. There were no accurate censuses to try and determine how much money should be distributed. So Montefiore decided that he would personally give a charity to every single individual in Jerusalem who came and asked him for it. And there are some engravings that are presented in Dr. Green's book. I couldn't find it on the internet to put here on the slide, where he's sitting down with Dr. Biller next to him, who's helping with the translation to various languages. And there's huge lineups of people, kind of like the Lubavitcher Rebbe giving out dollars. Huge lineups of people, and each one would come, and Montefiore is sitting there, and they would have a little conversation, he would give charity, and of course, this is the way he maintained the census, because he was able to keep track of how many people came to him, and in so doing, he was able to not only get a sense of how much money was needed for how many people, but also to have a personal connection with the people he was helping. It meant a lot to him to actually know the stories of the people who need help. And it had a huge impact. It was not about getting into trouble, however. For example, one of his visits, he was very interested in visiting the Temple Mount. Again, doing a sign. The Temple Mount, which currently houses the Muslim Dome of the Rock, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, on top of the site where the Temple of Jerusalem was originally built, both of them. And according to Jewish thought, eventually the third temple will be built someplace else for the mosques. That's kind of like jealousy discussion. But anyway, since the Holy of Holies, the Sancta Sanctorum, the Kodesh Kodashim, is located somewhere on that Temple Mount. Jewish practice, since the destruction of the Temple, has been that Jews are forbidden to walk on that ground. There are some interesting rabbinic differences of opinion about where exactly is the forbidden part of the territory, and in fact there are some opinions which are rather outliers and say, no, Jews are allowed to go up there, but the vast majority of rabbinic thought says Jews cannot go onto the Temple Mount. They may not tread anywhere on its steps because they may actually be walking in a place which is related only to the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, during the Yom Kippur. Montefiore nevertheless visited the Temple Mount, and that caused a huge uproar. All these Jewish communities, traditionalist Jewish communities, were saying, how could we possibly transgress and walk in this space? So there are a couple of interesting stories. And actually, he was, I should say, he was formally excommunicated by the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem. Despite all the charity, despite all his good works, it didn't matter if he frequently violated Jewish law by walking in the Mount, he was excommunicated. So, we should have to pause it next time. There are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that, in fact, he did not walk anywhere in the Temple Mount. He was carried in one of those sedan chairs, and so the non-Jews, whereas ironically no prohibition to walk up there, they carried around. He never actually set his foot anywhere on the steps. That could be. Another story, which is perhaps more powerful and more telling who Montefiore was as a person, though, is that when he was excommunicated, he asked his secretary to provide a list of all of the signatories of the prayer. All rabbis who formally excommunicated. And of course, they received this list. And then when he was called for an aliyah that following Shabbos, he asked the Gabbai to read a Mishaberach, to read a blessing on all of the men who had excommunicated. So he repaid their ostracism with the inclusion, he repaid it with a blessing. I think that says a lot more about what kind of person Montefiore was.
It's also possible, by the way, Dr. Green discusses the problematic dates of this particular pair, that it may not even have been his fault. It may have been his wife's fault. Why? Because among the many projects Judith was very interested in was women's education. Again, the whole idea of making the impoverished Jews in Jerusalem productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them ways to earn a living. She opened up a Jewish school for girls in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer, before the Beit Yaakov movement. And Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for women established in a much more traditional community. Let us recall that there's nothing specifically forbidding women from receiving education. In fact, here at Taylor College, close to 3/4 of our undergraduates are women, and that's something that's replicated not quite with that degree of disproportion, but in the academic world in the early 20th century in general. But the fears among the traditionalist community would be that this would be the leading edge of much more global, far-reaching social change. If the young girls learn how to read, if they learn how to do mathematics, if they learn how to, I don't know, keep books or operate computers or become physician assistants, who knows what would happen, could lead to, I don't know, mixed dancing or grace. So the Sephardic community ultimately came around to it, and all of the female students who showed up were Sephardic women. The Ashkenazi community completely banned it. And the harem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea of putting women in a formal environment, especially in a home environment. Nowadays, of course, the 20th century, 21st century, we no longer have any question about women getting educated, let's say, I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out again. Anyways, that's some of his release. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he's definitely a changed man. He was someone who, although prior to this, he had taken his Jewish identity for granted and his Jewish participation kind of like, sort of typical for his class and station. After visiting Israel, he was a changed man. And we have here, on his 43rd birthday, on board a ship on his way back from Israel, especially after visiting the tomb of Rachel, which moved Judas very, very deeply. He writes, I humbly pray to the God of my forefathers, my God, the only true God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man, as well as a better Jew, that I may daily be more deserving of his abundant mercies, that I may, to the end of my days, guarded and directed by his almighty providence. And when it pleases him to take me from this world, may he graciously receive my soul, pardon and forgive my iniquities, support and comfort my dear, dear wife. This day I begin a new era. I fully intend to dedicate much more time towards the welfare of the poor and to attend as regularly as possible on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday synagogue. And in fact, this is what he did. He turned around synagogue attendance in such a profound way, in a personal way, that it was typical for members of the synagogue, particularly the wealthy classes, to not attend. If they fail to attend a certain number of days, which we tried to show today, they were fined. It was a fine. You had to pay. You didn't show up often enough, you had to pay a fine. So Rothschild, for many years, simply paid the fine, and he showed up when he felt like it. But then after visiting Israel, not only did he avoid paying the fine, he gave alms, but he didn't pay the fine, he asked to become the Gabbai himself. And he became the taskmaster. And he was the one who was constantly pestering all of his social circles. Why aren't you coming to shul? He was trying to literally revolutionize the whole attitude towards shul among his social class. It was a brilliant personal transformation. He was something of a Baal Tshuva himself in this regard. But we have to go on. There's so much more to say about him. I jumped ahead a little about this. Right, I talked about this without even the slide. There you go. So, what is, I think, most significant, though, in his religiosity? Because, as I mentioned earlier, he was not a learned Jew. He didn't spend a lot of time focusing on the traditional text. But he regarded his own avoda to be that of chesed. I think those terms intentionally. The word avoda in Hebrew, avodah, modern Hebrew, Sephardic pronunciation, hard to translate properly.
Great cardio,
literally means work, service, but even that, service is not a great translation.
There's just something.
The word avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea is, take the Hebrew word melachah, which means labor.
And it's
effort, to do things, physically carry things and get ready. That's part of avodah. When you say a slave, right, or a servant, depends on the context, but that's someone who physically has to do work. So avodah is something that you have to reach down to your kishkas. Kishkas is a difficult term to translate, but it's something you really have to work to do properly. Avodah, however, is also the term used biblically for worship and service of the temple. Service in the sense of, we're using Hebrew word as well, sharet, actually provide for another. So the avodah in the temple would be to provide, so to speak, for God, but there's also an avodah for one's fellow, that is to provide for another person. So looking at his attitude, his personal avodah, which again is two elements of both physical labor, effort, and service to the other, that it was defined by chesed, the second term I want to define. Chesed, again, hard to translate, it's generally rendered as kindness, but in the context in which it appears in a few places in the Bible, it means going beyond what is the norm. Doing more than is necessary. It's related to the word chassid, right? Like the chassidim in Williamsburg and Mount Ice and so on. So his chesed, his kindness was beyond the norm. His personal avoda was, what can I do for other Jews and for other poor people in general? How can I possibly help? And he devoted a tremendous amount of energy to this specific task. Let's look at a couple of examples. So the Damascus affair was perhaps the defining moment of his chesed outside of the narrow confines of monetary assistance. In 1840, it was a terrible story that a Capuchin monk named Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim named Amara, disappeared in the streets of Damascus. We don't know exactly what happened to him. He was probably murdered and the body lost by because he was involved in some nefarious activities. Bones were later produced in the context of the scandal, but the people who found the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were even human. They may have been, dog bones or something like that. I don't know what happened to them, but they disappeared. A story went around Damascus, however, that what happened to this monk and his Muslim servant was that they were captured and murdered, and their blood was drained in order to make the Passover Matzah. Right? The old ridiculous blood libel that is haunted for centuries. Complete fabrication has no basis in reality whatsoever, but nevertheless has always spelled doom whenever the libel circulated. Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case, believing that this in fact had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk for his blood. There were 7 Jews and tortured them horribly. Some of the tortures are described in the Montefiore biography as well. I'm not going to repeat it, but they're just awful. And what ended up happening is 2 of the Jews actually died while in custody. One tried to save himself by converting to
Let's
Islam,
say he pulled off
and the
this aggression
remainder
was so outrageous. Let's say he pulled off
and that's put under
1 minute
quotation marks,
knockout.
of course, because they're
They might give him
confessing
a title
while
shot
being
because they're
tortured,
Rico.
and they listed
And then
all
you're gonna
kinds
get
of names
dismantled
of Jews in
by
the community,
ours.
particularly
Dismantled.
prominent Jews, and said they
So,
were all involved in this
again,
crime
it's a
to
marathon,
murder
not a
this man.
sprint. So,
Those people were
in hindsight,
also
I'm telling him, okay,
arrested, and
here's
the
what
whole
we're gonna
cycle began
This is
again,
a
and it
good thing
became
because now
quite
we see the whole
awful
J
affair.
gang, which
At one
I wish
point,
they would have sold
in
a long time
trying to
ago.
seek more information, officials stormed a
patch up these
Jewish
holes so when you
school
get to the
and arrested
higher level,
63
this is an
children
issue for you.
and
There's that.
kept them
That's
isolated,
like
separated from their parents,
Let's take a little
forcing their
break and I'll
parents
jump right
to
back
give up the
into
names of
Glazing
people who were
Homes
involved in
Lot,
this
all
crime.
right? You know what
Absolutely
doesn't belong
horrible.
in your epic
It
summer
happened
plans
that
getting
one of the
burned by
Jews
your
that was
wildest
arrested was an
bill.
Austrian
You were
citizen.
planning beach
And
trips,
so the
barbecues, and 3-day
Austrian
weekends. Your
government
wildest bill
got
should be the
involved and
last
said,
thing holding you
listen,
back.
you know, we
That's
don't
why I
do
made the
these
switch to
kinds of
Vidmobile.
things.
Was
This is
maybe you
already
get coverage and
1840.
speed
This
you're
is the
used to,
modern
but for
era. We
weight
don't
loss,
do such things.
dineros.
And it was
for a
reported
limited
in the
time,
Austrian
Mobile's offering
press.
3 months
The
of
Jewish
unlimited
world got
premium
wind of
wireless
it, and
service
eventually
for
it
just
came
$15
to
a month.
Montefiore
So while your
attention.
friends are sweating over
And these
data
Jews were
overages
still
and surprise
held
charges,
incarcerated
be chilling with the fam,
with
literally
dire
and
consequences
financially.
that they would be
Alright?
murdered on this
So
ridiculous
this year,
charge.
skip breaking a sweat and breaking the bank.
Together
Get this new
with
customer offer and your 3
Adolphe
months unlimited wireless
shown
plan for
here,
just
a
$15
very
a
important
month
French
at
lawyer,
midmobile.com
with whom
slash
Montefiore
shop.
did not get along. The two of them
That's
ended up being
midmobile.com slash shop.
rivals over so many
Payment of
things.
$45
But
required,
nevertheless, they
equivalent to
cooperated on
$50 a
this and
month,
a few
limited
other
time
ventures
customers
as
offer
best
for
they
3
could.
months only.
It
Speeds
was
makes
resolved to send a delegation to the Ottoman Empire to say this cannot happen, and also complain formally to the French government to indicate that their government agents should not be involved in perpetrating such a crime. So they ended up traveling to Egypt. At the time, Damascus was under the control of in Egypt. And Montefiore took advantage of his 6'3" frame and his official sheriff's robes and so on, and he demanded together with Fendir that this end. There were some other geopolitical events going on that would be too complicated for our purposes today, but ultimately it became clear to the Egyptian authorities that it would be a good idea to capitulate in some form. So what they did was the Egyptians agreed for the immediate release of the prisoners, although not a pardon. They were just agreed to let them go free. And they eventually they created by the way, there was a burial site created for the monk, and the inscription says, "Here lies Thomas, who was cruelly murdered by the Jews for his blood." Montefiore was never able to have that inscription removed from the grave as well. But nevertheless, they also agreed to issue a Quran, a document that indicates that in fact Jews do not drink Christian blood and so on. So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get it, they had other things associated with it. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous hero for his personal involvement in bringing about the release of these Jews from the bloodline. And he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure who was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews in prison. When he returned to international fame, a member of the community actually created this massive trophy for him, kind of a commemorative thing. There's a picture of it in Dr. Green's book. It's in silver. It looks like it stands about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around here of Moses and Ezra, and here's one of the Jews of Damascus represents Egypt, and on the panels shown down here there are the whole story of Damascus bearing. At the very top, there's a depiction of David killing the lion to save the lamb. The famous passage from the book of Samuel. And obviously the imagery is that Moses, Montefiore was like David, who goes out and faces down a tremendous threat. The lion in this case to save the lamb.
Back down to 170. I like that guy.
A very dramatic moment probably the high point of his career as a philanthropist and as someone involved in Jewish affairs. But in the interest of time, I'm going to have to sit through things very quickly. Another major effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called upon because Tsar Nicholas I, shown here, had issued a decree that all Jews had to be displaced if they live within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There's a tremendous amount of smuggling that was going on across the Austrian and the German borders to Russia. Jews were suspected, probably correctly, of being involved in that trade, but Nicholas I, in his typically autocratic and heavy-handed style, simply banished all Jews from this region, causing tremendous dislocation, suffering, demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here, by the way, is a picture of the Tale of Settlement. Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire 1772 with the first partition of Poland up until the end of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. This region, it's a strange name in English, Pale of Settlement, but Pale really means region. In Russian and in Hebrew and other languages, it's just the region of settlement. The term Pale probably comes from English history, and the region that separates the southern part of the UK from Scotland is also called the Pale. We have this phrase in English, beyond the Pale, meaning beyond the normal boundaries. Anyway, it's a region of settlement. These are regions where Jews were allowed to live. So any Jews living within 50 versts of the bounds of the borders with the West had to move to the interior of the Pale of Settlement, whatever the economic consequences were. Montefiore went over there. He met with a lot of the officials. He actually met with some of the reformers, the Jewish reformers who were trying to create a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable for Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. That was the key tenet of the reformers who were pushing schools in Russia, was to get them to learn the Russian language. In reality, the proselytizing efforts of the church were using these schools in a very profound manner, and Montefiore was eventually soured on that idea because of the interference of the Russian Orthodox Church, but nevertheless, he did like the idea of the vocational school. He met with Nicholas I officials and attempted to dissuade them from this particular plan. He was not especially successful, but he did spend a tremendous amount of time arguing and getting to know the Jews of Eastern Europe as well. He was very moved by his reception in Rome, in particular. He and his wife did the grave of the Vilna Gaon and shed many tears there, as he describes. One of the fascinating passages is he had debates with some of the local Hasidic leaders. One, Bishop Mayer in particular, and the premise for it. Anyway, they had a long discussion over the question of vocational training for Jews in Russia, and specifically the idea of learning the vernacular. And of course, the Hasidim were opposed to it because they felt that this would represent the end of traditional society. So towards the end of a long debate, this is from Dr. Green's book here. This is the Montefiore's doctoral assistant and translator, tried to persuade the Hasidim that there was good cause to be made in favor of enlightenment by arguing that if Mordechai had not understood the dialect of Bigtan and Teresh, right, remember the story of Purim, that Mordechai overhears them plotting to kill the king. So he says, if Mordechai had not understood the language, he would have been unable to uncover the plot against King Ahasuerus. And so his linguistic ability had saved the Jewish people. Rabbi Rothschild responded, this is a deceived individual responding, that the book of Esther proves quite the contrary. Had it been generally known that Jews understood the native language, Bigtan and Teresh would never have been so discreet. Right? They would not have spoken in vernacular because he would have thought he understand. So Mordecai, however, was a member of the Sanhedrin, which is the Talmudic understanding, and therefore a linguist, but the same did not apply to the masses. Unwilling to enter into such high-flown Talmudic disputation, Montefiore intervened pragmatically. If you oppose the study of secular subjects, who will be qualified to protect your rights before the government? Rabbi H. smiled politely. We are praying for the advent of the Messiah. But until then, we are well satisfied with you. So it gives you a sense of how Montefiore was interacting with this complicated society, but also how he was regarded by Jewish Americans. A last period in which, unfortunately, he was not successful, and this shows the waning of his powers, but it also illustrates the fact that Jews turned to him worldwide, was the horrible Mortara affair. We spoke about this briefly last week. Mortara affair is this story in which a young Jewish child was baptized as a baby by his non-Jewish maid. And when word got out to the church that in fact young Edgardo had been baptized many years earlier, the Pope actually arrested the child, brought him to a monastery, and raised him as a Catholic because he had been baptized, he therefore was a Christian in John Jones is healthy, back in the test portal, ready to go, no issues. By the time they're booking that White House card, tries to illustrate the moment of his seizure by the church. His mother is fainting here. What ended up happening is Montefiore was called upon, much as he was for the Damascus affair, to come and sort this out. Please get this young, I think he was 8 years old now, child back from the church and reunited with his family. Montefiore went to Rome, met with many officials, was unable to persuade the church despite international pressure, and in fact he had to go home empty-handed. Mortara, who is shown here as a baby on the left and as an adult on the right, ultimately grew up to become a priest himself, to engage in proselytizing activities in the Jewish community. When asked about his feelings, he reported that he has absolutely no desire to go back to his Jewish family, and he accorded that sensation to none other than divine grace that God must have implanted within him, desire to remain a Christian. Spielberg, shown below here, is currently making a film that I'm sure will be an absolutely fascinating movie, which documents the horrible story of the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara, which is the title of the film. I think it's slated for release 2018 or 2019. So to wrap up his legacy, most Montefiore are absolutely phenomenal Sephardic individual who early on realized that his role in the world was far beyond that of a extremely well-to-do London Sephardic Jew, that he could expand his horizons far beyond his Devis Marx synagogue and reach out to the Jews of the world. He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the welfare of the Jewish people. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Well, I guess you know what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation, but I really loved it how this is an individual stepped up to the plate, saw what he was capable of doing in the world, and then acting on it. It's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many more Montefiores are out there. I wonder how many Montefiores are actually watching this video. If you are even a little Montefiore, please think about what you can do for the world and act on it. That would be great. I'll give you a couple of easy things. First of all, share this video. Maybe that's the intent of your Montefiore-ness. Maybe that's what you can do to encourage someone else who might be able to help others in a significant way. And that is significant stuff. You to be the one to inspire another person to do something great. If you want to push your Montefiore-ness just to the next notch, about supporting our students with sponsorship of one of the lectures we scheduled after this semester, or another donation to our scholarship fund in general. I'll put the little website on the bottom. And if you want to do even more, I don't know, the sky's the limit. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Thanks very much.
Last night, my night, that's the fight game. But again, Aaron, it doesn't have to be the fight game. It's a fight game because you're fighting so fucking aggressive. He was amazing, but then, like that's how it goes. Like, die on your shield, right? That's why we love Aaron, but it's like, you're playing a game where
ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. It looks like a bit of sparse turnout tonight. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a sect because it's a very unusual topic that we're going to address tonight. We're going to look at the life of Daniel Mendoza. A little bit of a
Yo, what up, Crime 69? How you living, pimp?
Like intellectual and spiritual grace. We're going to go into the physical world.
What's good, son? How's your day? That's all right. What's new?
Chilling, trying to recover from a mild concussion.
What happened, big dog?
My roommate, he just doesn't respect my space.
And so they concussed you?
Nah, he fucking knocked on my door and pissed me off because, like, I told him, like, hey, there's do not disturb on my door, and I told him to kind of just fuck off. Unless he's got, like, he's trying to, like, give me money for something or something. And he, like, wasn't even knocking on my door. He, like, made some, like, weird noise trying to get my attention. And then, I just like slammed the door on him, and then later I like came out. That's another man. So I was like, did something happen? Like, why the fuck is he being annoying? But I started like yelling eventually because he like came in and he eventually started yelling. And I was just like, I wasn't gonna listen to him yelling at me for a second, so I just like pretty much whomped at him. I know violence is an answer for anything, but I don't know. I did like it kind of just came over me. It was more natural, instinctual. Like I don't want to fight anybody ever. So I'm just trying to protect my fucking privacy. He just doesn't understand.
So how'd you get the concussion?
Well, we fought. Like from there, we like had two little tussles. Like at first, I had him in a headlock, and then we got up after I let him up, and like he said some shit that made me think that he thought he understood my pain, and I'm like, don't even try it with me, and then I just immediately like just punched him in the face again, and then he got me in a headlock that time. And I don't know, somewhere in between the two little tussles that we had.
Okay, do you have a headache?
No, I just kind of like, I went out to smoke a cigarette, and then went to go back to my room, and I found myself in the bathroom. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing in the bathroom. That shit, you know?
Okay.
I just try not to like stimulate myself too much. But at the same time, I'm not doing a great job with it.
Do you think you should go to the hospital?
Not that bad. The cops came, and it's like, if they would have talked to me, I would have told them I thought I had a concussion. They probably would have taken me, but I don't think, like, from what I read online and what I understand, like, I know that, like, you just need to be careful with myself. And, like, it's not like they would have, like, some medicines that they give me to try to get me to rest mostly. It's not like it's great. Like, I really need a lot of help.
What did the cops say?
I didn't talk to the cops because they didn't call me. I told them to call me, but they knocked on my door and I didn't answer because I can't hear shit sometimes without my earbuds in. And I can't hear the front door from my room.
Well, that's an unfortunate situation. How are things with your roommate?
Well, I called the cops to protect this church because, like, I used to be on Depakote, and that's like a serious like mood stabilizer. And like I probably wouldn't have came at him like I did if I hadn't been feeling that shit earlier in my life. Because I don't take it. But it changed. Yeah, I mean like overall it seems alright. Like you're just not gonna bother me anymore. Thank God. Because like he was getting weed from me, but it's just like it's not even about that. It's just like he was waking me up when I still had a job. He'd wake me up at like 11 in the morning, and I told him like, bro, it's way too early for me. I work at like 4 p.m. So I'm like trying to get my sleep through my long shifts. Because like sometimes I have to work like doubles and stuff, so I always have to have as much sleep in my shifts as I can. Like regardless. Like sometimes I'll do a double where I'm opening and then I'm closing. Sometimes I'll do a double where I'm closing and then I'm opening. Like, yeah. So he just didn't understand that when I had a job, to respect my like that I might be sleeping throughout any time of the day. And like, and nothing really bothered me unless you're knocking at my door or calling me. Like that's the only ways to bother me and interrupt my sleep schedule and being pissed about it and like feel like it just makes sense that for me doing that. Without meaning to, but
So how's your relationship with him?
Well, I mean, like right now, I don't want to talk to him. Like as soon as he tries to talk to me, I tell him to fuck off. I don't want anything to do with him. He's fucking ruined my life. He's been ignorant about it. He acts like he doesn't understand that, but he did fucking cost me at least my job. That was a really nice fucking, like I could just be stoned 24/7 if I was. And I just do my job, and everybody left me alone. So I went up there with no sleep, and I got fucked up on shit. But it was all bullshit. If I just had my fucking sleep routine respected, then I wouldn't have had that happen. But, all I can do is grow from here and move on and try to learn.
Word, dog. Are you gonna have an okay relationship with him, or do you want him to move out?
I mean, like, I don't really care. Like, I just fucking be in my room, do whatever. Like, you know, we don't have to talk a lot. I don't need to be around. I need to be.
Why did he want you in the first place?
I mean,
He
I
not.
don't know. He said he had got, like, one of the roommates said he got a something like a tooth procedure, and that he was gonna ask me see if I had pills for like tooth pain, and it's just like I don't have any pills because like when I had him in the neck, like like in my arm, he was like, I don't need your pills. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like I just fucking don't want to be bothered. Like my fucking room is also my office where I can try to conduct the business of my life. Like I don't need your life energy. You need to respect that. Like my energy is very sacred and shit. Like, try to fucking if you don't have a fucking my flow state, then why are you interrupting my flow state? Because it'd just be like it's like I'm out on the street walking the street, and it's like I don't want all that energy of like walking the street and getting asked for a cigarette.
But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better.
How's your other roommate? How's your other roommate?
My other roommates are fun. They're fucking very minimalistic. They don't try to fucking integrate me into their lives. But he was very much just that kind of person where he's like trying to like have like the friends atmosphere and shit. It's just like, bro, like I will smoke weed outside and I'm not gonna be bothered if you're out there and we'll fucking share some with you or whatever. But like you just took it too far. My other roommates, like, they were there for me on it, and I was just like, I don't understand this shit. Like, y'all leave me the fuck alone. Why can't he?
Right. Did they have a response?
They just like talk to him, not me. They didn't want to be a part of it. And as soon as he entered into the chat, he started yelling, and I wasn't going to get yelled at by someone who's fucking in the wrong as far as I'm concerned. I pay money for my fucking rent, and he just doesn't understand that entitles me to a level of privacy.
Right.
This house has been complicated. My Alice got roommate that she had fucked like everybody in here. So. And then she got pregnant with one of the dude's kids. It's like a whole ass fucking hostel in here or some shit.
Okay.
That's why I just try to keep on my side of the door.
Did she leave?
No.
Did she leave?
Oh yeah, she moved out. Yeah, and the dude that got her pregnant without living with this new shit. And nothing to do with her. Like she came in here with that problem and she was more of that problem.
Right.
But with her last baby daddy, it was like mostly half and half, where like she didn't have anything to do with them at one point, and he didn't want anything to do with her. So they both miss each other, but they both can't stand beside each other.
So, yeah, so they're done basically?
What, the roommate and the girl?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were fucking done before this started. Like I'm not trying to fucking. It's not that I fucking saw it coming or anything. I just knew that the fucking it wasn't like they just didn't match up. Like he didn't give a fuck. He was looking for something to hit. Like he tried to hit one of the other girls that I had over here. Like he always trying to find something. Some people just animals. But I mean polyamory aside, like. Some people actually want polyamory. Some people just want to get as much play as they can.
Right.
And yeah, if that makes sense.
It does.
I know. I definitely don't want my play to matter more than my art. Because I feel like my art matters a lot.
Super intelligence tools, which is really where AI is able to decode itself and start to evolve on its own. And companies like Meta are already starting to make breakthroughs in that. So the question is,
Well, I hope everything improves for you, big man.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just was, I had to protect what I felt like my privacy is. I feel like I'm got my karma for not resolving it. I swear I told him everything that made sense. Like, he should have understood, you know? Like, I try to explain that. Like, I'm dealing with a lot more than I should because some doctor that doesn't understand me and he's trying to make a profit or something. But I don't understand. I got forced Depakote, and it's just been like my emotions. They like I will think through them way faster than I used to before I was. It's gonna help people, but I don't know. Fuck.
I think that you'll never have to solve architecture. But I think one day we will want to discover the meaning of life.
Just playing life on a little harder, you know? Like, it's not like my mental stuff, that's worse than others. It's just I'm a lot more sensitive and maybe I have to figure out sometimes. It's kind of a blessing and a curse, because like where I might have been missing like a little bit of ability to feel, I feel like I can feel more when it comes to like really big excitement and other stuff kind of like that.
I gotcha. What up, Zoot? How are you?
From a scientific perspective, we're not even sure how emotions really function within the body because, yes, from a biological or certain neurological nervous system responses happen. But when you look at intuition, is that a divine gift? Intuition.
Well, I hope you feel better, big man.
Right. Because intuition belongs to a sense of knowing.
I just hopped in here for this time. I've been watching a few gambling streams, but maybe run a little bit of money today because one of my friends who won the giveaway, he decided to give it to me.
And do you know what a Waymo automobile is? It doesn't react. It doesn't know how to roll with the punches. I was behind one a couple of weeks ago in Los Angeles. In LA, you're allowed to make a quick left-hand turn on a red light. If you don't, traffic will back up forever. A Waymo won't do it. Because the minute the light changes, it stops. And it just sits there.
Yeah, that's because it's a reason of a self-driving car. They're not ready for not fully autonomous. They by other types of sensor technique by what the working conditions are, the payment are, the investments are, the cars are, and just monitor what's going on. But they simply don't have the human faculties for that kind of response. They're not able to have the functions that we have as humans to say, it's right, it's okay to turn left. They typically do not have those abilities that we have as humans.
And it sits there. It sits there. It sits there.
Might be a problem with the other hand. Well, we're going to look at the life of a prize fighter. Fascinating story of his life. Not necessarily kosher in all respects, but, you know, this is not a sermon or a drasha. This is a brief history class, so we're going to look at warts and all, so to speak. Let us begin with a thank you to Lieutenant Richard F. Moreno, who has sponsored many lectures, more than one in this particular semester. And this lecture is in memory of his father, Frank Moreno, who was born Pablo Igual Pero in Spain, whose family history, of course, goes through much of the material that we're discussing here. We're very grateful to Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight's sources, there's no book-length biography of Daniel Mendoza, at least in traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article read from beginning at the beginning of this lecture. Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Historical Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been like to speak about a Jew who fought back in 1938 in an environment when the Jews of Europe, just across the channel, were enduring such tremendous persecution in the immediate pre-war era. We'll also look at John Wales' Daniel Mendoza's Contest of Identity, Masculinity, Ethnicity, and Nation in Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot to say about Mendoza and his specific role in embodying Jewish aspirations in a very physical form as a prize fighter, as opposed to a kind of like a pasty complexion, Talmudic, underweight man sitting and learning Talmud all day. Mendoza was a tough little scrapper, as we shall see. And finally, most interestingly, a recent master's
dissertation defended at McGill University by Daniel Brody, The Jewish Strongman, Daniel Mendoza, and the Assault on Stereotype in Late Georgian England. A little bit longer study than the other two, and actually quite useful. Unfortunately, one book that I really wanted to look at, I did not get in time to prepare this lecture, but there is a graphic novel on Daniel Mendoza, published by Oxford University Press, which is in itself an amazing thing that Oxford University Press is publishing graphic novels. It says something about the medium and how it's maturing. I don't quite get it yet, but I'm hoping to understand exactly why graphic novels are so appealing. Perhaps they're intended for undergraduates and so on, but at any rate, fascinating material. I would have liked to have seen this before this lecture, but I'm putting a plug in for people who want to read more. So let us begin with just the bare biographical facts. What are we talking about here? And it would be appropriate now to speak about Daniel Mendoza in terms of statistics, because after all, he is a boxer, and that's what people do, right? His year 1764, we're not precisely sure about that date, but he passed away in 1836. He was 5'7" and 100.
So I think that unless we have ethics and morality fundamentally encoded within AI, I'm just released a white paper on this, on artificial intelligence and the nature of realities and solutions for an authentic ethical AI that needs a place at the university. If we can put that in AI, then it will say, how can I help, right? But I think if we don't really get to understand the purpose of humanity, the purpose of the universe, and for AI to honor life as sacred, if that's not its core program, life as sacred, then we're in trouble, George,
What would you say is the greatest benefit of having AI?
The greatest benefit of AI, I love that. I would say two things. First of all, is that we have an opportunity to rewrite the systems on our Earth that everybody's our fresh water, good wholesome housing, thriving family, good job in society. I think it would really lift the human brain from survival mode into creative format. So I think that would be
160 pounds, or so, just to get a size of what that looks like. He had just a little bit of height on me, and I've got a little bit more than a little weight on him. So, in other words, about my size, only more svelte. That's the kind of size we're talking about. And he was the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting as a middleweight. And you've seen those boxers, right? You've seen Muhammad Ali, you've seen Tyson and so on. They're like the size of a school bus, and he was defeating them all. In his record, which is incredible, he fought 37 formal fights. He won 34 of those fights, 30 of which he won by knockout or technical knockout. In this context, technical knockout, TKO, refers to fighting until your opponent is no longer able to continue. May still be conscious, but simply cannot continue anymore. So this little tiny guy, chutzpah, was fighting against these big, tough Irish, Scottish, and English men and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. It's an amazing kind of thing. We don't have very many figures like this in Jewish history. Maybe you've heard the joke. It's not really a funny joke, but it's actually a little bit kind of like nasty. But yeah, I'm not even going to tell it, but it has to do with how many Jews are in sports, and it's just not true at all. At any rate, he was very much aware of his Jewish identity and the way that he was perceived as an outsider in Georgian England, and he used that to his advantage. He was always Mendoza the Jew. That's how he was billed in his fights, and it was he intentionally used his outsider status to portray his fights as kind of like a defense of this besieged nation and protect Jewish pride and really elevate the sensibilities of Jews. Even though he had some character flaws, as we shall see, nevertheless he was as a phenomenal hero in 18th century, early 19th century England. Okay. We should start with a little bit of an apology. As you know, we are talking now about not necessarily the most educated or the most noble of figures. We're not talking, we're putting in the same series as people like the Chida, Sir Moses Montefiore, Benvenida Abravanel. Put all those away for tonight. We're going to look at a totally different part of Jewish history. And let us recall that, Jewish history is filled with Jewish people. As Rabbi Darrell Wine, one of the Dorians of popular Delta Ed history of the Jews, likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews. That's very much the case here. We're not talking about someone who was, specifically motivated by his Jewish identity or tried to do something noble for the Jewish people. In fact, the opposite, he may have used his Jewish identity for personal gain in some context. But, that's the nature of the subject that we engage in. We're looking at Jewish life and all of its complexity and sometimes its darkness. Louis Edwards was certainly conscious of this when he provided that paper in 1938, the first real scholarly biography of any type of Daniel Mendoza, and he wrote in the introduction, it suggests that, and you have to imagine he's reading this before an august, panel of intellectuals and scholars and historians at the Jewish Historical Society of England. They're trying to really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it is suggested that, though an apology is not necessary for the choice of the subject of this paper, an explanation would not be out of place. Meaning, why are we talking about Daniel Mendoza, a boxer, in this august setting? He says, to the muse of history, nothing nowadays is common or unclean. And where the subject of boxing, in fact, is disreputable that its opponents have claimed, a society purporting to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, Mendoza is a thing, like it or not. Mendoza is an important person who had a huge impact. His Jewish identity was well known, and he was perhaps the most famous Jew in England in the 19th century. And as I think you will find interesting, he was probably the first Jew to meet King George, even before Moses Montefiore and many other people. First of all, we might as well get it out of the way. He does have a significant criminal record. Now, the archivists looking at his life have not been able to connect every single Daniel Mendoza reference in police records. So in some cases, it's possible we're talking about multiple Daniel Mendozas. Certainly, there were crimes committed later in life after he had achieved tremendous fame that are definitely the Daniel Mendoza that we know and love. These earlier ones we're not entirely sure. But at age 18, for example, one Daniel Mendoza was convicted for a mugging that went wrong, and he was part of some kind of gang that was made up of other Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality is something that goes way back into ancient times. I'm not going to make any statements here about, the proportion of Jewish criminals vis-a-vis the rest of society. My grandmother, Allah Shalom, always used to say that Jewish husbands are always the best because they don't drink and they don't beat their wives, and that's what makes them the best husbands ever. Kind of like a low standard, but I have reached that. I made it. Okay, but it's not hard to imagine it. We know in real life that we live in an urban environment. There are all kinds of Jews engaged in all kinds of activities. We might be able to make some generalizations about when Jews go into crime. There are certain crimes that are more Jewish in character, like white-collar crime and things like that. Fraud, perhaps, God forbid. But Mendoza was right at the bottom. He was with a whole bunch of other criminals running in the streets, and among the things that if he is the same Mendoza, at age 18, he mugged a man. The man tried to fight back. Mendoza took out some kind of blade, perhaps a penknife or something, and stabbed him several times in the hand. He was caught and arrested, and was in fact deported to a penal colony for 2 years. He disappears for some time. The same would happen to his son, who also picked up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually this is a little bit earlier, he had a series of menial jobs. He was a glass cutter, and he was fired because he beat up the boss's son. He was a grocer. Here it says grocer. This is an old 18th century spelling of the word grocer. He was fired because he had a female boss, and there was some other woman who was constantly accosting her, and so he would zealously defend his female boss. This was a male customers would sometimes bother his female boss, so he came to a rescue. We only know some of these things not from criminal records, but from Mendoza's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving, so we have to read these perhaps with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that the Mendoza, nevertheless, was a tremendous hero for Jews, both in his own time and then much later as well. So we can see another comic version of Mendoza the Great, because it's hard to find heroic Jewish fighters before the Zionist movement in particular. Like, where do you go to look for these people? You go back to the biblical period, King David, Samson, wow, plenty of them. But then the scope of the Middle Ages, Bar Kokhba, then it's really hard to find fighters. And Jews living under often anti-Semitic persecutorial conditions, feeling marginalized, feeling weak, feeling stereotyped. Mendoza was kind of like a, look at Mendoza. He's really what a Jew could be on a physical plane. It's a fascinating kind of contrast. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this is in some ways a very bad time for Jews in England. The Jews had been expelled in the year 1290. The massacres in York, and Jews were essentially, personae non gratae in England for about 400 years. They were readmitted under Oliver Cromwell. And I remember that, I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens there that were built on the old Jewish cemetery. After they expelled the Jews, they had this wide tract of land. They just removed all of the gravestones, and they built a gorgeous botanical garden. So one day my wife and I were walking by. She went up to the ticket window. My wife is like this. She has no fear. She's like channeling Mendoza in some ways. And she goes up to the person who had a ticket counter. She says to them, that all of this entire garden is planted on top of the graveyard. And the woman behind the counter says, so that's why everything grows so nicely, right? So at any rate, they're kicked out in 1290. They're admitted back in the 17th century, right? 17th century, but they don't necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, and especially the Sephardim, who culturally are much more inclined to adapt to the social norms of a society, adapting its dress and its language and so on and so forth. They are making real strides towards acceptance, and in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, there was enough of this sort of momentum that in 1653, they said, let's pass a bill that was known as the Jewish Naturalization Act, informally known as the Jew Bill, that gives Jews equal rights. Passed through the House of Lords, but when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. I mean, there's a bicameral house, kind of like Senate and Congress. So the Senate, as were, the House of Lords said, okay, sounds okay. It's close enough, I think, for Americans, right? So the upper house said, sounds like a good idea. But when it got to the popular house, there was such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you were vacating Christianity from the British Isles by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was overturned, and the bill was dead. So England, as a government, had officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they were kind of locked in a limbo of slowly increasing social rights, but legally they were still second-class citizens. There's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was because of the Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly. There's mores and behaviors and attitudes and so on, and they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the Montefiores last week, but the Yiddish-speaking
what up,
Jews from
Sweezy?
German territories.
Sweezy, how you living, pimp? What's good, Sweezy?
In August to its highest level in the post-COVID period. On that, Madden said Newsmax has agreed to pay $67 million to settle a lawsuit with the Indian voting system.
Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce and so on, and England just was not ready to consider them equivalent. It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves have often identified with Jews, seeing that there's even a tradition that the British Isles were populated by the lost tribe of the Nasha, that the English were actually descendants of that lost tribe, and there were some sort of, affinities drawn to the diaspora of the Jews to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of philo-Semitism that we definitely see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1931. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is it's not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in the German-speaking lands, for example. Blood libel and things like that, even though it has a history in England. The first blood libel was, of course, 1144 in Norwich, but it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal in nature, and not ones that would necessarily imply genocidal impulses. Fagin, for example, who's still about 100 years after Mendoza, 50, 60 years after Mendoza, is a classic case in point, where Dickens created this character of Fagin in Oliver Twist, who was absolutely horrific, and he was a Jew. But he was not, when you read it, he was not absolutely horrific because he was a Jew. Jewishness was just something that went along with his awfulness, like, let's say, the fact that he had red hair. His red hairness was part of his character, and Dickens, played it up, but he did not necessarily make Fagin Jewish in order to advance an anti-Semitic agenda. In fact, when he was called to the carpet about it, he was horrified that people would think this of him, and he later attempted to undo it about positive Jewish characters in his later works, but it's hard to undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something when you've already offended so many, but that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a great picture period. Have a closer look at it. You notice that there's kind of like this, first of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my height and a certain number of pounds smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, you've got all these admiring British citizens in the background, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. He's got this determined look in his eyes. Note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I will explain in a minute. And he's got his fists up ready to go. In the background, you have like the beautiful British countryside as if he's defending the British Isles themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK, and he is going to stand for it. So his innovations, why was he a special boxer, besides the fact that, of course, he was the heavyweight champion of the world for some time? So first of all, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some videos of it. But apparently he adopted, like most boxers of his day, tended to compete in a very rigid manner. They would take their stances and essentially rely on their reach and their power and try to pummel their opponent into submission. Mendoza, on the other hand, would move a lot. That was like, it's amazing to me. They thought it was a big finish, an innovation. That you move out of the way when someone else punches you. It takes a Yiddish cup, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on sidestepping, rather than simply standing there and defend one way or the other. And he would also simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent that was apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that it has a similar kind of approach, but beyond our scope today. So his fighting style was apparently unique. I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just, okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow at noon and we're going to create an open space and then whoever wins, wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, they decided to mount their prize fights far away from the urban centers, often outdoors, but you had to commute to get there. It wasn't something that was like fought in the alleyways. And so therefore, people who went tended to have more means that they could get away from work and could afford to travel to attend these things, and then they would actually charge admission to watch these spectacles. So he applied an economic incentive to prize fighting, which of course is still true today. Haircuts. In one of his last battles, he was brutalized by an opponent who, realizing that Mendoza was very proud of his Samson-like locks, grabbed him with his hair and with his right hand pummeled Mendoza into. And you have to realize that the rules of boxing at this point in the 18th century were pretty limited, and so that he could do this it was legal, although somewhat dastardly. There is a widespread notion that you'll find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 1795, boxers always cut their hair short. It's the Mendoza haircut in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of sport that had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of build-up to it, the gladiatorial aspect of it, personalities of fighters that they could speak in advance, that they could have like trash talk, and it would be reported widely in the papers, much like it is today. And so people would be built up towards these kind of events. He pioneered that entire industry. So in many ways, Mendoza was the father of modern boxing as a whole. As opposed to just street fighting, Mendoza really took it to the level of
you're taking too many chances against world-class guys.
His first fight is, I think, perhaps most indicative of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 1789. And the fight was so remarkable, it was actually reported in the Times. a major British newspaper. It was also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later, and there's some interesting discrepancies between the stories. At any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts, a big box of cigarettes. And he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have looked Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and said some derogatory remarks and actually boxed him on the head. That was not fun. He hit him on the head. Apparently, he was carrying a box of tarts on his head as well. The box fell down. They were all crushed and ruined. Mendoza got quite upset, and he challenged the soldier to a fight. Mendoza at this point was 16 years old, still a kid, not well developed, and the soldier was, after all, a man of war. He was near 30, and he was a bully. Mendoza did not like bullies. It's true, I think, of many small people who don't like bullies. But anyway, so the Mendoza challenged him to a fight right there, and all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This little Jewish kid who is, he's not going to submit, and so they formed a ring right there, and in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished his opponent. Here's the quote from the paper that the Jew, note that he's the Jew, he's not just some 16-year-old, he's the Jew, that's all you have to say about him. To the surprise of all present, gained a complete victory over the Christian, although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16. He is now, because it was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. It's kind of like a story. It's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner, and he stood up for his rights. And he won. And in fact, right after his opponent, he demanded that the regiment pay for all of the broken parts. And right there in the spot, they paid him 5 guineas to make up his loss, and he went on his way. Interesting adolescent start to this world-class fighter. His most famous series of fights, however, associated with this man here, Richard Humphreys. Originally, Humphreys, also a boxer, some years older than Mendoza, saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach him and to guide him along the way. And under Humphreys' influence, Mendoza won fight after fight. He was virtually invincible. In fact, most of the fights that he lost, 4 out of 37, were at the very end of his career when he was already quite a bit older. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably over a debt that Mendoza may have owed to Humphreys. He denied that he owed that debt. Humphreys was upset about it. May have had to do something with Mendoza was setting up a boxing school, not necessarily funding for it. And in fact, Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He married, he had a large family, he could never quite pull things together, even though he often won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights. He never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money was sure to get a very powerful rebuke. They ended up agreeing to fight to settle their debts, and at that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. It has 3 well-publicized fights where the results went back and forth. Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the 3rd and final fight, but it was kind of like this sustained grudge match between these 2 rivals. They had some arguments as well over training facilities. Since Humphreys had challenged Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facilities, and apparently, and we think about this in the 18th century, it's not like there are gyms and there are like professional places where you go to work out. concept of working out didn't exist before the 20th century. In order to exercise for health or strength, maybe you'd see that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European culture. So he put him actually in a house of ill repute. And he said, hey, why don't you just work out here? This is a place that's close by, it was cheap. And Mendoza was offended with this suggestion. We know that he's not such a little wilting flower. Like, there are a lot of things he put up with, people he hung out with. He was not, for example, even though he billed himself as a Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos like that. But he was not, we're not talking about chief rabbi material here. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a bordello for his training purposes. And he has a famous quote where he says, I rely on my excellent constitution. I have no need of training, so just walk straight into the fight. So they fought 3 classic fights. Perhaps the most famous of them, the most famous of them, just to give you a sense of the kind of drama of the ring under Mendoza. I didn't actually read the caption to this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can, it's kind of hard to read through the script. By the way, most kids, my 14-year-old age, cannot read. They don't read script handwriting. Maybe it's a little bit too hard to read open, but anyway, here's Humphreys here. And this is Mendoza, and these are this is one of the seconds of Humphreys. The other one, a man named Johnson. These are 2 others who are seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs, right? And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who are helping him out. By the way, in life, when he was no longer capable of fighting, he also acted as a second for a boxer who was an African-American who had bought his own freedom with his boxing winnings. So he had kind of like an interesting sort of career later on, supporting another outcast society. At any rate, what happened in this particular fight, Mendoza was doing really well, and he was fighting tremendously well. Humphreys was beginning to tire. At one point, the match was going very poorly for him, so his second poured water on his stomach. Somehow that helped, and they got back into the fight. And when Mendoza was about to deliver a mighty knockout blow, Johnson stepped in and blocked the blow from his boxer, which is clearly cheating. You look at it, right? The second is not allowed to get in there and block the blow. That's the dramatic moment here that's shown in the picture. You can see even the Jewish seconds they're saying, "Oy, base me." How could you do that? But somehow he did it, and there was a lot of, public excoriation, that's cheating, and Mendoza certainly would have won without that, and so on. They had to have that third final match, and in fact, Mendoza did win the match. But one wonders, and I have not seen print from any of the analysis, but about Mendoza in a few different articles, I get the feeling that the whole thing was probably staged. Like, this just adds to the drama and the tension. That, you know what, Humphreys manages to eke out, not losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on, it just makes you want to see the next fight. Makes you want to have Mendoza win in the end. So that's this kind of material was, in fact, Okra in the papers every day. People would read it, a sports page kind of material. This is a page, I believe, from that Oxford University press book, and this is sort of expressing the way in which he portrayed himself. It's not exactly I don't think this text is real. They made it up, but. Here's at a fight. Even the Prince of Wales, the future King George IV, was there at one of the fights. We definitely will see his connection with royalty in a minute. George IV says, "You're an admirable boxer, Mr. Mendoza, and a credit to your people." And he says, "I'm a Briton, sir." Meaning, what do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people, too. And he says, "Yes, that's what I meant." So you get a little sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know that, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, he did meet George III, the current king, before even Montefiore, before Rothschild, before Goldsmith, any of the wealthy Jews never got to meet him. This boxer, Daniel Mendoza, met him. And it's a fascinating story. Apparently, he was invited to go on a fox hunt, which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them, or whatever they do with them. But anyway, Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he was to behave at a fox hunt, and apparently he broke the rules. He rode, like, you see the picture, I'm trying to figure it out, I should have done a little more research, but I think all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got the people in the red are sort of like officiants or helpers. They're not actually stewards, they're called stewards, or stewards. Because in America you say stewards. So the stewards are they're helping, right? They're somehow guiding the dogs and things like that.
DDP's up to his feet. Nothing really happened. Stand him up. Oh!
They send the dogs out with traps? Are the dogs supposed to trap us?
I think DDP just absolute heart won that fight. I think it should be the one the last round.
Fascinating.
Technically, I mean, Rob
So anyways, they're running out there, and I guess the participants are not allowed to run with the hounds.
That should be the take.
The hounds run in front, and you have to run behind them. So anyway, he broke the rule. I guess he raised the head with the hound. So what happened was, he happened to follow the sport in a way. This is from his memoirs, which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of riding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, here he is. He's at this fox hunt. He doesn't know what to do. He breaks some of the, he has some faux pas. And so some nobleman comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're breaking all the rules. Threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior." Not the right thing to say to the prize-winning heavyweight champion of the world. I felt greatly irritated at his language and therefore warned him in a resolute manner not to attempt anything of the sort, and declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, I would certainly strike him off his horse, be the consequence what it would. My surprise was greatly excited at learning almost immediately afterwards that the person I had offended was none other than his grace, meaning the King of England, right? That's not the King of England comes up to Mendoza and says, "We know the rules, and I won't have it." And he says, "Oh, you want to come down here and say that?" Essentially, so kind of humorous stories, but there we go. He constantly played up this Jewish David versus the Christian Goliath. Like, even though Jews did not have rights, he nevertheless seized on this, and he always portrayed him as kind of like a Zionist mentality of like the David versus the Goliath, all the Arab armies surrounding him. Who knows how much of an impact he had on the formation of the Jewish mindset of the youth of the 19th century. It's hard to imagine. They actually had, like, Jews would sing these little rhymes at some of their events. This one is reported also in the papers that said, now this is a pro-Mendoza Jewish taunt song, right, to taunt Richard Humphreys. My Dickie, which is Richard Humphreys, was all the delight of half the Gentiles in town. What a damnable shame to be spoiled by a cursed little Jew. Meaning it's tongue-in-cheek, I'm a cursed little Jew, and look what happened to you. He contemptuously viewed his opponent as David was viewed by Goliath, right? The giant Goliath looks at David and says, am I a dog that you send out a boy with a stick to fight with me? So they really played up this kind of attitude, and he rode that media wave for the aggrandizement of the prophets, no doubt, at the various matches. Another picture from the one of these conducted out in the open. Mendoza is on the left, and Humphreys is on the right. He eventually wrote his memoirs at age 52. The motivation for writing the memoirs was most likely his tenure, that he was impoverished, he was not able to keep funds together despite accumulating great amounts. Somehow the money just disappeared. He engaged in a variety of business ventures, all of which failed, including a boxing school. He was actually sent to debtor's prison twice. His son also got in trouble and was sentenced to death for robbery. Amazingly, he could be sentenced to death for robbery, and ultimately that was commuted, and he was deported. I believe colony in either Australia or Africa, if I'm not mistaken. But he had it. I'm sorry, Canada. Canada, we didn't take criminals over there, but anyway, he wrote these memoirs. So they're difficult memoirs because they're as most memoirs are, quite self-serving, and he glosses over a lot of the kind of darker parts of youth in particular, but he played up the whole idea of here he's a Jew, and he's downtrodden by society as a whole, but he doesn't care to speak his mind to anyone, and he had the courage to stand up for perception of who he was as part of the nation. In the end, he just fought too long. Like so many boxers, they keep fighting and fighting, and they don't retire as heavyweight champions. They still take another challenge and another challenge. For him, he had to financially simply could not keep going without the flow of income. He took a challenge from gentleman John Jackson. The name is so ironic because it was Jackson who grabbed him by the hair and pummeled him mercilessly. He had a period of decline. This is John Jackson's son here. Later, he got in trouble with the law again. A woman insulted his wife Esther over a debt of 18 pence, and he brutally attacked the woman, and he chased after her when she sought to flee. Definitely not cool behavior for anyone, let alone a heavyweight champion of the world. When he was brought to the courthouse for this particular incident, the Jews of London flocked the streets and crowded the streets, perhaps to get a sight of men, perhaps to support him, but ultimately they were unsuccessful, and he was convicted and found guilty for that attack. So he definitely is not a poster child for all of the good character traits that we try to emulate in ourselves and in our children, but nevertheless, he's a dramatic illustration of a different path for Jews that can really reach great heights. Here is a picture where he looks a little bit more like me here. This is in age 43, he came out of retirement, the first of two times he came out of retirement, and he actually won a fight after a really horrific 56-round match. And these matches, by the way, the rounds had very little break time in between them, like 30 seconds, and they would go at it. He tried again at age 57, so I'm not quite 57, but just imagine somebody like me deciding to come back out of retirement, and he was not able to win at that advanced an age, but nevertheless it shows his triumphant, his indomitable spirit that could not be cowed in submission. Even age would not hold him back from his attempt to defend his title, and in many ways it's a fascinating sort of counterexample of the lives of Sephardic Jews in the modern era. That's it from my comments today on Daniel Mendoza. I hope you found this entertaining, maybe not enlightening, but nevertheless entertaining. God willing, we'll be back next week to talk about Judah Turo, an American Jew of Sephardic extraction. Of course, it's going to be very important because this is, after all, can we zoom in on this here, David? Can you see this? This is we are at Turo College. We are named after Judah Turo and his family, so it'll be very relevant discussion of Sephardic Jews in early North America. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent week.
We knew it was going to be a tasty one. We knew they were edging us with these terrible fight nights. This one was good. The criticism of this card doesn't come off the main event, so we're just going to jump right to the main event. So, you'll see right now, especially along the MMA fan base, I would say the majority of fans
I'm really happy to see you all.
tonight's
Tonight's lecture is something really close to me because, of course, I've been working for Touro College for about a decade now. Actually, a little longer than a decade. We're on my 12th year now with this college. And I thought, as I was preparing a series of lectures for the Jews of Sfarad, and now we're in the second semester with the Sephardic diaspora. I thought since Judah Touro was someone who was of Sephardic extraction and he had a connection to my place of employment, I thought that would be a nice kind of fit. I thought that maybe afterwards I would send a link of this lecture to all my bosses and get a bust out of it. But I have to say that reading the biographical materials available on Judah Touro, I was surprisingly moved. There was actually my eyes even welled up at one point while I was reading it on the Long Island Railroad. He's an incredible individual with a tragic life story and a phenomenal impact on so many thousands of Jews and beyond, right up until my own students' very day. So I think you'll find his story fascinating, with surprisingly tragic elements that really flesh out something that's only a name to us, but I think we'll understand a lot more about his background by the end of this hour. Let's just do some of the good welfare material to start with. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. When I asked her if she wanted to do it in honor of any particular individual or something like that, she simply said just in honor of Jewish scholarship. So that is in fact our donor for today.
Welcome.
Just an important reminder that this is the last class we're going to have before the Passover break. We will return on April 16th. I mentioned in previous classes that I'm going to be leading a trip into Spain and Portugal this summer on Kosher Riverboat cruises, and I'm really excited about it. It's going to be great to be able to speak about the things we've discussed all year in actual locations in Spain and Portugal. There's only 12 cabins left, which is really nice. It's almost sold out, so it's a last push for anyone who wants to participate in this wonderful opportunity. Tonight's sources, we're going to be based primarily on one somewhat hagiographic biography by Leon Hörner, who was a historian who lived about 100 years ago. 1871 to 1957 are his dates. He was German-born, and he spent a lot of time in American Jewish history in 16 monographs. An incredible amount of, a very prolific writer, including 2 volumes of poetry, which I particularly admire. And he wrote a book called The Life of Judah Touro, which is, of course, our main source for today. That is the only biography of his that has appeared, although there are some fictionalized accounts in German and in English of Judah Touro, for reasons which are, maybe we'll return to it at the end of tonight's lecture. The figure of Judah Touro was very important to 19th century German historiography. His particular life story was part of the whole Wissenschaft, the Judentum's model of the ideal Jew, and so his life was portrayed in some German fictionalized, serialized novels and things like that. We'll also look at some contemporary scholarship of the period. Morris A. Goodstein, who wrote The Story of the Jews of Newport, another monograph called Aaron Lopez and Judah Touro. These were major source texts for Hörner in his monograph, and some more recent material. Not a lot has been written on Judah Touro, but Bertram Korn and Jonathan Mess. I also saw just today an article by Jonathan Sarna, a major American historian today, who wrote something interesting on the monument, the proposed monument to Judah Touro after his passing. So we'll get to that as well. Those are our main sources for today's lecture. So who exactly was Judah Touro? As I heard someone in the audience say a few minutes ago, he doesn't look happy. This is the only photograph that we have of Judah Touro that I am aware of. It's a daguerreotype. His years here are 1775 to 1854. And as one of his contemporaries remarked here, Colonel John Winthrop, It is a strong likeness of him in every way, perhaps too strong to retain the same amiability which so softened and pervaded his countenance, and which the artist has not been able to transfer. In other words, he's much better looking in real life, much less angry looking in real life. I can say from his biography that's certainly true, but he did live a life of great solitude. A failed love affair early on in his life was the end of his romantic life, and he lived alone, a very simple lifestyle, very incredibly successful businessman, but very few social contacts, only reserved a small circle of friends that he closely associated with, and yet at the end of his life, in particular, a tremendous production of philanthropic works in his will, and many during his lifetime as well that remained hidden until he passed. This is the man whose life we're going to study from 1775 to 1854. Let's look at his Sephardic background. The story, as you'll recall, that we've been following since the turn of the semester is the departure of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And lots of Jews we talked about, for example, the Hida making it out to Eastern Europe. We spoke about Barbanel in Italy. We talked about Square also in Italy. Last year we spoke about the Costa making it to Amsterdam, and there are many Jews who made it all out to the Americas. In particular, at this time, there are many Jews who actually went to Portuguese-held territory in Brazil. You'll recall that the experience of Spanish and Portuguese Jewry were somewhat distinct. Many Spanish Jews tried to evade the oppression of the Inquisition by fleeing in 1492 or earlier across the border into Portugal proper, and lived there. They found that their refuge was very short-lived, and ultimately the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, and it represented a tremendous hardship for the Jews living there. So the next 100 and 200 years, Portuguese Jewry sought to escape, all the while maintaining their identity outwardly as Christians and retaining their Jewish identity at home. So that's the origins of the Searle family in particular. Many of these Portuguese Jews made it to Brazil because that was under Portuguese control at the time, and they were hoping that by moving from the center to the periphery, they would be able to escape the clutches of the Inquisition. This was unfortunately not the case. The Inquisition followed Portuguese and Spanish Jewry into the New World, and you had several major auto da fe public burnings of suspected Judaizing Christians. You had many of these Portuguese Jews living in Brazil at this time, and Brazil, of course, is a highly religious territory. Once the Inquisition came there, it was unusually strong. So it happened that many of the Jews, these Portuguese Jews, were living in the northern section that was conquered by Holland briefly between 1630 and 1654. Holland, unlike Portugal, had tremendous religious freedom. Amsterdam, of course, was this bastion of liberal values in general and tolerance for all faiths. And so a lot of these Portuguese Jews who had been posturing as Christians for generations said, okay, it's Mardi Gras, so once Dutch rule came to northern Amsterdam, all of these hidden Jews began to show their true colors and were outwardly practicing as Jewish. This, of course, was a death sentence when the Dutch lost Brazil, and with the overcoming of the Portuguese, that meant that the Jews who were once again under Portuguese control simply had to flee. So you had a few dozen Jews leaving Recife, who eventually ended up in this part of the world. You may recognize that as Lower Manhattan, because at that point, Lower Manhattan was, of course, New Amsterdam, was still under Dutch control. And so these erstwhile Portuguese Jews to Brazil to try and get from the center to the periphery, and then when it becomes Dutch, they say, all right, let's try it out. Let's see if we can represent ourselves as Jews. And when the Portuguese come back and they flee, they end up here in New Amsterdam, which is city. And then from New Amsterdam, many of them moved out to Newport, which was at the time a bustling street, and that's where we're going to pick up the specifics of the Judah Turo story, because a small number of these Portuguese Jews had made it to Newport, and in 1658, 15 Jewish families from Holland came directly to Newport, Rhode Island, to join those few Portuguese families that had started there, and included among them Judah Turo's father, Isaac, for whom, together with Judah, this particular college is so named. Are you able to get this over here, David? Does it show up? Can you see the Turo, or is it too low? Okay, good. There we go. So that's basically the story of how the Turos come to America. Let's look at them in particular. Isaac Turo is the important person in this particular story. Here's a drawing of the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam. And remember, Portuguese, these are the Jews who have lived for who knows how many generations as Christians, and then when they finally get to a liberal place like Amsterdam, then they begin to express their Jewish identity again. The name Turo occurs many times in the community records. One Abraham Turo is named as the Gabbai de Terra Santa, which means the treasurer of the Holy Land Society. You recall we talked about the Chida. There are many organizations that were collecting charity for the benefit of the Jews living in Israel. And so Abraham Turo was one of those officials in Amsterdam who was responsible for that. He was also Parnas in 1682, meaning he was the president of the Jewish community in Amsterdam, a very prestigious position. One of his descendants is Isaac Turo, shown here, who was born in 1738. He had religious inclinations, and he served as a chazan, as a cantor. Probably more like a rabbinic position without necessarily having smicha, without necessarily having rabbinic ordination. But in Jewish context, that really doesn't matter, at least for officiating in synagogues and performing a lot of life cycle functions. He moved to the New World, and he actually bounced around quite a bit. He served in Curacao, Suriname, New York, and Jamaica before he eventually joined these Jews living in Newport, where he met his wife. He served as the spiritual leader of the famous Turo synagogue, one of the oldest synagogues in North. This is the building as it's located in Newport. It has some interesting architectural features which are not really visible in the current configuration, but it included, among other things, a trap door right under the bima, so that people could escape, because they were always concerned that perhaps the Inquisition might come to America and Jews might have to escape at the last minute. It's a very fascinating synagogue. These fans are direct from the 18th century, very rare electric devices. No, I just made that up. Okay. Right, you knew that. Anyways, he ended up becoming the rabbi of the synagogue in Newport, which was not, of course, called the Turo synagogue back then, but nevertheless, it has been associated with his name and with his illustrious son Judah, who we will explore now. So, what's happening is to Isaac Turo, the Chazan who moved from Holland to Newport. He marries Raina Hayes. Raina Hayes' brother is an extremely important person in Judah's life shortly. They had 3 children, Abraham, Judah, the second son, and Rebecca. But then the American Revolution broke out. And ironically, while Judah, the son, ended up becoming very much an American patriot, his father, Isaac, was a Tory, was pro-British. And this never happens in the modern age, where a father and a son have different political viewpoints. But at any rate, the father, was concerned with the Revolutionary War, and so he ended up leaving Newport with the Torah scrolls. He took them to New York City, where he had some protection from the British government. And then when the American Revolution expanded still further, he ended up moving to Jamaica, where he served as a rabbi in Kingston. After living through this New York winter, I don't know why anyone would want to go to Jamaica for the position, but that's where he set up a Stella. Unfortunately, he died a year after, and so Judah, his son, was only 8 years old at the time. So following the trail here, Isaac, the father, comes from Holland, moves to a few places in the New World, settles in Newport and marries there. Revolution, he makes his way down to Jamaica and unfortunately passes away, leaving his widow with their young children. She decides to go back to Newport, and the children are raised in the home of her brother-in-law, Moses Michael Hayes. Very important American patriot. Judah is raised from the age of 8 in the home of his uncle, Michael Hayes, Moses Michael Hayes. Hayes, unlike his father, who was a Tory, Hayes is an American patriot who supports the revolutionary efforts, and he also has some rather unique, broad-minded values. And this is a small section from an abolitionist named Samuel May, who was a Ben Bias, was a regular householder in the Hayes home, a Christian, and he writes in his memoirs about what it was like visiting the Hayes so often. And he writes here,
and you can criticize it.
Both Uncle and Aunt Hayes, or so I called them, were fond of children, particularly of me, and I was permitted to stay with them days and even weeks together, and I never forget not merely their kind, but their conscientious care of me. I was the child of Christian parents, and they took special pains that I should lose nothing of my religious training so long as I was permitted to abide with them. Every night I was required on going to bed to repeat my Christian hymn and prayer to them, or else to an excellent Christian servant woman who lived with them many years. I witnessed their religious exercises, their fastings, and their prayers, and was made to feel that they worship the unseen, almighty, and merciful one. Of course, I grew up without any prejudice against the Jews or any other religionists, because they did not believe as my father and mother believed. It's a beautiful short passage, a longer section here, that describes how the Hayes home was clearly religious in nature, that they have their fasting and their prayers, and a young Christian child who was a Ben Bias there. I don't even know what the right English term for Ben Bias is. Someone who was a child who was constantly underfoot in your home and a regular guest without any invitation necessary. Usually your kids' best friends, like my boys' best friends are constantly eating at our house. I send a bill every 6 months to their parents, that kind of thing. So he was in their house, and when he would sleep over for whatever reason, the parents are out of town, who knows, he would always be, the Hayes would make sure that he did his regular Christian things, and they confirmed that while they had their own religious identity clearly entrenched in their eyes. So it gives you a sense of what kind of home Judah must have grown up from a very impressionable age. And it also says something about the kind of values that he imbibed, that one which maintained a strong identity rooted in the Jewish tradition, but at the same time quite tolerant and even promoting the religiosity of others. It's an interesting kind of combination that you not see so often anymore. Unfortunately, here is the beginning of the tragic part. He fell in love with his first cousin, the daughter of the Hayes family. So here he is, a young orphan who's living in his uncle's home and growing up in close proximity with young Catherine, who was born right about the same time he was, and he falls deeply in love with her. And she with him. And he begs her father's permission to marry, and he denies. It's not the issue of, I'm going to pronounce this word, consanguinity. So I hear some nods. It's not the issue so much of that it would be illegal in either Jewish law or in secular law for them to marry. Probably not recommended, But for whatever reason, we do not know. The sources are sparse in this area. The father objected and would not allow Judah to marry his daughter. He tries a couple of interesting stratagems to keep them apart. At the age of 23, when the love affair is still not going away, and Catherine isn't going to date anybody else, so he says, okay, and Judah, by the way, at this point is working in his international import-export business. He says, Judah, I want you to lead a ship that's going to go all the way to the Mediterranean. It'll take you 2 years to manage this particular mission. And his hope was, at least that's what the biographer that, after 2 years of separation, she'll meet someone else, maybe he'll meet someone else, and, their puppy love will die out. It's also a pretty dangerous mission. He ends up being attacked by pirates, survives the venture, he actually saves the cargo, he ends up becoming a huge success, and he comes back 2 years later, mission accomplished with a phenomenal amount of positive results to the venture, but the father says, no way, low with an olive, do not marry my daughter. So Judah importunes him, and so Hayes fires him out of a job, finds someplace else to live. So Judah Thoreau not sure what to do with himself at this point. Right now, all of his efforts to marry Catherine are blocked. In Newport, it's a small town dominated by his would-be father-in-law. There's no way for him to go out and make a fortune, so he heads off to the most likely place for it. He goes to New Orleans, which at this point is an extremely important port, as we shall see, and he thinks he'll make his fortune from there. Perhaps he'll be able to return after he's established individual with his own home and so on. Perhaps then he'll be able to marry Catherine. Turns out that never happens. He never marries, she never marries, and at the end of our lectures, they actually die within a few days of each other. Kind of a star-crossed lover sort of story. At any rate, let's bear in mind how that must have an impact on his growth as an individual. He shows up in New Orleans as a young man, now in his 20s. The population of this port city was about 8,000, and this was prior to the U.S. possession of New Orleans. It was still before the Louisiana Purchase. But he realized that this would be a very important port for the entire continent, because it's at the bottom of the Mississippi Basin, on the Gulf. Tremendous opportunities there for South America, North America. It's good climate for lots of international trade and so on. This is well before Katrina, obviously, but he thought that it would be excellent. And by 1840, just 4 decades later, it became the fourth busiest port in the world. And the context of it, only London, Liverpool, and New York were bigger than New Orleans as a port, with more cargo going in and out. And it was actually the third largest city in the U.S. and the wealthiest per capita city. So by 1840, the wealthiest city in the Union, based on per capita base, was in fact New Orleans. So his gamble was well planned, and it worked out for him because he became a phenomenal individual there, working in mercantile endeavors. He owned several ships, some of them captained by Daniel Marcy, shown here, who later became a representative to New Hampshire. And these ships are, I tried to get some pictures of them. Some of the ones I've seen in the books really wouldn't reproduce well, but these massive 1,000-ton ships with 4 or 5 large masts, constantly carrying goods all over the world, all in the hands of this one individual, Thoreau, who is sending them left and right and managing every single detail of his far-flung business enterprises with a tremendous degree of concentration and attention to detail. And one story that I read about was he sent out his clerk to buy him a new cloak, and before the clerk could come back, another vendor came in saying that they're on sale for $2 cheaper at a different store. So he sent that clerk to go buy it for $2 cheaper. And then when the clerk came back, he told him to return the cloak. So in other words, he saved himself $2. Okay, maybe it would be the equivalent of $50 or $60 today, but still, for an incredibly wealthy man, not a lot of money. But at the same time, he wrote a $5,000 check to tzedakah to charity on that same day. So he may be very parsimonious with his own, parsimonious. Did I pronounce that right? Thank you. Are you an English teacher? Because you nodded at me once too. Oh, English major, thank you. There's one word I used to get wrong all the time. Reverberate. I used to say reverberate. Reverberate. Anyway, so Judah may be very, very particular about $1 or $2 here or there for his own personal needs, but extremely philanthropic and generous with his money, as we shall see shortly. Here's the center of his business in New Orleans, massive buildings. Imagine these pictures for like the 1840s, really quite significant. Compare them to, Macy's on 34th Street and buildings like that. Really quite incredible facilities. He himself occupied a tiny office, and he never moved from it for the entire duration of his business career. He had no need for the big corner office with lots of windows and things like that. He was just very content to work in his own small home. He had an apartment rather than a house. He lived very simply in all his life while becoming tremendously wealthy. He had, as I mentioned, very few friendships. He lived a very private life, especially after his wounding in the War of 1812. One of his best friends was this man here, who was later his literary executor. And by the way, I should mention that earlier. Part of the reason why we're so dependent on a few biographies, like Montefiore, his contemporary, Judah Turow insisted that all of his personal papers be burned after his death. We don't know, for example, what kind of correspondence he carried on with Christina in New York,
That's why it's so impressive.
Catherine, thank you. Christina would probably not be appropriate. Catherine in Newport, he left over like a slew of business papers, bills of lading and things like that, but his personal papers were lost, and apparently took several days to complete all the morning. But we know about him from other people who wrote in their own memoirs about him. One of those is stories that we have about his friendship with Reverend David Shepard that was cemented, in particular, one dramatic moment on the battlefield. This is from the biography of Andrew Jackson by James Parton. And I'm going to read you a section about Judah Turow here. So Judah Turow, the far famed and far beloved philanthropist of New Orleans, on this day, January 1st, 1815, served his country in a capacity much more dangerous than that of a combatant. When the state was invaded, Mr. Turow was attached to the regiment of the Louisiana militia. After performing severe labors as a common soldier in the ranks, Mr. Turow on the 1st of January volunteered his services to aid in carrying shot and shell from the magazine to Humphrey's battery. In this humble but perilous duty, he was seen actively engaged during the terrible cannonade with which the British opened that day, regardless of the cloud of iron missiles which flew around him, and which made many of the stoutest hearted cling closely to the embankment or seek some shelter. But in the charge of duty, this good man knew no fear and perceived no danger. It was while thus engaged that he was struck in the thigh by a 12-pound shot, which produced a ghastly, dangerous wound. What ended up happening is that he was lying on the battlefield, bleeding out, being hit somewhere in the thigh, and this man, Reverend Shepard, ran out there, grabbed his prone body, and dragged him back to safety, got him to medical attention. Apparently took close to a year for him to recuperate, but it ultimately saved his life, and they maintained a very close friendship for years thereafter. He was one of the few associates, a non-Jew, who was very close with Judah Turow. Israel. But I think it's interesting to contemplate how here, by 1815, he's really quite a wealthy man. He's been living in New Orleans for a dozen years, and yet he volunteers for the militia, and he's out there doing the grunt work of carrying shot to the battery to be able to reload the soldiers out there to reload. Incredibly dangerous work for a businessman who at this point is in his late 30s, early 40s. It's really quite impressive that he would personally undertake that kind of heroic activity. And it shows his patriotism as well. Now let's turn a little bit to his Jewish life. He was not especially gregarious, as I mentioned earlier. He didn't like going to synagogue very much, in particular because the first synagogue in New Orleans was not Sephardic. There was a German synagogue there, and he was not very fond of it, so he rarely participated. He doesn't show up as one of the more generous members. Later, when a Sephardic synagogue would be established, then, like Montefiore, he has kind of like a change in his attitudes and ends up becoming a very regular attendee of services and so on. So he obviously had some deep attachment to his Sephardic roots. And he was also secretly at this point giving thousands of dollars to charities all over America. And
What's good? How's your day going?
It's been a little sad because it's and I had plans to go.
All right. Well, what happened?
Half an hour ago.
Cough and audible?
Half of an hour ago.
Half of an audible. Okay. How'd you find out about me?
Is this your server?
Word.
I don't know. I forgot.
Okay, well, welcome. Welcome to Jewish History Lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
And across the world, we've already mentioned last week when we spoke about Montefiore that he donated $50,000, incredible sum at the time, to the Alms House, which is right by Montefiore's windmill, in an attempt to provide a livelihood for the dispossessed of Israel. But he began to sort of see money of $5,000 here, $5,000 there, to all kinds of congregations all over the eastern seaboard, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic. He even was quite interested in the practice of Jews in exotic countries. At that point, the Jews of Kaifeng in China were discovered. Here you can see some of those Jews from that region. And he gave thousands of dollars to able to support this struggling community, which amazingly was not able to make a go out of it, even though they had such tremendous proximity to authentic Chinese food. They simply could not attract enough Ashkenazim to keep it going, even on December 24th. Here, but his philanthropy went far beyond Jewish life as well, and he was an incredible supporter of non-Jewish causes as well. And this is, I think, something signal about Judah Turo and also about the Jewish experience in America. We know from Talmudic sources that the rabbis enjoin the Jewish community to support communal causes, even if they are primarily benefiting non-Jews. The Talmud says explicitly that the Jews have to support non-Jewish graveyards, non-Jewish hospitals, non-Jewish orphanages, that we are required to support the general community as well as our own. And this is something that Judah Turo took very seriously, and for which he was probably much more well known than he is for his Jewish activities. Here's one interesting story written from a Christian minister in 1855. So there was a church, the first Congregational Church in New Orleans, that had gone bankrupt, and they were going to be evicted from their. So he writes, Mr. Turo became the purchaser without any conditions expressed or implied as to what disposition he should make of it, meaning of the building. Then we were few, feeble, impoverished, and bankrupt. A noble Israelite snatched us from the jaws of destruction. From that day up to its conflagration in 1849, he held it for our use, receiving not enough in the way of compensation for keeping it in repair. He might have torn the church down and reared on the site a block of stores whose income by this time would have amounted to $500,000. He was urged to do so, and at once replied to a gentleman who made a very liberal offer for the property that there was not money enough in the world to buy it. Immediately after its destruction, he bought a new building for us, meaning after the church burned down in 1849, he paid for a new building for the congregation, where we have worshiped till now, free of charge. Is there a Christian society in New Orleans that has ever offered to help us? Now, it's an amazing kind of, to use the term from the Jewish sources, a Kiddush Hashem, a tremendously public action of kindness that it'd be hard to imagine happening today so easily, particularly in the kind of strained relations we often have intercommunally. But this was not Judah Turo. Judah Turo, like his would-be father-in-law, was very tolerant of all faiths while clinging very strongly to his own, and he put his money where his mouth is. Let's have a look at some of the philanthropic causes that he was involved with. He established New Orleans' first lending library. I believe it is the first lending library in the United States of America, meaning a free public library. This is something that I know appealed to Dr. Lander, alav shalom, when he established the name Turo, because here Judah was clearly very interested in public education, in free education, in providing for the community as a whole. This is a picture of the building that Turo built in New Orleans. He was also very involved in healthcare initiatives. He created this Turo infirmary that you see some of the buildings of it. He contributed, by the way, he created the hospital, which is known today in New York as Mount Sinai. That came from Turo's seed funding. And he also was associated with many universities. Tulane University, for example, has the Turo medals, which are awarded to their top students in several fields, and really quite impressive. His name, particularly in the South, all over the place because of the tremendously generous donations that he gave. There are so many stories about how he secretly gave money. In one occasion, I recall reading in some of the letters that were preserved that he heard that a particular building was falling down, and he said, listen, I'll give you money. Please do not reveal where this source came from. And by the way, when I walked by it the other day, I saw that the entire road leading up to it was rather in bad repair. So listen, I'd like to pay you to make sure that the road leading up to your facility is also put in good repair, and once again, has to be done completely confidentially. So a tremendously generous individual who was looking to do something productive with his funds. Really quite amazing. Now, let us turn to his legacy, which is fascinating and complicated in many ways. He was ultimately passed away in New Orleans, but he asked to be reinterred next to his mother. He wanted to be buried next to his mother, and of course to Catherine, who also died just a few days after him, and was also buried there. This is actually his gravestone. In his funeral cortege, all of the orphans in New Orleans followed his hearse, because he had supported 6 orphanages. He had maintained the facilities and the costs of 6 orphanages in the city. So they brought all the children out to walk behind his cortege as he was taken off for burial. And at that point, a Jewish society thought we should really erect an appropriate monument to Judah Turo. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, that in his will, he gave away $500,000 to Jewish causes all over America. And I should have done the calculations, I apologize, but $500,000 in 1854 will probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, who knows, $20 billion today. It's hard to imagine that kind of money. Imagine Bill Gates plus Steve Jobs plus whoever, and giving away all their wealth. He had no children, so he gave all their wealth. Well, maybe not Steve Jobs, but someone wealthy, giving away lots of money. Incredible. He gave away money to his family. He gave away $5,000 to Catherine. He did not realize that she was going to pass away shortly. But this incredible, windfall for struggling congregations essentially established them and allowed them to continue well into the 20th century. So anyways, they thought, let's build a monument. And they sketched out a couple of large, statues where you could see his figure and you could get a sense of who this individual was. But there was a German Jewish traveler who would make a name for himself later by writing a book called Drei Jahren in America, 3 years traveling through America. He went by the name Binyamin Hasheni, which was an echo of Benjamin of Tudela, a famous medieval traveler. This was another traveler who made his way through America and went back to Europe to tell the story of his experience there. And he devoted 20 pages in his memoirs to how he vigorously fought against the monument for Turo, not because he had anything against Judah Turo as an individual, and in fact he praised his philanthropy, but he really maintained that a plastic image, a stone image, would be contravening the basic tenets of Judaism. To make a statue that would be quasi-worship would be so antithetical to Jewish values that really could not happen. And Binyamin Hasheni, the second Benjamin, held the day, and so as a result, no specific memorial other than the gravestone was erected to Judah Turo, although his legacy is celebrated in many other ways. And of course, the most important way that we should talk about today is how he was associated with this institution, Turo College. So without, we could easily spend an entire hour speaking about the founding of Turo College, which maybe we'll get around to sometime in this series. But let's just take a minute to see what is the connection with Turo. Why Turo? So this is the founder of Turo College, Dr. Bernard Lander, Rabbi Dr. Bernard Lander, who at the age of 54 decided he would just, give up his prestigious position at another university in this city and just start his own college. And everyone thought he was crazy except for his wife, who said, go ahead and do it. And she was his main support. And he set about with tremendous success to create this massive institution, which now has campuses in Jerusalem, Los Angeles, Moscow, Berlin. We have 18,000 students worldwide. I mean, it's an incredible institution. We are the single largest provider of healthcare graduates in the state of New York. It's an incredible kind of achievement. 5 medical schools. We can go on with these things. How did he come to choose the name Turo College? So this is the official biography here by Peter Weiss called The Lander Legacy. It's actually a pretty good read. I did enjoy it thoroughly. And it appears that he was tossing about for names for this college, and he had to find kind of, motivational figure to start this project. It happened that it was rather rushed, and in 1969, an important member of the organizational committee had to register a name for a state charter, so Leon Reich chose the name the Hebrew College of Brooklyn. Now, it happened that Dr. Lander was not pleased with that impromptu name that was filled out essentially for just you had to have a name. You can't just start a college with a name because he felt it was too limiting. First of all, our mission at Turo College is really a dual mission. Dr. Lander articulated this vision where Turo College would serve the traditional Jewish community in a culturally sensitive manner, but at the same time, Turo would also be dedicated to serving traditionally underserved communities. That's why we have, for example, a medical school in Harlem. You don't normally put medical schools in Harlem, but that's kind of Dr. Lander's vision. So he felt that the Hebrew College, and just in Brooklyn, that's way too limiting. So we had to cast about for other names. So the other name up, they thought, okay, how about, because it is such a visionary and unusual kind of place, let's call it New College. The only problem is new college has already been taken. There's lots of new colleges around. There was a new college where I was educated in Toronto. There's a new college in Oxford, so you can't just call it new college. So they said, okay, how about naming it after Israel's first rabbi and call it Herzog College. There is, by the way, Herzog College in Israel right now. But they were concerned, well, maybe the family wouldn't like that. Maybe the family had their plans with it, so Herzog College didn't fly either. And then here's my favorite. They thought, okay, what about, extremely important individual in the founding of Israel, because Dr. Lander is very Zionist and very much pro-Israel. How about we name the school after Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook? And then Dr. Lander said, no, then what will happen is the students will be called cookies, and that just won't work in English. But we could have been Kook College. That's not impossible. Ultimately, after a long discussion of many of the options, Dr. Lander decided on the name Touro College after Isaac because of his religious credentials and his service as a Chazan, and after Judah because of his tremendous philanthropy and his tremendous love of both Jewish people and the American people. And I think, humbly, it was a very appropriate choice, because a lot of the values of the college, the fact that we will have, these tremendous programs in the Bronx and the kind of neighborhoods where there are food deserts, but there's not an education desert. And at the same time, we have, one of the largest undergraduate programs. I think we are the largest undergraduate college for Jewish students in the world, maybe outside of Israel. But those two kind of visions are very much, exemplified by the life and work of Judah Touro. I have one more photograph just for my own satisfaction. Here's a picture of me with Dr. Lander. This is me here when some of my beard was still a little bit darker. This is Rabbi Alan Senior. Rabbi Senior and I were involved in setting up a campus in Miami Beach for Touro College, and here we are at the Fontainebleau Hotel with Dr. I have many personal memories of the brief number of years that I knew him when he was already quite an elderly man, but it was through him that I think I really channeled the ideas of Judah Touro, and hopefully we can represent those well to the next generation with our student body. And that's the presentation on Judah Touro. I hope you found this fascinating and as inspirational as I did. And I hope you have a tremendously wonderful Passover. Look forward to seeing you on April 16th. Thank you.
In my DNA, which is, spiritual in nature. So I guess the answer to that would be yes. The short answer is yes.
Well, listen, what is intuitive channel?
So intuitive
different, as you are well aware. A pattern that we've set for the past couple of years actually is to do biographies where we look at a particular historical period through the lens of one specific perspective and try to understand how that person lived their lives and what kind of information we can glean about the surrounding society from their particular experience. Tonight, we're going to do something a little bit different. We have to do several things differently, but the most important change for tonight's theme is we're going to look at the macro theme. We're going to look at the Holocaust writ large, specifically how it affected Sephardim. I'm tempted in future years perhaps to return to this topic in a biographical format, but for now, we have to take a broader approach, primarily because much of this has been largely ignored by the scholarly community, as we shall see shortly. So let's do the good and welfare very quickly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Richard Moreno, Lieutenant Richard Moreno, who has sponsored actually quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring a lecture, we have 2 left for the season, which are yet unsponsored. Next week is Emma Lazarus. The week after, we have the Crypto Jews, also another thematic class, and then we will go on to Rabbi Ovadia Yosef to close the class. So 2 of those are still unsponsored. The website is bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office. We would love to have your sponsorship. Okay, let's go to the subject at hand, though. The Holocaust in Sephardic lands, or the Sephardic experience of the Holocaust is subject to what one scholar called a double occlusion, meaning a double hiding. And there's two elements to this. The first is that the Holocaust is overwhelmingly understood as an Ashkenazic experience. When you look at popular culture, the victims of the Nazi genocide inevitably have their language inflected with Yiddish or Polish, perhaps French, German, Dutch, but you rarely hear Arabic as one of the languages spoken by the victims of the Holocaust. This is a grave distortion of the historical record. To be sure, the vast majority of the victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe were Ashkenazic Jews, but there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust in Sephardic lands. For a variety of reasons, but it has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims have gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way, so that especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated a few days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the scope of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affecting Sephardic lands is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself as someone who, associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying the most arcane and sometimes ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the popular world? So in tonight's short lecture, I hope to try and address that a little bit from an academic perspective. We're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands in order to understand a little bit more of what we are missing in terms of the larger picture. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also, by extension, popular culture is the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. We can say certain generalities about the experience of Ashkenazi Jews, particularly if we try to, focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country, because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian Jews had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews or Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946, a rather joyous occasion that gives the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's a mixed metaphor, but I'm not going to delete it. Okay, so let's just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah, and as a lead up to understand the distinctions with the Sephardic experience, let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these things, either through your own experiences, perhaps, certainly through parents and extended relatives, but a little bit more of an academic perspective. And in so doing, I would like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups in approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions. I mean, things like, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent could participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that such a complex system of murder, a bureaucracy of murder that required detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews, how is it possible that the entire continent could bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why were there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods and maybe a few people in underground bunkers. There was really no major resistance against it. We'll talk about France, well, perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. So two schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist, perhaps you've heard the name, is a guy named Lucy Davidowitz. And she was essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the context of the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. And America and Russia are locked in this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets, like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after. And the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with Hitler's aims, have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy or conversely, the Soviet Union, communism, can dominate, eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. It was important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to, throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face West, and we have to, democratize. And you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS. And with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. The Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were like some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people, were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, shalom al nafshi, at that point, we kind of wrapped things up, and we were able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. So that's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out in the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Brojat in Europe, began to poke holes in and saying, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? If Hitler really intended it from the beginning, why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it that Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is it that Hitler actually set up 2 different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in the Lublin region of Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really should have been earlier if that was the conspiracy. So a more sophisticated, in my humble opinion, a more sophisticated model called the functionalists. The functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was an anti-Semite of millennial proportions. There's nothing to say about that. It's not diminishing in any way his dastardly intentions for the Jewish people. However, he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across elements of the Holocaust when they saw that people were willing to go along with it. When they radicalized one aspect or another of their legislation, and they saw that, hey, no one's bothering us. Like, for example, Kristallnacht, we have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn, hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass, 260 people are killed, and what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists would argue that the Holocaust was a function of the war. As the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in Hitler's mind, and he was able to actually implement it to a terrible degree. That's a big, and so, for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most modern historians adhere to this model of understanding. You have people like David Goldhagen, who wrote a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners, which is instructive, meaning that German citizens as a whole were willing to go along with the plan. By focusing on Hitler narrowly, we miss the larger story, which is a deeply embedded anti-Semitism, or at least an apathy in society that is willing to see this minority population murdered. And we have many examples of corroborating evidence, for example, from the world of psychology, the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment. Perhaps when we have more leisure, we'll look at that. Let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist versus functionalist debate. So perhaps the first thing that Hitler embarked on at the beginning of the war, September 1939, is the concentration of Jews. And this happened in a haphazard manner throughout all of the occupied territories. There did not seem to be a coherent plan as to what exactly this concentration was for, but ultimately, we should note also that these concentrations, which are called ghettos, of course, many of them did not have any kind of barriers other than administrative ones. And they would simply put out a map. This is the Jewish region. You must live in the Jewish section of town. And if a Jew is caught outside of the section, especially when a year after the war begins, they institute formal badges and armbands for Jews. A person could be shot for being outside the region. But there's no external constraints like a wall keeping them from living within the ghetto. 2 types of ghettos develop. Some in the Polish city of Łódź seem to operate on the model that the purpose of the ghetto was slave labor. And so the way to survive the whole culture of the strange culture of the ghetto was built around earning a work permit, so you could work, let's say, in the textile factories that populated Łódź, and then you would be able to get rations to feed your family. Other ghettos, like Warsaw, shown here, were understood to be simply holding pens for Jews to starve. that they were there to just attritionist place where Jews were given, for example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150 calories, which is basically like a few potato skins. Average, I just did one of those reading tests today, and they told me that I need to eat 1850 calories per day. I said, that's per day, right? Not like half a day and then another night per day. So an adult male has to eat 1,800 calories. Jews are given 150 calories. So they're like intended for starvation. The starvation was in fact the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war in 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, we should understand that one of the great turning points around which functionalists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Rabbi Rothschild. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem whenever it fights a war. We've seen it many times in German history. Germany, since it's in the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front and you need to put a supply line out there or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way from the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into the east further, you hit the greatest general of the region. Maybe you've heard of General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to maintain occupation of beyond the Urals in any way. At any rate, Hitler followed this plan by conquering the west first. He took over France, Holland, Norway, Denmark, and so on, leaving England for later, but attacking with punishing brutal air campaigns. And once the west was pacified, then he broke his deal with Stalin that he had signed in late 1939 and invaded in a surprise attack. Now, what's significant beyond the military in terms of the Holocaust, and remember that the war and the Holocaust are two separate but related phenomena. The Wehrmacht was trying to advance the war effort, and at the same time, Hitler was trying to advance a second war effort, that against the Jews. So he sent out 4 groups of what were called Einsatzgruppen, or special commandos. And these special commandos, A, B, C, and D, followed the Wehrmacht into Poland and the former Soviet Union, and essentially followed the troops in and went to the tiny Stadtland where Jews lived. They would round them up in these tiny little Stadtland, these roving commandos, and they would drive them out to ravines. Sometimes they would have their own graves, strip them naked, and they would shoot them en masse. They did this for about a year, and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this manner, including most of my own family that remained behind in Europe. This is, however, a far cry from the death camps that would be created later. And historians wonder, did Hitler switched to the death camps because he saw that he was going to lose the war, because the winter was going to impinge on his troops' movement, or did he move to the death camps because he was able to shoot so many Jews in a fairly inefficient manner with machine guns? Perhaps he can get away with something even more radical. So the war at this point, this is when you have the first actual incident of organized mass murder. It's significant to recall the date, June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this point, and you have not had any organized mass murder. So Stalingrad is a massive upheaval in pogrom, really the 19th century variety, and there's lots of incredibly awful, brutal attacks on Jews, but they are called Einzelaktionen, single action events. Don't have a clear mandated military plan, a technological and bureaucratic plan until 1941, which lends more strength as well to the functional charge. So after the Einsatzgruppen have had significant success for about half a year, then they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps. We should recall that Hitler actually had thousands of concentration camps that were operating already from the 1930s. And he put into the concentration camps basically anyone he didn't like. Political prisoners, communists, Jehovah's Witnesses, gypsies, anyone he didn't like. Jews were only a tiny minority of the camp population before 1942. And you can see here these black dots are many of these camps. One of my own teachers was here at Sachsenhausen. Then in 1941, largely as a result of the experience they had testing new methods on Sephardic Jews, Sephardic Jews were the first Jews to be gassed in the war. They were in Slovakia were experimented on to find a more efficient killing method. Hitler set up 6 of these camps here, which were known by the German term Vernichtungswege. Vernichtung in Yiddish means to make into nothing. Right? Vernichtungswege as opposed to Konzentrationswege. And they're there in order to make people into nothing. The most notorious of them, of course, was Auschwitz, but the other 5 names are etched in the memory of Jews as horrific sites of mass murder. And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews who have been languishing in the ghettos were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw, the Umschlagplatz, separated male and female, and then put into cattle cars, where they were often for days across the landscape, and they would be emptied out at one of the many concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed, but those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of the many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, which is a significant chemical used in the war effort. And so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived. Admission to these camps were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo-doctors such as Joseph Mengele, Wasser Engel, the white angel, they call him. He is specifically like taking children who are twins, because he could experiment on one and use the other one as a control to see what experiment resulted. The Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentation, such as, for example, field amputations. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, would it be possible to sew on another leg? So they would frequently simply remove limbs, sometimes reattach them, sometimes ship them off to the front, and in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its nefarious origins. The vast majority of Jews, of course, would be taken to a gas chamber like this one at Maidana. They would be exposed to a rat poison called sick-way that would mix with the air, asphyxiate the Jews within 20 minutes. Other Jews would be brought in to remove their bodies and taken to crematorium for I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with this history. It pains me, though, that the next my students, my undergraduate students, they're what they call the 3Gs, the third generation after. They may have grandparents who experience this. They may know grandparents who experience this firsthand, but they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be a 4G that has any meaningful contact with survivors. So it bears repeating primarily for the internet audience because the vast majority of young people today don't have a sophisticated idea. Even a 15-minute presentation.
There's something about him.
The survivors, as I mentioned, were typically those who were selected for slave labor, who happened to be fortunate enough to be alive at the time of liberation in 1944-45. Many of them by the Russian army. And many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called.
But the narrative follows us this boring John Fitch type of character.
A slang for people who simply gave up on living, and they felt nothing, they literally felt no pain.
His ground and pound wasn't great, was it that much of a threat? What do you think about
the eat? And they would typically die within a few days. They were exposed to horrific conditions. These are the latrines, for example, fed a gruel that encouraged diarrhea and then forced in very brief periods of time to use these latrines. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a man named Terence Desprez, who wrote a brilliant, one of the first early studies of how the camps actually worked. He wrote a brilliant study called The Survivor, and after finishing the book, like many great scholars of the Holocaust, he promptly killed himself. And he wrote about the latrines. He argued that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an external assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually go back and lose all of their humanity, lose all the things that features such as their clothing, their hair. It was forbidden to refer another Jew by their name, you had to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even to lose the most basic of civilized
This time I've invited
civilizing elements of our lives to lose their ability to be toilet trained. But that's again for another time. Now, we have to bring it back to Sfarad. So the scope of the genocide, this is a map that shows you the deportation range, which essentially extends from France, Drancy was one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain was technically neutral, as was Switzerland, although as we know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room, essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but only briefly. As this map is, the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations upon the establishment of the State of Israel. And just looking at some of these numbers, countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. Libya went from 38,000 to 0. A tremendous, Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. I mean, if you have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled too. But this is contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is of course slightly later than our country. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, we can say 3 basic things about their experience and why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're just trying to place it within the overall context. The first and most important thing is the date of occupation, Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held the territory, the more likely it was the Jews there were to be murdered. We see that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, until 1944, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was allied to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place the draconian measures that Hitler demanded. And once the Nazis took over Hungary, then of course one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war effort, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. So the same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large nation of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, when Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin, these countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is that Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is that Jews would survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 3, let's go 2 here, is colonialism. Especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their ways onto the local populations. So this is a make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria. There was a tremendous amount of skepticism in the local populations who were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. This is not the same situation that you have in Europe, where, for example, in countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by the Soviets. They're welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, we will drive the communists back. This is not something that happens in North Africa because they view the Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, I got these out of order, but I'll go back this way. Thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews tend to be, still to be, far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tended to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises, like money lending, trade, card artisanry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to local populations, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, language, culture. They did not have nearly as narrow of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the Golden Age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant links with local populations and were able to blend in with a much greater degree of success than they were in Ashkenazic lands. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted with phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local non-Jews and did not help them. So let's have a quick look at the 3 main regions of Sephardic lands and understand their experience during the Holocaust. Greece is the region with both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. And in fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see to the north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because the Peloponnesians, the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's 3 zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria that is a German ally that invades territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. You have a region in the center here which is occupied by Germany directly, and then you have the very large section here, which is occupied by Italy, of course, also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust with full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewish community there understood what was happening and took all of the local community records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. This was not the case in Germany, Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them, eventually sent them to Bergen-Belsen, where the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see in many places in the Holocaust, where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after great pressure did they in fact do so and send their Jews to death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, with France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, these heroic French guys wearing berets and like bombing things, and like the reality is the Vichy French offered the Jews to Hitler before he asked for them. They already deported their Jews in advance of a request from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were perhaps the least or the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews. He had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not, he loved the idea of territorial expansion. He just could not really get his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism. But ultimately, he was forced to turn them over. So Greece had the most traditional of it. One last footnote about Greece. Perhaps the saddest emblem of the disappearance of the Jews of Thessaloniki is the centuries-old Jewish cemetery, which was a famous pilgrimage site for many because it really was centuries upon centuries and quite a large region in Athens. And it was taken over. The stones were removed and used as building materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits upon its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. The Sephardic Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. The Ustaše, which was the Croat Nazi party, was very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb. And if you were around in the 1990s, you remember the tremendous the war that went on there that America participated in as well. This just incredible fighting between the Serbs and the Croats. So the Jews were easily within that mix, and the Ustaše were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be exposed to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off their wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early attempts carbon monoxide poisoning. It turned out to be not very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poison that we mentioned earlier. But the idea of murdering Jews at a faster pace was something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these Sephardic Jews. North Africa, to conclude our discussion, as I mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a strong civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier when we talked about Barbarossa, the Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like literally exterminators, getting rid of the vermin. So you only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose in these later territories the same kind of search and destroy missions that you have in Europe. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. The attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffuse, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe, and the revocation of certain privileges, such as the Amuse Decree of 1870, that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims, was removed, and a statute de juif was imposed instead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews of North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our close, sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic. I'm thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, we might do a year-long course on the Holocaust, because I'm feeling it is a tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah, and for the Kedoshim, many of whom we may know personally, who at least participated in commemorating their experience through discussing it collectively tonight. I hope you all have an excellent week. God willing, I'll see you when we speak about Emma Lazarus, a much more cheerful topic, the great poet of the New Colossus, the Statue of Liberty. Thank you very much for your attention.
There was a state in the northern part of what we would know as today's China, called the Zhao state, and the king of the state was, well, more than a quandary at the irregularity of the raids on Islam. People changed the rules of that. They came from the north, they were not on chariots, they were not on things, they were just riding horses, and they were superb.
First time ridiculous. They used weapons, primarily ladies, organization, very honored. They're honored and happy to have such a great turnout. So, they asked me to say a few words and to introduce our esteemed speaker. They also prepared for Rabbi Eli Benson. So, as I was saying, we have with us very key guest, our Henry Hagerson. He's been a wonderful friend and advocate as well. Not only has he provided us with fantastic course material and written presentations of Jewish history for the past semester, also promoted and our mission on numerous fronts, including important social media outlets, over which holds one sweat. We have a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation for full that do not know Dr. Henry Abrahamson served as the dean and mighty WJ Campus for College, a native of Northern Ontario, Canada. He earned his PhD from the University of Toronto, where his dissertation on the Jews of Ukraine. He held postdoctoral and visiting appointments at Harvard, Oxford, Yale, and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He authored 7 books on Jewish history, and taught most recently the historical context of the and numerous letters have been published by both Harvard University and Belmont Publishers. His research has been recognized with research grants from the National Endowment of Humanities, the United States Holocaust and Memorial Museum, and is a recipient of the Academy Award from the National Education Association. His personal website has over 20,000 followers, local followers, online lectures, not to mention the ever popular Monday night
Welcome, Dr. Henry. Very grateful for those warm words of welcome. I'm so honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed that Rabbi Mansour is not here because that's one of the main I can't because I want to hear his talk. But I'm also deeply grateful for you here. If you don't mind, just take a selfie. It'll be just take a second.
Traditionally practiced the construction of wall building.
Okay, because it's such a big crowd.
All it had to do was change the shape and put in an extra few years of work. And they could
here we go. Okay, everybody. Smile. Okay, I got it.
Exploiting the lie of the land.
There we go. Oh, good. Wow, that's great. Okay.
It basically.
Wow. I'm going to send that to my wife so she knows it actually was. Okay. So, tonight's lecture is on an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. I'll pause at a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions. This is not really my area of expertise, but I am really enjoy studying this material, so we'll do it together.
A flat
Lecture
because they had gravity on their side.
Right. So first of all, great thanks to the well. I'm a big fan of Ms. Weinberg. Came to my office a while. Of course, she's herself a distinct.
Advantages are going to last for a long time, and the advantages are you have the height.
Welcome
It's just
everyone.
athleticism.
Montgomery here with another CHP special episode. Thank you all for tuning in. This time I've invited Mr. William Lindsay onto the program. And if there are any foreigners besides William Lindsay who spend more time studying, researching, and climbing the Great Wall, William has published 8 or 9 books about the Great Wall, including a couple of new ones on Earnshaw Books called Wild Wall, The Foundation Years, and Wild Wall, The Genco Years. So many of the articles written about William Lindsay is described as an author, runner, and conservationist. He's a longtime resident of Beijing since the mid-80s. If you ever attended a lecture or read any of his books, William Lindsay is an acknowledged expert on the subject of the Great Wall, an object that has fascinated people all over the world from the time they first laid eyes on it, and we're going to discuss all that today. Mr. William Lindsay, welcome to the China History Podcast.
Thanks very much, Laszlo. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is really all mine. So, William, let me ask, what's occupying your Great Wall life and thoughts these days? This year, your 35th year there.
Yeah, it seems I'm celebrating anniversaries quite regularly now. And this year is my 35th anniversary of finishing the journey along the wall that really laid the foundation for my future in China for the purpose of getting to know the Great Wall better. So 35 is a big year, because you kind of start to wonder, am I going to make my 40th? And should I go on a big journey along the wall to celebrate? Actually, I'm happy to report that just as the Great Wall was a generation-to-generation project during many dynasties, in my family, there is a condition that we regularly refer to as wall fever. So, as you can probably tell, I'm from Great Britain, and in Great Britain we have a war, Hadrian's War, and it was my run along Hadrian's Wall in 1984 that is actually one of my big stepping stones to China. And
because of that run, I came to China, I made my journey along the wall. People say, it's an obsession, and I say, actually, it's a fever, because there's a very famous writer in Great Britain. He didn't write solely about Hadrian's Wall or history, in fact. He wrote just about the outdoors. And one of our great national parks is the Lake District. So anyone who knows the Lake District in the UK will know Alfred Wainwright. And one of his most famous guidebooks is to the Pennine Way. And the Pennine Way crosses Hadrian's Wall. And in the book, he says, when you get to Hadrian's Wall, be careful, because there is a healthy and rewarding pursuit known as wall fever. So, I've had wall fever since that time, and my wife and I, we have 2 children, grown-up children, James and Thomas, Jimmy and Tommy for short, and of course, they have inherited this condition of wall fever. They've, been at the wall since birth, virtually. And as I speak, they are, I think, 90% of the way through a remarkable journey following the line of the Great Wall across northern China. So they began several months ago in July, and they've clocked up 3,200 kilometers, which is about, it's about 2,000 miles, isn't it? So that's really, one of the big events of the year, keeping in contact with them. And talking to them about, wow, in my days, in 87 it was like this, and now it's like this. Some things have improved, some things have deteriorated. The wall is 35 years older, all kinds of stuff going on, and as you kindly mentioned earlier, by chance marking this 35th year with the publication of my memoir, autobiography, which is called Wild Walk. So a busy year in terms of all of these big events and memories. Not such a big year in terms of getting out and seeing the wall in as many places as I would normally do, because China is the last bastion of trying to avoid any COVID infections, and that has greatly restricted people's movements over here. So I think I've only been up to the wall on about 25 occasions this year, which is it's like a zero for me. I'm normally getting up to the wall for more than 100 days a year.
Yeah, I've been following Giddy and Tommy on Twitter and YouTube channel, and it looks like a great experience.
Great experience, great adventure. They're very familiar with one particular location because, my family has had a base at the foot of the Great Wall, about 100 miles north of Beijing, where, the classic Great Wall winds its way through the mountains. So, they've grown up seeing the Great Wall literally in their backyard. And the Great Wall for them is, a couple of weekend walks. But to really know the Great Wall, there are various challenges. And one of the challenges is the immensity of what we simply in English call the Great Wall of China, and what the Chinese call the Wan Li Chang. And it really never fails to surprise me how vast a geographical expanse that this monuments from various dynasties ranges across. It's actually quite humbling to be reminded of that, because we're living in an age where we think we know everything. People can Google and Yahoo or Great Wall and the names of locations, but between the famous names there are hundreds of other places, and I often kind of summarize the
immensity of the Great Wall by saying, well, the Great Wall is not a place, it's tens of thousands of places.
Let's talk about the Great Wall. The high school, college, popular Chinese history narrative tells us that Qin Shi Huang connected all the individual walls to create the Great Wall. Walls were being built in the Qin dynasty. Who were they trying to keep out? Did different warring states have different kinds of walls?
It's quite a complicated question. There's a lot of long walls before Qin Shi Huang was famous, Wang Li, Chang Cheng. But I think it will help us by kind of going back to the very beginning. It seems the practice of building a wall around a place to live is very, very ancient in China. And, actually, I'm not very literate, but it's worth knowing that the Chinese character for town, city, and wall is all the same. So it's Chong, Xian, and if you look at that character, part of the character on one side is actually the character used for Earth. Yeah. I often say this is literally the oldest historical evidence for the material used for the most common kind of wall construction in China, the earth wall. And it shows us that in the minds of the early Chinese, whether they were living, by themselves, or in a little cluster, or in a settlement that may now be deemed a hamlet, or going up in scale, village, town, city, they felt safe if they were living behind a wall. I mean, I often explain to people that my perception is that the earliest people in China desired to live in a place that gave them shelter, a roof over their heads. It was a place where food could be stored, where a livelihood could be lived, and it was a safe place behind the wall. And of course, in the early days, the enemy probably wasn't coming from very far away. They could have been just, the neighbors in the next valley, from a different family, a few tens of miles away. It could have been perceived enemies in the dark. It could have been wild animals. But eventually, as the centuries rolled on, an enemy from afar appeared over the horizon, the northern horizon, and turned out to be so lethal. These people were so fierce warriors that it drove the Chinese into, for the sake of simplicity, rethinking, redesigning the shape of their walls from being circular enclosing walls to being linear walls of extraordinary length, routed cross country, with the purpose of stopping the enemy progressing on their horses.
Who were these enemies? Were these Mongols, Turkic, the north?
Well, because we're dealing with such a sweep of history here, I think the best term to use is a term that describes their way of life, and that was an unstable way of life, nomadic, relying on the raising of animals. That lifestyle was very precarious, could easily be damaged, could easly be wrecked by a natural event, such as a drought in summer, such as a particularly cold winter, or disease that could wipe out livestock. And of course, any event like that robbed people of their immediate future livelihood, hunger, starvation, threats. And the only way to break away from that was to make a journey. And the journey across the grasslands of 100 miles probably wouldn't bring
any relief, because it would be very likely that the neighbors suffered from the same drought, the same winter, or the same disease. So a long-distance journey was eventually necessary, and it led the people south because, of course, that's warmer weather. Eventually, it led to land that was occupied by the Chinese, who lived in clusters and who were a lot more organized about their way of life. They had transitioned from raising animals to raising animals and growing crops, and particularly, they planned for the future. They stored surpluses in their barns, in towns and cities, the states stored surpluses in granaries, and they had the ability to ride the natural disasters that came their way. But the man-made disaster that was attack of the big tribes on Chinese land was unprecedented, obviously, at one point. And it had the Chinese wondering, what the hell should we do next? And I think this, let's nail a date. In my mind, round about 300 BC seems to be an turning point, because the histories record at that time there was a state in what we would know as today's China, called the Zhao state, and the king of the state was in, well, more than a quandary of the occurrence, the regularity of these raids on his land by these people that changed the rules of warfare. And the people that came from the north were not in chariots and they were not on forts. They were just riding horses. And they were superb horses. And what was more threatening was they used weapons from the back of a galloping horse very skillfully, particularly the bow. And eventually the king, which I name, I tend to avoid littering my explanations of the Great War with too many historical names, too many dates, because, I'll tell you why. I've earned my livelihood in the last 25 years by explaining the Great War to people fresh off the boat, arriving at Beijing Airport. They've read about me, they've come to learn about the Great War, and the easiest way to confuse them is to, introduce the dynasties and emperors' names, generals' names, and what have you. So, but I'll name the king. This is King Wuling, and he reigned, if my memory serves me right, for about 30 years, round about just before 300 BC. And it was he who decided that he needed a new way of warfare. He needed to adopt a new style of warfare to face up to these increasingly regular raids. So the first thing he did, if you're being attacked by cavalry, you make your own cavalry. Train your own men to ride horses, you train them in the skills of archery, and you try and get them to do both things at the same time. And of course, this couldn't be done in a boot camp over a short period of time. But eventually, the histories tell us that he trained up cavalry, even altered the style of dress, so the baggy sleeves didn't interfere with, as an archer would reach for an arrow from his quiver as he drew the bow. All of this, back wing sleeves and clothing didn't interfere with the bow, but still, the cavalry that he trained up just were no match for the professionals coming from the north. So it's at this time he decided to, I think, do what the Chinese were good at and avoid what they were bad at. So Chinese, I think, at this time were not very skilled at open field warfare. They like to, face the enemy in general
generally flat terrain, almost at this stage of history, battles were almost arranged like a sporting fixture. And then both sides could use their infantry and use their chariots. But of course, this couldn't be done in this new theatre of war that's evolving along the northern frontier. So, in order to avoid being caught out in the open there, what were the Chinese good at? What were the people of the Zhao state good at? Well, of course, they were good at doing as they were told. They had traditionally practiced the construction of wall building around all their settlements. All they had to do was change the shape and put in an extra few years of work, and they could have a linear defense of extraordinary length, built country, exploiting the lie of the land. And it was built. It basically turned the table. It not only leveled the battlefield, I think it tilted the battlefield in the favor of the Zhao state, because when their soldiers stood up on that wall, first of all, they could see the enemy coming from afar. Secondly, as the enemy, the range of weapons used from the high position was greater than the range of those same weapons used from a flat position, because they had gravity on their side. So the simple advantages were, if you get your people to invest in a structure that delivers these advantages, then those advantages are going to last for a long time. And the advantages are, you have the height, which at this stage of warfare was a critical advantage, because height gave better range. Whatever was released from height went further and faster and had a greater chance of stopping the enemy. But I've talked to many audiences, and often the most interesting audience to talk to are very young children. And for an audience of children to listen to that 10-minute explanation, that's not going to work. So I would tell kids, the first Great War of China, in my eyes, dates from about 1,300 years ago, and it was simply built by the Chinese to make the enemy get off their horses. That's it.
Was Zhao State the only one that was building walls? What about the Yen or any of these other most northern states?
Yeah, well, good question. And I know there's a lot of history buffs out there, and so let me kind of summarize for those that aren't so familiar with the political geography of the land.
You have no idea how erudite my China history podcast listeners are. So go ahead.
Okay, so round about several centuries BC, in the so-called Warring States period, many small states existed, and of course they're not very friendly towards one another. But you still have the copycat society, the copycat economy. So when one state builds a wall, others tend to follow. And from the archaeological evidence that we have, off the top of my head, although I haven't seen all of these remnants myself, I've only seen some of them, it seems about 10 warring states at least built structures that we would call, that the Chinese call, changchang, long walls. Between 300 BC and 221 BC, which of course is a key date, because that's when the Qin state succeeded in creating the Qin Empire out of all the conquered warring states. At this time, about 10 different states had long walls, changchang. So many people say to me, okay, is there a difference between a changchang, a long wall, and a Wanli changchang, which is at 10,000 people? And, well,
I think there is. It's a bit of a name game. It's a bit of an academic point. But I think I'd like to give listeners my view on it, and also Samachen's view on it. This term, Wan Li Changchun, first appears in Records of the Grand Historian, written by, of course, Samachen. So Samachen, in one of his later chapters, he actually says, I have been to the northern frontier and I have seen a Changchun and it's Wan Li, and it starts here and it goes through such mountains and it ends there. And I think this is a very interesting page in this history. Actually, one of my projects of about a decade ago was The Great Wall in 100 Objects.
You have the book.
And yeah. So in my choice of 100 objects, there are a handful of books. There's Franz Kafka's The Great Wall of China, very nice, 10,000 word essay by a fellow who's never been to China, but he uses the Great Wall as this platform for exploring the psychological toil that this mega project had on its builders. Another book I chose in my 50 objects was The Great Wall of China by William Edgar Dial, which is the first book in any language solely about the Great Wall. And another book that I chose, or page of the book, was Samachen's Records of the Grand Historian, because he uses the brand name Wan Li Changchun, and he attributes the work of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as being basically the mastermind of the Great Wall. Because he who, having conquered all the land, decided that, to consolidate his power, the long walls kind of dividing the old states, they should be dismantled, because they could possibly be used in the future by people who wanted to break up the big grand new empire. But he retained 3 states on the northern periphery of his empire. And one of those walls was the wall that I referred to earlier, the Zhao State Wall. Another was the Qin State Wall that had been built partly by him. And another was a wall much further to the east, the Yan State Wall. So actually, again, explaining this to children, I say that the formula you've got to remember is Zhao Wall plus Qin Wall plus Yan Wall equals Qin Dynasty Great Wall. And that's the formula.
Great Wall history. It's so dominated by what happened in the Qin and the Ming. What were the notable historic moments in Great Wall history that weren't Qin or Ming? It sort of seems like whenever you read anything or see anything, there's the Qin Shi Huang story, and then a blank space, and then all of a sudden it's late Ming and Qin Shi Huang. And then we start to hear more about the wall. What about not including those guys?
Yeah, that's also a good question. And I think
it's a lot of history from Qin to Ming.
A lot of history. It's a sweep of, basically from 300 BC until the end of the Ming in the mid-1600s. So it's, for the sake of arguments, it's a couple of thousand years. And when I began my 50 objects, I was concerned that exactly as you said, I was going to have a few objects at the beginning and a ton of things at the end. from the Ming, and there's going to be like a desert in the middle. And I was really keen on finding objects between the two bookends, as it were, that would explain what was going on with wall building in China at the time, and if there was no wall building, to explain why not. Because I thought that was an equally fascinating point. Times of peace, times of war. So actually, a lot was going on. There's a lot of detail, and there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of objects that tell these stories. But back to the 50 Objects Project, I managed to find even objects from the Song Dynasty that told a particular episode of the Great Wall story. So anyway, to give your question a more direct answer, how many Chinese dynasties were there? Well, that depends on how long must the dynasty last for, what territory must it dominate. But I think the figure I often go for is, if we look back over these thousands of years of Chinese history, there were approximately 65 dynasties. There's the Ming, Ting, Tang, Bing, Gong, Ding, Yong, the rhyming sounds, and Joe Egg from the other side of the world only knows the Ming, only knows the Song, and only knows the Qin. But there's a lot in between that was ever heard of. But of these 65 dynasties or so, 60 at least built long defensive structures that are regarded as Great Walls of China. And a lot of confusion results in the refusal of people to call the Great Wall what it really is. It's the Great Walls of China. They are the Great Walls of China. I'm constantly asked, how long is the Great Wall? The question that I fire back is, which Great Wall are you talking about?
Yeah, that's like the Silk Road, too. There was not one single Silk Road either.
Exactly. And, you talked about the school, the college, the Chinchua, 2,000 odd years ago did this. And actually, there's also the tourist guide description that Chinchua organized the construction of the first Great Wall, and as our glorious history rolled on, many other emperors added to the structure, and it grew in length, and the final renovation was a few hundred years ago in the Ming, and most of the Great Wall we see today time, which is actually a load of guff. And history is history, but I'm not an historian. If I'm asked to describe myself, I say I'm a subject matter expert on the Great Wall. And actually, you need to be quite a bit of a geographer, quite a lot of an archaeologist, quite a bit of an historian to get to grips with the subject. But archaeology can tell us a lot. And this century, there have been two major surveys of the archaeological remains of the Great Walls of China. The first took place between 2003 and 2007. For 5 years, archaeologists and surveyors in every province of North China were instructed to find and measure the excellent sections of the Ming Dynasty Great Wall. And in 2008, they announced that the Ming Dynasty Great Wall of China, the remains that we can find measure 8,851 kilometers, which is about 5,500 miles. Next, the teams went out further because the walls that were built pre-Ming have a larger geographical distribution. So the archaeologists went out to measure all 3 main walls. And a couple of years later, they announced, and this figure is really easy to remember, they announced all 3 main Great Walls collectively measure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers. Isn't that handy? Yeah. So if we add the pre-main 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, with the main 8851, we get a grand total of the length of the Great Walls of China extant on the landscape of the People's Republic today. And that figure is 21,196 kilometers.
More than one.
Well, I think you could do a whole episode on the length of the lead throughout the dynasties and, when you're out in the sticks in China, I mean, back in 87, I could hardly speak a word of Chinese. But one of the early terms I mastered was only kilometers. And then in the countryside, I would be asking people, Kanta, and farmers would say, oh, Kanta, okay, so quick translation. Hi, William to farmer. How many kilometers away is the Great Wall? Farmer to William. After 5 Chinese li, you will arrive there. But William didn't know the difference between a metric kilometer and a Chinese li. There's a big difference. And apparently there's a difference as to whether the li is uphill or downhill. It's kind of a rural measure of the difficulty of the journey on foot.
Well, I've always considered when I learned the character li, my Chinese teacher said it's 1/3 of a mile, and I've just stuck with that ever since.
Yeah, it's about 500. Yeah. It's confused people, it's confused as foreigners from the very early stages. So, can we switch now to 1793? The great visit to the Qing Empire by Lord Macartney. Yeah.
Earl McCartney, Paul's ancestors.
Earl McCartney, yes. So sent over by our King George III. And after a long voyage, they arrive in China. They come up to Peking in 1793, and I think it's August, and they kind of check in with the ministry, and they're told, the emperor, the general emperor, is he doesn't spend the summer in the city. He goes out into the countryside north of because he's a Manchu ancestry. He wants to get out of the urban environment, back into the hills there, do a bit of hunting, enjoy the good temperatures. And the Brits, they say, can we go and see the emperor? Because we bought him some nice gifts, including this birthday gift. And they get permission to head north to the Imperial Resort, which is in a city now known as Chengde. So it's about 150 miles north of today's Beijing. And so the British delegation, which was about 200 strong, set off.
Observation is he's a longtime resident of Beijing in the mid-80s. If you ever attended a lecture or read any of his books, William Lindsay is an acknowledged expert on the subject of the Great Wall. Fascinated people all over the world from the time they first laid eyes on it, and we're going to discuss all that today. Mr. William Lindsay, welcome to the China History Podcast.
Thanks very much, Laszlo. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is really all mine. So, William, let me ask, what's occupying your Great Wall life and thoughts these days? This year, your 35th year.
Yeah, it seems I'm celebrating anniversaries quite regularly now, and this is my 35th anniversary of finishing the journey along the wall that really laid the foundation for my future in China for the purpose of getting to know the Great Wall better. So 35 is a big year, because you kind of start to wonder, am I going to make my 40th? And should I go on a big journey along the wall to celebrate? Actually, I'm happy to report that just as the Great Wall was a generation-to-generation project during many dynasties, in my family, there is a condition that we regularly refer to as wall fever. So, as you can probably tell, I'm from Great Britain, and in Great Britain we have a wall, Hadrian's Wall, and it was my run along Hadrian's Wall in 1984 that is actually one of my big stepping stones to China, and because of that run, I came to China. I made my journey along the wall. It's an obsession, and so actually, it's a fever. Because there's a very famous writer in Great Britain who didn't write solely about Hadrian's Wall or history, in fact. He wrote just about the outdoors. And one of our great national parks is the Lake District. So anyone who knows the Lake District in the UK will know Alfred Wainwright. And one of his most famous guidebooks is To the Pennine Way. And the Pennine Way crosses Hadrian's Wall. And in the book, it says, when you get to Hadrian's Wall, be careful because there is a healthy and rewarding pursuit known as wall fever. So, I've had wall fever since that time, and my wife and I, we have 2 children, grown-up children, James and Thomas, Jimmy and Tommy for short, and of course, they have inherited this tradition of wall fever. They've, been at the wall since birth, virtually, and as I speak, they are, I think, 90% of the way through a remarkable journey following the line of the Great Wall across northern China. So they began several months ago in July, and they've dropped up 3,200 kilometers, which is about, it's about 2,000 miles. So that's really, one of the big events of the year. Keeping in contact with them and, talking to them about, wow, in my day, in 87, it was like this, and now it's like this. Some things have improved, some things have deteriorated. The wall is 35 years older, all kinds of stuff going on, and as you kindly mentioned earlier, by chance marking this 35th year with the publication of my memoir, autobiography, which is called Wild Wall. So busy year in terms of, all of these big events and memories. Not such a big year in terms of getting out and seeing the wall in as many places as I would normally do, because, China is the last bastion of trying to avoid any infections, and that has greatly restricted people's movements over here. So I think I've only been up to the wall on about 25 occasions this year, which is it's like a zero for me. I'm normally getting up to the wall for more than 100 days per year.
Yeah, I've been following Jimmy and Tommy on Twitter and YouTube channel, and it was like a great experience.
Great experience, great adventure. They're very familiar with one particular location because, my family has had a base at the foot of the Great Wall, about 100 miles north of Beijing, where, the classic Great Wall winds its way through the mountains. So, they've grown up seeing the Great Wall literally in their backyard. And the Great Wall for them is, you know, a couple of weekends. But to really know the Great Wall, there are various challenges, and one of the challenges is the immensity of what we simply in English call the Great Wall of China, and what the Chinese call the Chang. And it really never fails to surprise me how vast a geographical expanse that this monument from various dynasties ranges across. It's actually quite humbling to be reminded of that, because, you know, we're living in an age where we think we know everything. People can Google and Yahoo or Great Wall and the names of locations, but between the famous names there are hundreds of other places. And I often kind of summarize the immensity of the Great Wall by saying, well, the Great Wall is not a place, it's tens of thousands of places.
So let's talk about the Great Wall. The high school, college, popular Chinese history narrative tells us that Qin Huang connected all the individual walls to create the Great Wall. What walls were being built in the Qin dynasty? Who were they trying to keep out? And did different warring states have different kinds of walls?
It's quite a complicated question. There's a lot of long walls before Qin Huang's famous Wanli Changchun. But I think it will bliss us by kind of going back to the very beginning. It seems the practice of building a wall around a place to live is very, very ancient China. And actually, I'm not very literate, but it's worth knowing that the Chinese character for town, city, and wall is all the same. So it's Chang, C-H-E-N. And if you look at that character, part of the character on one side is actually the character Earth. Yeah, I often say this is literally the oldest historical evidence for the material used for the most common kind of wall construction in China, the earth wall. And it shows us that in the minds of the early Chinese, whether they were living, by themselves, or in a little cluster, or in a settlement that may now be deemed a hamlet, or going up in scale, village, town, city, they felt safe if they were living behind a wall. I mean, I often explain to people that my perception is that the earliest people in China desired to live in a place that gave them shelter, a roof over their heads. It was a place where food could be stored, where a livelihood could be lived, and it was a safe place behind a wall. And of course, in the early days, the enemy probably wasn't coming from very far away. They could have been just, the neighbors in the next valley, from a different family, a few tens of miles away. It could have been perceived enemies in the dark, wild animals. But eventually, as the centuries rolled on, an enemy from afar appeared over the horizon, the northern horizon, and turned out to be so lethal. These people were such fierce warriors that it drove the Chinese into, for sake of simplicity, rethinking, redesigning the shape of their walls, from being circular enclosing walls to being linear walls of extraordinary length, rooted cross-country. with the purpose of stopping the enemy progressing on their horses.
Who were these enemies? Were these Mongols, Turkic, or people from the north?
Well, because we're dealing with such a sweep of history here, I think the best term to use is a term that describes their way of life, and that was an unstable way of life, nomadic, relying on the raising of animals. And that lifestyle was very precarious. It could easily be damaged, could easily be wrecked by a natural event, such as a drought in summer, such as a particularly cold winter, or disease that could wipe out livestock. And of course, any event like that robbed people of their immediate future livelihood, homelessness, starvation, threats. And the only way to break away from that was to make a journey. And the journey across the grasslands, 100 miles, probably wouldn't bring any relief, because it would be very likely that the neighbours suffered from the same drought, the same disease. So a long distance journey is eventually necessary, and it led the people south because, of course, that's warmer weather. Really a better land that was occupied by the Chinese, who lived in clusters, and who were a lot more organised about a way of life. They had taxes from raising animals to growing crops, and particularly, they planned for the future. They stored surpluses in their barns, in towns and cities. The states stored surpluses in granaries, and they had the ability to ride natural disasters that came their way. But the man-made disaster, that was the attack of the tribes on Chinese land, was unprecedented, obviously, at one point. And it had the Chinese wondering, what the hell do we do next? And I think this, let's nail the date. In my mind, round about 300 BC seems to be a point, because the histories record at that time there was a state in the northern part of what we would know as today's China, called the Zhao state. And the kingdom of the state was in, well, more than a quantity the occurrence and the regularity of these raids on this land by these people that changed the rules of warfare. The people who came from the north were not in chariots, and they were not on foot. They were just riding horses, and they were superb horses. And what was more threatening was they used weapons from the back of a galloping horse very skillfully, particularly the bow. And eventually, the king, which I have named, I had to avoid littering my explanations of the Great War with too many historical names, too many dates. Because I'll tell you why, I earned my livelihood the last 5 years by explaining the Great War to people fresh off the boat, arriving at Beijing Airport. They've read about me, they've come to learn about the Great War, and the easiest way to confuse them is to, introduce the dynasties and emperors' names, and generals' names, and what have you. So, but my name, the king, this is King Wu Lin, and he reigned, if my memory serves me right, for about 30 years, round about just before 300 BC. And it was he who decided that he needed a new way of warfare. he needed to adopt a new style of warfare to face up to these increasingly regular raids. So the first thing he did, you know, if you're being attacked by cavalry, you make your own cavalry. You train your own men to ride horses. You train them in the skills of archery. And you try and get them to do both things at the same time. And of course, you know, this couldn't be done in a boot camp over a short period of time. But eventually, the histories tell us that trained up cavalry even altered the style of dress, so, you know, the baggy sleeves didn't interfere with, as an archer would reach for an arrow from his quiver, as he drew the bow, all of this, you know, backwing sleeve clothing didn't interfere with the bow. But still, you know, the cavalry that he trained up just were no match for the professionals coming from the north. So it's at this time he decided to, I think, do what the Chinese were good at and avoid what they were bad at. So Chinese, I think, at this time were not very skilled at open field warfare. They like to, you know, face the enemy in generally flat terrain. Almost at this stage of history, battles were almost arranged like a sporting fixture, and then both sides would use their infantry and use their chariots. But of course, this couldn't be done in this new theatre of war that was evolving along the northern frontier. So, in an attempt to avoid being caught out in the open, what were the Chinese good at? What were the people of the Zhao state good at? Well, of course, they were good at doing as they were told. They had traditionally practiced the construction of wall building around their settlements. All they had to do was change the shape and put in an extra 2 years of work, and they could have a linear defense of extraordinary length, built cross-country, exploiting the lie of the land. And when it was built, it basically turned the table. It not only leveled the battlefield, I think it tilted the battlefield in the favor of the Zhao state, because when their soldiers stood up on that wall, first of all, they could see the enemy coming from afar. Secondly, as the enemy got closer, the range of weapons used from that high position was greater than the range of those same weapons used from a flat position, because they had gravity on their side. So the simple advantages were, if you get your people to invest in a structure that delivers these advantages, then those advantages are going to last for a long time. And the advantages are, you have the height, which at this stage of warfare was a critical advantage, because height gave better range. Whatever was released from height went further and faster and had a greater chance of stopping the enemy. But you know, I've talked to many audiences, and the often the most interesting audience to talk to are very young children. And for an audience of children to listen to that 10-minute explanation, that's not going to work. So I would tell kids, the first Great War of China dates from about 2,300 years ago, and it was simply built by the Chinese to make them get off their horses. That's it.
Was Zhao State the only one that was building walls? What about Yen or any of these other most northern states?
Yeah, well, good question. And I know there's a lot of history buffs out there, and so let me kind of summarize for those that aren't so familiar with the political geography of the land.
You have no idea how erudite my China history podcast listeners are. So go ahead.
Okay, so round about several centuries BC, in the so-called Warring States period, many small states existed. And of course, they're not very friendly towards one. But you still have the copycat society, the copycat economy. So when one state builds a wall, others tend to follow. And the archaeological evidence that we have, off the top of my head, although I haven't seen all of these remnants myself, I've only seen some of them, it seems about 10 warring states at least built structures that we would call, that the Chinese call, changchang, long walls. Between 300 BC and 221 BC, which of course is a key date, because that's when the Qin state succeeded in creating the Qin Empire out of all the conquered warring states. At this time, about 10 different states have long walls, changchang. So many people say to me, okay, is there a difference between a changchang, a long wall, and a Wang changchang, which is a 10,000 li wall? And well, I think there is. It's a bit of a name game. It's a bit of an academic point. But I think I'd like to give listeners my view on it, and also Sima Qian's view on it. And this term, Wang Li Changcheng, first appears in Records of the Grand Historian, written by, of course, Sima Qian. So Sima Qian, in one of his later chapters, he actually says, I have been to the northern frontier and I have seen a changcheng, and it's Wang Li, and it starts here and it goes through such mountains and it ends there. And I think this is a very interesting page in his history. Actually, one of my projects of about a decade ago was the Great Wall in 100 Objects.
Folks, are you really aware of this athleticism and how amazing it is? Because I've got to take a whiz. Oh, fuck.
There's Franz Kafka's The Great Wall of China.
I have to take a whiz. Look at this athleticism, though.
By a fellow who never been to China, but he uses the Great Wall as this platform for exploring the psychological toil that this mega project has on its building. Another book I chose in my 50 objects was The Great Wall of China by William Edgar Gile, which was the first book in any language solely about the Great Wall. And another book that I chose, or page of the book, was Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian, because he uses the brand name Wang Changcheng, and he attributes the work of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as being basically.
Look at this athleticism. Did you see this?
Having conquered all the land, decided
Look at these moves.
Consolidate his power. The long walls kind of dividing the old states. They should be dismantled because they could possibly be used in the future by people who wanted to break up the big grand new empire. But he retained 3 states on the northern periphery of his empire. And one of those walls was the wall that I referred to earlier, the Zhao State Wall. Another was the Qin State Wall that had been built partly by him. And another was a wall much further to the east, the Yen State Wall. So actually, again, explaining this to children, I say that the formula you've got to remember.
All right, folks, look at this athleticism.
Zhao Wall plus Qin plus Yan equals Qin Dynasty Great Wall. And that's the formula.
So, Great Wall history, it's so dominated by what happened in the Qin and Ming. What were the notable historic moments in Great Wall history that weren't Qin or Ming? It sort of seems like whenever you read anything or see anything, there's the Qin Shi Huang story, and then a blank space, and then all of a sudden it's, Late Ming and Qin Shi Huang. Then we start to hear more about the wall. What about not including those guys?
Yeah, that's also a good question, and I think
it's a lot of history there, from Qin to Ming.
A lot of history. It's a sweep of, basically 300 BC until the end of the mid-1600s. So it's, for the sake of argument, it's a couple of thousand years. And when I began my 50 Objects project, I was concerned that exactly as you said, I was going to have a few objects at the beginning and a ton of things at the end.
Adonai, Elohim, Adonai,
really key on
finding I love it.
the two bookends, as it were, that would explain what was going on with the building in China at the time. And if there was no wall building to explain, why not? Because I thought that was an equally fascinating point. Times of peace, times of war. So actually, a lot was going on, a lot of detail, and there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of objects to tell these stories. But back to the 50 Objects project, I managed to find even objects from the Song Dynasty that told a particular episode of the Great Wall story. So anyway, to give your question a more direct answer, how many Chinese dynasties were there? Well, that depends on, how long must the dynasty last for? What territory must it dominate? But I think the figure I often go for is, if we look back over these thousands of years of Chinese history, there were approximately 65 dynasties. There's the Ming Ting Tang Bing Dong Ding Yong, the rhyming sounds, and Joe Egg from the other side of the world only knows the Ming, only knows the Hong, and only knows the Qin. But there's a lot in between that nobody's ever heard of. But of these 65 dynasties or so, 16 at least built long defensive structures that are regarded as great walls of China. And a lot of confusion results.
Look at this athleticism. Folks, try to summarize this. Rabbi, give us a play-by-play while you're listening to this Great Wall of China podcast. All right, kids. Firstly, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style.
There was not one single Silk Road either.
Exactly.
So here's what we do. We go live. I've never given anybody, I have, but step-by-steps of what I do. So everybody's like, oh, you don't do anything all day. Well, guess what? You're basically right. But I come over here, I start this one. Why do you start